Live and direct. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, this is day 3 of the Quantum Leap Forum international broadcast, where we've assembled over 100 of the top thought leaders from around the world, from various different industries, to help this community lead their life, lead their business. And I'm just very excited because day 1, we opened up with one of the top-selling co-authors in the financial literacy field of all time, Sharon Lechter. Day 2, we opened up with an all-star panel of Marie Diamond, of course, one of the co-authors of The Secret, and Baron James Detley, and Doria Cordova, who's a legend and an icon in her own right. And I'm very excited because day 3, Sherry, Donna, Sandy, and Rex, and all of the colleagues behind the scenes, well, you know, the most important choice that we make when it comes to assembling these lineups is who's going to open these programs, who's going to bring the energy, who's going to bring the wisdom. And I'm very excited because I told my team we need to have Jeff Morris be one of the speakers that opens up one of the days, because he's going to bring so much energy and wisdom to this community. But before we get into that, and Sherry, you're going to give an introduction. Donna, how excited are you for day 3?
You know, this has just been the last 2 days, and today is probably going to be even more a blockbuster day. And yes, you already mentioned Jeff Morris coming on. He's one of my favorite people to listen to and to listen with his wisdom. So, you know, it's going to be priceless today.
Sandy, how excited are you?
Oh my gosh, this has been such an incredible event, and I'm so grateful and humble. And thank you, Mo and Ava, who's behind the scenes here. Incredible. Today, I'm excited so much because we have 2 more amazing podcast panels, and a couple of my dear friends are also going to be hitting the stage too. And so there's going to be so much value. Get a pen and paper and take some notes, because the information you're getting is absolutely, like Donna said, priceless.
Absolutely. And Rex, very specifically, I want to know, how excited are you specifically? Rex, you, how excited are you?
Specifically, I'm specifically excited. You know, what's better than 1 and 2 is 3, you know, because 1 and 2 equals 3. So the third day right now is going to be the best day, because it's not only a new day, but a combination of the first 2 days. I mean, what more could you ask for? It's going to be
beautiful.
Great.
And Sherry, we're going to give you the floor so you can introduce Jeff to this community, and then we'll welcome him up in a few seconds here. And the 2 of you are going to have a very powerful dialogue. I got my pencil ready. I'm going to go back and take some notes. Sherry, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mo. And let me just say that I am honored to introduce our next guest, Jeff Morris. He is the founder and CEO of DreamSmart Behavioral Solutions, which is a behavioral-based coaching, training, and development organization. And Jeff and the DreamSmart team founded the now international Behavioral Superpowers movement, and the BSPs are being used by coaches, trainers, consultants, educators, schools, organizations, and communities. Let me just say this about Jeff, you guys. For those of you who don't know him, he is a Marine sniper. This man was wounded in battle and has taken those lessons and that wisdom on to help people worldwide tap into their superpowers, the truth of who they really are. Jeff is called the high trust guy. And so oh my gosh, I am so honored to welcome him. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Sherry, can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Can I first just say thank you to Mo Rock? Hey, Mo, I'm feeling the jacket, brother. I'm feeling the flavor. You know, I'm a man of many jackets, so I love to admire jackets. And to Rex and to Sandy and Donna, thank you so much for your kind words. I really appreciate them. But let me make one correction really quickly, Sherry. I was not wounded in battle. I was actually carjacked at the age of 22. So we'll talk about that maybe, during my story here.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, we're so glad to have you. And, you know, of course, I get to work with you on a daily basis, and I have gotten to experience and really be a part of my own personal growth by working with you. So share a little bit about DreamSmart Behavioral Solutions with us and how the idea of trust fuels quantum leaps.
You know, Sherry, as I've studied trust, I've been studying many subjects, but one of the ones I've been studying very specifically over the last 24 months is trust. You know, we coach consultants, we coach organizations, we work with communities, and when we find high performance teams, or when we find individuals who are doing impactful things in the world, or when we find communities that are doing really impactful things, we find out that trust is the number one thing that they all have in common, that's woven throughout what they do on a daily basis, that separates them from everybody else.
So true. And how does one, tap into that idea of trust within themselves? I mean, wouldn't you say with the world that the way that it is, that we struggle sometimes with being more skeptical than we would be trusting?
Absolutely. When you see the news, or you watch TV, or you scroll your social media, it's full of seemingly trust that's been broken. Right. So when we think about the importance of trust, the first trust should be with yourself, right? It's the first trust that you must have. Before anyone else trusts you, you must first trust yourself. So let me really quickly break down, Sherry, for you, the 3 different types of trust that I've studied in. I'll be brief with this, but the first trust is instant trust, right? It's the ability to connect with someone very, very quickly, to build quick rapport with someone that you've never met, right? Regardless of culture, age, ethnicity, race, gender, orientation, you can connect very quickly with someone and be seen as being reliable, right? Someone that's maybe vulnerable or even transparent. It's a really great way to start to build instant trust. Right. And then once you get through the instant trust phase, you have to then speed to trust. Here's where you begin to add value. And if you haven't read the book by Stephen Covey called Instant Trust, you should get it. For all those taking notes, speeding to trust is it's a second step or second phase, I would say. As we're working our way to high trust, you want to be able to build a speed to trust. Speed to trust really quickly, add value to people, equip them, exhort them, provide excellence to them. There's a lot. I have them in ease. So when we're speeding to trust, learn how to add value to people. And when you add value to people, they see you as valuable. I call it the shine like a diamond principle, Sherry. It's where you learn to show up in a room and not be arrogant or overconfident, but you show up in the room simply by what you say. People see you like a diamond. A diamond never has to brag about how valuable it is. You just have to open the case, or you just have to put it on display at a table. People go, that's of value. That's the same thing we want to do in this speed to trust phase. People want to see you as, you want people to see you as value. So you must first add value to other people. The last thing is just high trust. And this comes over time with consistency and reliability and vulnerability and authenticity. And these are words that we don't really like to talk about in our culture. Transparency, authenticity, humility. Man, much of what we learn is usually the opposite of that. But I'm gonna give Mo Rock some kudos here, as I've observed Mo and all of his interactions with everybody he has a relationship with, including you, Sherry. He's all of those things. He's humble, transparent, he's authentic, and he's giving a brother like me a shot. So Mo, I hope I ain't letting you down, brother.
I love it. I love it. And, Jeff, that's really, really why I love you so much. And I love working with you every day. Tell the people who are watching a little bit more about your story. I mean, I mentioned about being a military sniper and the things you learned about that. And now you've mentioned about carjacking, and, that's part of your story. Tell them a little bit about your story and how you got to these high trust principles that you're sharing with us today.
Sure. My story is really simple. I'll start when I was a Marine, 20 years old. I was invited into a conversation with one of my officers, and he said, Jeff, I think you're a pretty sharp Marine. We would like to invite you to go to sniper school. And, Sherry, being 20 years old and wanting an adventure, I said, yeah, I'll go to sniper school. But I had one question. I said, well, what's a sniper? And he said, it's the guys that have the little green things on the back and they crawl around on the ground. And I said, yeah, I can do that. You know, not really understanding what it took, but it was there that I learned 15 very valuable skills that I still practice today. But the three I want to talk about today are the 3 A's. And that's the art of how we assess people. Like as a Marine sniper, you have to learn how to assess people, situations, landscapes, demographics, rooms. You have to know and understand what you're looking at. We call it getting eyes on. That's what DreamSmart does really well, because we have this whole ecosystem of assessments, right? Starting with the behavior superpowers assessment that gives us a lot of data and insights into who, what, how, and why someone is wired to perform. So after we assess, now we have to analyze what are the struggles, right? What are the strengths? What can they do? What can't they do? What might they do? What do I want to do? We have to have this analysis part of this next stage and what we're doing in these 3 A's. And then finally, you get to the action stage, right? You get to the action stage, and now you create an opportunity for you to come home. As a Marine sniper or someone that's leading troops, you allow your troops to come home to their families that they love, right? And in the business world, it means that we can optimize people. We can get them to their next level. So as we add value to people, we're now going to help them live life to their highest potential, because we're going to provide a blueprint for them. And this is what DreamSmart does really well, Sherry. Whether we're working with individuals, whether we're working with groups, teams, or organizations, anybody we work with, we can take those 3 A's and we can optimize anybody, any place, anywhere, at any time.
Love it. I want you to talk a little bit deeper. You know, when you bring up, you know, DreamSmart behavioral solutions, talk a little deeper about how this is different than personality tests, and how you and DreamSmart have been able to tap into the hardwired behaviors that we come in with, and how to celebrate the strengths of that, but also to flex in the struggles, and to not expect to show up, you know, where we want people to be like us, where we honor who they are.
Sure. So for the audience, Sherry, you and I can role play a little bit, right? You're familiar with the character, and you know where I'm going with this. You know the character Superman. Well, let's say Superwoman, but let's take Superman in particular. Superman had a costume, right? The audience can't respond, but what was Superman's costume?
Clark Kent.
Clark Kent was his costume. It's how he showed up in the world every day, how he navigated the real world based on his emotional intelligence, right? The things that he had to do to navigate the real world. His real superpower, though, was who he was underneath. He was Superman, and he was always Superman, right? He became Superman when he was stressed and forced into action. The same thing that we see in the world every day. Like, how do people present themselves to us based on their emotional intelligence, their environments, the experiences they have, that type of thing? But then who are they really underneath what we don't see? And that's what DreamSmart is really, really experts at, what we call getting below the waterline. So you want to get below the waterline and do the most of the work, because that's about 90% of the work that is not 90% of you that is not seen. When we think about an iceberg being 10%, when you see that little graphic, I'm sure everybody on the call has seen that graphic, where only a little small piece of the iceberg is seen. Same thing with personality, right? Same thing when we look at 90% of what an iceberg is not seen. That's what DreamSmart's really measuring. It's the things like your leadership behavior, your communication, even your money. I know Don is a money expert, and we can look at your money temperament. We can align your money story, you can align your money relationships, right? We can go deep, right? Much deeper than a personality test. And when we look at this particular psychometric assessment, we're really focusing on behavior, those things that don't change after about the age of 18 or so.
Yeah, right. And, you know, we've been talking a lot the last several days about quantum leaps. And really a lot of the conversations have been around awareness and knowing ourselves.
Sure.
Tell me a little bit about how, when we use awareness, now we know our superpowers, now we know the things that you're sharing with us. How can we actually take quantum leaps in a way by understanding more about our superpowers from the Dream Smart vision.
So I'm going to tie it back to trust, Sherry.
Okay.
Like when we're thinking about quantum leaps, when you can build, sustain, and maintain trust, you can take quantum leaps in every part of your life. Now you ask me, Jeff, well, what are some of those things? We're going to role play again. Well, Jeff, what are some of those things? Ask me that.
Jeff, what are some of those things?
Would you like to be a better significant other?
Absolutely.
Would you like to be a better spouse? Would you like to be a better parent? Anything to do with your personal life, when you can have high trust involved, you can do all of those things. But since we're on a business call, let's focus on business. The number one way to make more money in anything you do, regardless of what it is that you do, is to have high trust. Because you can become a better leader. You can become a better communicator. If you're leading teams, they'll trust you more. If you're leading organizations, the higher the trust is for you as a leader and the organization, the more productive, the more engaged, right? The better the bottom line when you have trust. And what's really cool, Sherry, is in our BSP assessment, it's one of the factors. Trusting versus skeptical. Trusting versus skeptical. How easily do you trust versus someone who may be like me, a little more skeptical and ask questions and maybe put people off, right? We talk about trusting versus skeptical, and we can actually measure it, and we can coach you from that to make sure that you begin to build high trust. If that's not something you do very well, even if you have high trust, you may trust too much. So then how do we put a boundary for you that says trust but verify, right? Some really cool things that we do with this trust factor when we measure it, Sherry. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. So what would someone do when they distrust someone else, or the opposite, when someone distrusts you?
Again, if someone distrusts me, number one, if I've broken trust, we have to work really hard, really fast to try to repair that trust, right? Again, you want to show up with vulnerability. Hey, I made a mistake. Transparency. Sorry for this, right? Authenticity. I don't have it always together. What can I do to re-earn your trust? What can I do for us to build that trust connection again? It's not that you can't ever repair it. It's going to take some work to repair it, but you have to be willing to do the work, right? It's the opposite of going, hey, I didn't make a mistake. I'm not ever wrong. Those things always turn people off. But when you usually come to someone with transparency and humility, you can usually begin to repair that bridge. Does that make sense?
Oh, 100%. And, I was talking earlier about hardwired behavior and how this is different than, your typical personality tests. And I know that you're utilizing this in big companies, big organizations to help transform the organizations to really be able to, change their ROI and be able to, develop even division presidents and people like that. So where everybody's voice matters. Tell us a little bit more about, the process that you share when you go into really shifting and changing people's, outlook towards that, or the way they look at that.
Here's what we know through massive studies, years after year over year, is when they measure leadership competencies and trust is high, any leadership competency that they measure will be increased by 23%. I'm going to say that again in case I didn't get it really clear, right? No matter the leadership competency, no matter what it is, when the trust and the person delivering the message, the organization delivering the message, the competency of leadership, no matter what it is, can be increased by 23%. Now, for the business people on the call, imagine a 23% bottom line increase in anything that you're doing right now. How powerful would that be? So out of all of the competencies that I've talked to senior leaders about, emerging leaders, whatever they want to call in their organization, we start with trust. It's the number one way to increase engagement, productivity, and bottom line performance. That's why we start with trust.
Yeah. Trust is important. I mean, even looking at my own score, once I was able to look at, my hardwired behaviors. What's so interesting with the way this science works and this data is so so clear and specific is that it showed for me that I'm right in the middle. Like
Sure.
I can look at both sides and make a decision based on that. And knowing this already about myself, and then being able to also see this data so specifically laid out, it really solidified my awareness, but it gave me, we talk about superpowers. It gave me a deeper understanding of my superpowers and how I can utilize those, whether it's in performance or whether it's in business or, what we're doing here, having a conversation with people globally and worldwide. And you can impact people in a way by speaking directly to them. Tell us a little bit more about that from the trust factor.
Well, Sherry, let me ask you really quickly. Do you remember what your trust score is? You know what
It is a 54.
54. So mine is a 43 skeptical. So I could, right, if I'm not aware of this, turn people off because of my skepticism. It could be seen as being guarded, right? So when we see that in a person, it's usually from another's perspective where they're seeing as being controlling or not trusting. And we have to coach someone like myself on body language, on tone, right? Skepticism or skeptical in our behavioral superpowers language, Sherry, has to do with how you become clear about what it is that you want to do. So I will let people know, hey, I'm a little bit of a reflective thinker, right? I'm going to ask you some questions, right? It's not that I don't trust you. I want to get some clarity on some things. So I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay? Right? Where we have the other side of the table that is really, they could be more trusting. And typically when we see trusting people, they grow up in environments where there's high trust too. Right. So those people, we want to have them trust but verify. We want to have them trust but check in. Like, yes, I believe you. I've given you the expectation of the outcome, but I'm going to check in with you just to verify and make sure that you're on target for what we agreed to do. So you trust and verify on the other end, and the other side of skeptical. You want to make sure that you ask questions, but you do it with the right tone, the right body language, and that type of thing.
I love that. Tell us okay, so use me as an example. Tell us a little bit more about, okay, my trust score and who I am out in the world. Tell us a little bit about how that works with Dream Smart and our superpowers from a place of what you know about me now.
Sure. So we would go, Sherry, into a little deeper than just trust, because we have 7 other factors that we measure. We're measuring actually 4,000 data points. Right. So when someone takes and completes our 15-minute exercise, we can coach them for a lifetime. We can coach, train, and develop them for a lifetime because we have these multiple data points. I think about your command factor. You're this very beautiful lady, blue eyes, green eyes, but you are a take charge lady. Has nothing to do with gender, has nothing to do with race or ethnicity. Your take charge score, Sherry, is high. So if Mo gives you something to do, check it off the list. If I give you something to do, check it off the list. And Sherry, I don't like social media. So you make me say, hey, what's your quote for the day? You got to make sure you post on social media. You are a take charge lady. That's one of the things that we can look at. Your people score, right? Outgoing versus reserved. People will look at me and think I'm very outgoing, but I'm not. This is a flex for me. To be in front of an audience and to be in front of a stage with people, I can do it and I love to do it, but I can only do it for a short amount of bursts. And my team knows if I have a one-day training event, I'm going dark for at least 24 hours, right? Because it's a source of enjoyment for me, but it's an energy drain for me. Where you have this high outgoing score, you're energized by these types of things. You could have 5 or 6 meetings on your calendar, and each one of them would energize you, where each one of those would take me from 100 with the first to 0 at the end of the day. And my team says that, hey, Jeff, we can see you've had a long day, right? Neither good or bad, just understanding the art of people. And that's another way to build trust, Sherry. When you understand the Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions ecosystem, you really are a people expert and you have X-ray vision. Hey, Rex, what's going on, brother?
Turn your mic on, Rex.
I'll now say what I looked like I was saying. It's so good to see you, to have you here, and to listen to what you say. Thanks, Jeff, for all that you're sharing. You're wonderful. I really appreciate you being here today.
I'm excited, Rex. I'd love to do this stuff. I love to coach, train, and develop people. Looking forward to doing it some more. So, Sherry, any other questions before we go? I know we got just a few minutes here. Rex, any questions for me, Rex, at all? Maybe you can ask a question.
Yeah. What do you think is the number one issue facing most people right now when they want to stop being stuck and start doing what they would like to be doing? In other words, what is it? What do they need to get over or drop or release, that if they would only do that, they could at least start moving in the right direction?
I'm going to give it to you in 3 words. It's one of the most 3 common words researched on the internet. And the question is, who am I? We at all times, no matter where we come from, culture, gender, it doesn't matter where we come from. When we stare at the mirror every day, we all ask the question of, who am I really?
Yeah.
Who am I pretending to be? Who do I want to be? But who am I really? And when we can answer that question with confidence, right, with authenticity, with transparency, we can begin to attract the things that we want, from our money to people, to better relationships, to better communications. All those things start with a sober assessment of who we are and what we're not. Does that make sense, Rex?
What a beautiful answer, and how important to ask that and then answer it wisely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure.
Anything else before
Is
we
there
go, Sherry?
anything else you want to share with us about trust today?
I don't, but I'm going to tell the Eagles journey, Sherry. You know, I got to tell this journey because this is the journey that we take people on in the Dream Smart ecosystem. When they come to us, we're going to take them on the Eagles journey. And really quickly, I'll do it. I'm looking at my clock. I'll do it in 2 minutes or less. An eagle can live to be about 40 to 45 years old, Rex. And somewhere about 20, they become not as fast as they used to be. Their beak isn't as sharp and their talents aren't as strong. So they need to fly up to the highest peak to get away from their predators, because they're going to be in a vulnerable state for them to get regrowth. And they, in this state, on this highest peak, they begin to beat their beak out so that it's all gone. They begin to claw their talons out so that they're all gone. And they begin to pluck their feathers out so that they're all gone. That's the transformation that we're going to take people through, because an eagle will grow its beak back so that it's stronger and sharper. Their talons are going to grow back. They're going to be stronger than they were before. And the feathers that grew back, they're now aerodynamic again. And they can cut the wind again. And they can fly fast again. That's the same thing we want people to come when they complete our behavioral superpowers assessment. We can begin their question of, who am I, Rex? Why am I? What am I? And how am I? And we can put them on their Eagles journey.
That is so wonderful. And I'm so happy to have had you here, and Sherry and you have this discussion and to include me in it here at the end. We've got 2 more guests that we're going to speak to in just a moment. But this is Alex Stern, Mr. Jeff Morris, and Dr. Fred Moss. Jeff Morris, you guys should all connect off camera. But thank you, Jeff, for being here. And Sherry, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Alec. It's so good to see you, my friend. Oh, you're on mute.
You as well.
Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you. So for those of you who aren't familiar, let me give you a little bit of an introduction of both these gentlemen. Dr. Fred Moss is a psychiatrist who served in the mental health industry for almost 4 decades, having consulted with patients and practitioners in medical facilities and nonprofit organizations and community groups. And he's known as a non-diagnosing psychiatrist. He's committed to shifting the conversation of mental illness on a global scale. And his services include mental health, coaching, speaking, consulting, and so much more. And we're going to talk about a new project that Dr. Fred has spearheaded. And Alex Stern is an entrepreneur, keynote speaker, startup mentor, innovator, best known as America's startup success expert and the hyper growth expert. He's been a co-founder or a founding team member of 8 startups with 5 exits, 2 IPOs, and 3 acquisitions, and is a primary member of Constant Contact. You're familiar with Constant Contact. Founding team, Alec was one of the original 3 who was with the company for 18 years from startup to IPO to a $1.1 billion acquisition. So I'm so glad to have both you gentlemen here. And I'm going to start with Dr. Fred, because Alec, you and Dr. Fred and I are part of an important discussion that Dr. Fred had a burning desire to put us together and to address to the world. We've had, just so you know, in case you haven't been aware, we've had some discussions on AI, both positive and not so positive, and the things like that. But Dr. Fred, what is going on right now? What is this project that you're spearheading that we're working on together?
Well, thanks, Rex. Really great to be here. Hello, Alec. Good to see you this morning. And let me talk to you a little bit about what the project is about. The project has a title. It's called AI Meets Mental Health. So there's something there that is self-explanatory, and it extends beyond mental health. It's really, what is the impact that AI is making on humanity? And therefore, what is the impact that mental health or that humanity is making on AI? What is the interface? What is the agitated interface that we're talking about between the birth of this new species called artificial intelligence, which is growing at exponential rates? I think everybody knows that now. Just a few months ago, it was something that maybe you could take it or leave it. And now it's already becoming entirely dominant in so many different industries, threatening jobs in some industries, actually assisting and consulting massively in other industries. And some of the very largest industries in the world are being, fundamentally affected by this emergence of AI. I saw this coming. I'm not that much of a visionary to see this. It's very clear that AI and the mental health field, and AI and anything to do with our mental health as humanity, would have a relationship that would be foundationally critical. What's going to happen to humanity over the next several months, Rex? That's what we're really looking at, right? We're looking at what is really here, and what is our humanity? Where does our humanity stop and machines start? Or where does machines stop and we start? I mean, what part of us isn't a machine? We start looking at, what's missing is our humanity. What's missing is our soul. What's missing is our sentience. And you start really asking those questions. It was very clear to me that I wanted to put together a group of influencers, thought leaders, brilliant thinkers to put together a conversation to look at how we can preserve what this thing is called humanity. Like we just heard, who am I becomes a really important question in the world of the interface of AI and all of humanity and all of our endeavors, including all the industries we've developed and all the relationships we have with ourselves and others. And I think that's what we really put together.
Well, that's beautiful. And we'll talk more about that in just a second. But let's bring Alec in, because Alec, you deal with people and businesses and automation and all sorts of things. What in terms of business and what do you foresee is happening with AI in the world today?
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And good to see you both. This is an exciting topic and something that everyone needs to get in the game and participate with. It's very critical for us to understand the impact, not only for AI on efficiencies and automation and things within business, but also how does it affect us personally, with our mental health and other things. So it's very, very important. I've been trailblazing in technology for far longer than most. But the key thing, and there's just been industries that have been created. I've been fortunate to, for example, software as a service, SaaS, that everyone knows today. We were one of the first 2 SaaS offerings ever. And so trailblazing as new technologies are coming out, adopting them, and then, having that work for business. And so, I think AI and forms of AI have been around for a long time, and some of the efficiencies have been put in. We've had some automation and things like call centers and to be the routing of calls and so on. But now taking it to 10x it to kind of what's sort of transpiring today. And there's a lot of places where it makes great sense and where it can give you some efficiencies. And
I like to say when you're, you need to stay in your lane, with the things that you're good at, because there's an opportunity cost to go out of your lane. And so just as there's a cost for others to do it if you're not doing it yourself, and and there's some of the things can be automated and be handled through AI, and I think that make total sense. And there's certainly others that don't, and I think there's a balance there. And until the day that AI can really read someone's energy and the emotion and really sort of see the how they react to the things you say. Then I'd say it could be replacing some of the things that are most important could replace some of the things that are most important in business conversation and relationships and partnerships and so on. But I'm just a firm believer as a people person that I'll never replace a bunch of those, and so some people think, oh, I could just stay home and AI is going to just do all the work for me, and it's not. And just think of the one basic concept, so we can just frame that.
Well, and this is a great conversation because we've had a lot of, people are very excited about AI and about advancements and what the time saving and all those kinds of things. But there is some concern, especially as Dr. Fred would mention, or as you brought up, what happens if AI starts diagnosing people or starts, running the insurance, choosing who gets treated and who doesn't, or how they get treated. So between the two of you, maybe we could address this. And Fred, maybe you could also, there's a website and we've had a symposium and things. So maybe you can share that information and we can put it in the chat and things so that people can follow through and see the videos and the talks and the different things that we've been putting together with Alec and you and myself and others.
Yeah, sure. And there is a website or a landing page / website that I invite people to take a peek at. It's called AImeetsMentalHealth.com, AImeetsMentalHealth.com. And there you can get a little look at the symposium or the first mastermind that we put together with the three of us and another man who deserves some credit, Eric Zender, who was there with us, and a number of people who attended and who have now watched it afterwards. You start looking at the interface, like you asked, between AI and then doing diagnoses and then making determinations about who received treatment, which treatment they received, actually, like dictating the actual treatments that people should get given the symptoms or the presentation that gets plugged into the large language model. This is entirely frightening, of course, and essentially terrifying. And what we have here is machines actually determining what is a normal human being and what kind of treatment might be necessary for a normal human being. It's most extraordinary that we have reached a point where we start taking on machines as being not only a consultant or an assistant, but actually the decision maker along these important algorithms. Like who gets treatment and, even more importantly, which treatment exactly they should receive. It's all based, large language models don't think into the future. They take what's been swept up in the past, evidence-based wise, and then make decisions based on what's there, like, the next word analysis. And we start really looking at, well, how can something new really actually be developed if that's not just a conglomeration of old approaches put together? And there's some frightening aspects to this that are like inherent in the whole notion that machines, our friends or our adversaries, whatever you want to call machines, start making a decision about what normal is, what deserves to be treatment, and who deserves to get it, when we ourselves as humans haven't frankly decided what it means to be normal. And now we're asking an unhuman machine to make that decision for us. And it's not only happening in mental health. And I think Alec has really shined a light on that for me, to really realize that this is only a microcosm of what really turns out to be an even larger issue, because it happens in the business world, it happens in the industry world, it happens in relationships all around. And our mental health is a key component in all of our interactions. Mental health does not equal mental illness. So let's face it, we're all dealing with our own mental health issues. But we start looking at really the impact of our mental health on all the things that we're involved in all areas of life. And using a machine as an assistant or as a consultant is entirely different than using a machine as a final determiner of directions that we should go in. And that's what I think we really need to be cautious about.
Well, those are really excellent points. And Alec, you having been in business for so long, I'm sure you've seen both the upside and the downside to overly regulated business or under-regulated business, or things that that start one way and end up a different way. You see that while there may be great potential for good, that there could also be, as Fred talks about, great potential for possible harm.
Yeah. So I mean, there's top ahead just came to me, like kind of a false sense of security. Like you're chasing something in business, like whatever that milestone is, or whatever you feel you're working on now to go to that next level. And, and there's this false sense of security, like I can just, plug it into a system and it's going to spit out, the answer. And, there's so many other factors and a lot of human factors that are coming into play on whether, the answer it provides is the right answer, most importantly for you and for your business. And that's the big challenge. Like, people can check a box and get answers to a lot of things, but is it really right for you? And this is again back to the human factor. Fred alluded to, and being a people person. But if you, for example, people come to me, I get hundreds a week of people coming to me. What do you think of my idea? My response every single time is, doesn't matter what I think, what's your target market think? And so to go out to really truly get in front of your target market, either in an aided way or an unaided way, like aided to guide them and give them a lot of the info, and unaided to just lead them and just sort of see how things resonate and how they react and so on. You can't get that if you're going to plug it into a machine that's going to go and just give you some quick answers. So it's very, very important to not lose sight of the fact that there are a lot of things that this doesn't make sense, and it needs to be something where you're out there and in front of your target market, not only in those earlier stages, but all the time. And that's not going to go away, and it's very important to be part of the mix for a business going forward, regardless of what A is going to maybe supplement in. I'll give you one just quick example. When you're starting a business and it's really early, and you think about, well, what's the overall market size and opportunity, and how big is this? How do we frame that? There are research companies that'll charge you a couple of $1,000s or more, and you may or may not even get kind of the info you're looking for. Could you easily go and start to search through, and ask these questions of AI to come back and give you some of those? So when you think of like, just supporting data points and research and some of those key areas as I'm referring to, their AI could really be a great help and speed up the process. So when you're a startup, you might not have $5,000 for research reports or $10,000 even. And so could you go and get a lot of that to start to frame it to for your own good, not so much to put it in a PowerPoint and present it to somebody. It's for your own, like, how big is this market, and should we really be going after it? So a lot of questions can be answered with the tools that the way AI can go out and do that research and provide the answers to you.
That's wonderful. I want to remind the audience who's watching now and in replay to go and visit the website that's in the chat room, aimeetsmentalhealth.com, and see the conversation that we've had with Eric Zender and others, the three of us on this panel, and to see the commercial. There's a trailer, actually. I shouldn't say commercial, but see the trailer that's now there, and the video that Dr. Fred has to introduce this topic. In the field of psychology, psychiatry, and even law, we know that self-assessment is most often the least reliable form of evaluation. So if we're assessing ourselves, sometimes we snow ourselves, we con ourselves, we lie, we try to put on a better face. What happens if we give that assessment over to a machine that can't factor the human response into it, because it's a machine? It can only go based on algorithms, whether it's a learning machine or not. It's going to be subject to its own system of rules. And when it comes to diagnoses or prognoses, for that matter, the ability for somebody who right now may have a presenting problem to get better, do we really want to hand that over to a non-human, non-intelligent form of software, essentially? And I say that for this reason. In the human potential field that we're in, one of the biggest opportunities that we stress is to take responsibility for yourself and to understand that you're the decision maker and you're in charge of your thoughts, your emotions, your speech, and your behavior so that you can set your destiny. What happens when you give your destiny and your responsibility over to something to decide for you instead of you having that responsibility?
Yeah, it's a really, really great question. And, I noticed a couple things. Number one, even we as humans, before machines took a hold of what's going on in this field, we had the audacity to think that we understood what diagnoses were.
Yes.
In the first place. Like, what is bipolar disorder? What is Asperger's syndrome? What is, narcissistic personality disorder? What is social anxiety, social phobia? Those kind of things that are thrown around now as if they're very real, when in fact they're quite fluid in the first run. And that's why I've dedicated my career to really undiagnosing, to help people see exactly what you just said, which is we're all humans going through this crazy life of ours with the multiple challenges, obstacles, and hurdles that await us in every single moment. And, it's possible that these diagnoses aren't really real in their own right, at least as distinct aspects of life, that even though we treat them as if they're monumentally true.
Can I ask? This is just great line, and people have to join us in the symposium to find out more of the answers, in depth. But so many people proudly wear their labels. They go, "I'm an introvert. I'm bipolar. I have ADHD. I've been diagnosed with this, that, and the other thing." Well, so if somebody's starting to assign those things to you that you can now proudly wear and go about, whether they're correct or not, if the diagnosis is fictitious to begin with and somebody accepts it and then wears it as a hat, and in Alec in business, they can say, "Well, I'm an entrepreneur, a solopreneur. We wear labels and judge ourselves." So this sounds like a pretty ripe area of concern.
It is a ripe area of concern. And, the other thing I noticed, and I'd love to hear Alec's view on this. The other day I asked AI to help me with I think it was Claude that I asked to help me with a post, a social media post. And it created something that I was in pretty significant agreement with. It was like, okay, I could actually have said that. It said that even better than I could, or some sort of version of that. And then I posted it and realized that something very dear and near to me was missing from that post. Even though I sort of agreed or did agree or even felt like it superseded that which I would have written on my own. It wrote it better with no grammatical Fredisms in there. And, there was an opportunity for us to see what's missing. Alec, what was missing in my post? What do you think is missing when I take the post right out of the large language model and drop it in as my blog, or the way I think of things, or the way I really, the way my mindset and my view? I noticed when I posted it, even with a DALL-E image, a DALL-E 3 image that came with it, that something near and dear was missing from that post. What is that thing that was missing, Alec?
There's I didn't see the post, but I don't know. You should have written side by side your own and then asked AI.
Yeah.
To see how close you were, but emotion and passion and conviction, and AI is not gonna really just be able to represent exactly what you say and how you say, and you with all of your years of expertise, you would probably be writing in a different tone and with certainly with your expertise kind of weaved in. And so if you probably got something very vanilla that sounded great, but is it truly you? And I think one of the things I can tell, honestly, from people that I'm close to that are putting up posts, and I could tell they didn't write some of these, which ones were written by AI or some other source versus their own. And when you lose the personal touch there, so there's a lot of times you can see right through it, and that's not putting your best foot forward. While it's fast and it may be efficient, that you need to take that a little extra time and write it yourself, and really make it about you and who you are versus what that system's going to tell you.
Awesome. Now, just so people know, there are some times when the website seems to get bogged down. It's aimeetsmentalhealth.com. but I'm trying to access it right now, and I have been able to access it. So there is another website there that is in the chat that people should copy in case you have any, or they could search it. Correct, Dr. Fred? How can they easiest find us?
Yeah, it does point to the chat that's there, the welcometohumanity.kartra.com chat there. It should go there directly. You just www.aimeetsmentalhealth.com sometimes gets you there quicker. But it shouldn't be, typically it shouldn't be a problem. It should go there via all the browsers. But I have had people tell me already that there is occasionally
sometimes.
a
But there's also a Facebook group that is dedicated to this topic as well.
Yeah, we're looking at putting together a Facebook group, actually, one that really makes a lot of sense, that where people can come in. And that's what the whole point is of this mastermind, is to pull people together who want different levels of involvement. Do you want to be in the inner circle, or do you want to simply be an observer, or do you want to be a contributor at some level? And it's in development. The three of us have talked about that, like the best way to make this thing fly, so that people they can land on the topic where using their own interests and strengths properly, whether or not they want to contribute, or whether or not they want to actually be contributed to by the processes that we develop as the discussions and the assets grow over the next few months and years.
I'm going to give each of you, some final moments for comments, but I would like to add that, the point of this is to not just let things set our future for us, but to actually create a conversation with people either in the Facebook group or during our symposiums, as you just described, so that we as humans take control of our destiny and shape it in the most positive and powerful way for ourselves, and not let things run us over. So I'm very pleased to be a part of this, and have Alec and you and Eric and others to be able to discuss this topic. And I want to invite anyone watching right now to go to the website, get involved, and help us help the world with something that we're faced with. I mean, it's not going away.
Not going away.
So, gentlemen, well, if we had to wrap it up, because we're going to have to wrap it up, what do you really want? Additionally, what do you want to leave the audience with in terms of both a warning, a positive message, or some insight that they can take with them when we leave?
Sure, I'll go, and Fred, you can wrap it up.
Thank you.
I guess the thing that I think about most really centers around the human factor, as I mentioned earlier. You can't lose sight of that, and one of the things that would stress somebody, that ties into sort of the mental health or obstacles that exist in business. And when you hit an obstacle, what do you do with that? And if you were like me years ago, I would put a little empty box, and write the obstacle down on a piece of paper and hope I could check the box. And you never do. And the next day it seems to get a bigger font, and the day after a bigger font, and it just sort of weighs on you. And oftentimes, people take their bat and ball and go home in business because some obstacle has challenged them. And, could you go off and ask a system how to solve the problem? And again, is it really something that's going to give you the kind of the full insight on how to create a muscle memory to, for example, handling obstacles? And so when you hit an obstacle, you're not the first person that's ever done it. And so go seek counsel from others that have had the problem and have broken down how they knocked it down, and give you sort of a roadmap to do that. Create some small wins to get rid of the obstacle, or those that have tried to knock it down and failed. There's a lot of things that can be learned from seeking that counsel, and through mentors and through other folks in business. And you need to create that muscle memory, especially as you're starting and growing a business, because once you knock that one down, the one behind it's bigger. And guess what? The one behind that one is bigger. And so do you think that a system is going to teach you, like, here's the obstacle of the day, let me give you the answer on how you're going to solve it? That could be the end of the business if you listen to something that doesn't allow you to actually kind of inject some of the thoughts and some of the things around that obstacle and how it's affecting you, and going to really talk to the experts of people that have experienced it before.
Wow. Excellent point. Thank you so much. Baron Stern, thank you so much. We always should acknowledge that you are a Baron, and we're so privileged to have you here. And we have Dr. Moss.
Yeah. So I was thinking the same thing about Baron Stern. Thank you for that closing. That was amazing. And one of the things that I've learned over time is that authenticity trumps agreement. And these large language models are built to agree with you. Have you ever noticed that when you drop something on that, the first thing they tell you is, "Oh, what a great idea! That is brilliant! What a tremendous course to consider!" And so we get the agreement. It's actually built to agree with us by default. What's really more important than this is bringing our human self there, bringing an authentic core person to the topic that we're exploring. There are some things for which just a hammer and nail really do get the job done. There are other things that really require a human factor in order to be done authentically and really create something that can resonate with other humans and, in fact, resonate with this thing, this ever elusive thing called our soul, our personhood, our humanity. And what I invite people to really do is come aboard on this AImeetsmentalhealth.com site and join us at whatever level. If all you are is interested and you don't want to be part of it, you are very welcome to be in this group. If indeed you want to be part of this group and be kicking it around with Alec and me and Eric and Rex and others, by all means join it. And all you have to do is drop into the job form, give us a little bit of information about yourself. We'll give you a call and get you into the next symposium. And you can see where you land in this ever growing, incredibly important, exponentially expanding concept of AI really affecting and intruding on who we know ourselves to be as humans, so that we can actively and appropriately take this on in a way that is responsible. And that's what I'm really looking for. That's the pipe dream that I have.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you so much. I would add in closing that, I mentioned responsibility before, but also we have a use it or lose it brain. Our muscles will atrophy if we don't get up and walk around and move them. Our brain will atrophy if we don't do it. We've got so much technological advancement that's replacing our ability to memorize, to learn, to do math, to have a calendar, to find our way around in the world. The more that we give over to technology, the less we have to do. So where does that leave us? I don't want to not learn anything new anymore. I want to be able to be responsible for how I live my life. So I appreciate both of you being here, not only talking about the benefits of AI, but also signaling that there are some concerns about AI, and we have the opportunity to discuss it and maybe even do something about it. So we invite you to that. I'm going to turn it over to Michael because the new segment is starting. But gentlemen, Michael Silver, this is Alex Stern, this is Dr. Fred Moss. You got, if you don't, I think you know each other, but so.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Rex, thank you so much. Alec, look forward to talking to you. Dr. Moss, that was amazing. Rex, have a wonderful day. We're going to go into podcasting. All right. I wanted to welcome everybody, and I'll bring Sandy up. There we go. So Michael Silvers with the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. It's so excited to have all of you here. And Sandy, my co-host on the side here. It's a great day. And by the way, thank you, hosts and everybody who did this. It's been an amazing day. It's sort of the same shout out as yesterday. We have a ton of panelists coming on. So I'll need everybody log out, go get some lunch, enjoy yourself, and be back later. It's awesome. So, Sandy, we have launched the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, and it's a very exciting time for all of us. Because it's about getting your message out there. So everybody, first of all, if you're enjoying today, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Actually, forget that. Put a 10 in the chat. Because when you put a 10 in the chat, you actually say, I'm here, I'm there. And it's funny. Somebody said the other day to me, but I was driving my car. I'm like, don't put a 10 in the chat. All right. If you're driving your car, if you got your grandkids in your lap, that's usually with me. I've got the grandkids in the lap. Yeah, there you go. Anthony put 100 in the chat. I like it. He's coming through our YouTube channel. We're also on Twitch, everybody. So please share this with everybody you know, but make sure they register. And if somebody could type in how to register, that would be fantastic. The registration link, that would be great. Because what we'll do is you want people to register. Why? Because if they register for the call, not only with the replays, but there's bonuses and gifts. and we like bonuses and gifts. Hey, Eric Swanson, how you doing? And it really makes a difference with those bonuses and gifts. Thank you all for those 10s. That was awesome. So we're really, I'm going to bring up another, as we say, there we go. Steve, I'm bringing you up. So we do this as a team and a family, and that's really the part of what we do. So I've been in this business for 25 years. I was on the teams that helped take Tony Robbins, Robert Kiyosaki around the world. My business partner was Tony's VP for 18 years. My other business partner, it's really funny. When I really talked to Aaron, I said, Aaron, exactly how many? His one company has 47,000 clients. Active clients. So that's a pretty good place to be when you have a company. That's only one of your companies, but those numbers just mean, I always say he's got more gray hair than I do, but it's really because he has a team. So what we do is we build teams. Everybody write this down, team. The other thing that's critically important is you have a team is make sure that you always have a coach, a mentor, and a mastermind. And I talked about it yesterday. Somebody asked me to repeat it, so I'll do it really quick. You always want to have 3 coaches. Somebody who kicks your behind, that's your accountability coach. You want to make sure that you have somebody who is looking at your business, but they don't have to be ahead of you in the game. They just understand how it works. And then usually it's your personal trainer, your spiritual coach, whatever that is. Then you have a mentor. They're ahead of you in the game. They don't have to be the billionaire ready, but they're ahead of you and you're driving towards that. It could be financial, it could be physical, it could be their lifestyle, whatever it is. And then you have a mastermind. That's where a bunch of people get together and create something out of nothing. What book? Napoleon Hill. I mean, just Think and Grow Rich. How many times has that book been talked about? But Think and Grow Rich is amazing. Outwitting the Devil is the next one, and that really dives into the mastermind piece too. But make sure you have that. I don't care if you're an employee, if you own a business, if you have a brick and mortar. We taught a Hallmark store. They took their employees every Friday and did a half-hour mastermind with them, and the revenue in the store went up 32% within a week. So it's brainstorming those ideas, but it's not just brainstorming. It's really making sure you're part of a team. So here we have a team. We actually have a big team at the Tribune. We've got Ava, the captain of everything we do. We've got Alicia. It just goes on and on, the owner. But Sandy, why are you part of this podcast network? Tell people just a little bit about yourself and why you're here.
Well, thank you, Michael and Steve. Great to see you again today. And thank you again to Mo and Ava and Alicia and everybody else who's been supporting this amazing event. So Michael presented me with the idea last July, I think it was. It was around June, July when he started talking about it. And I was just like, pinch me. I was so excited because it's one of those things as a podcaster, it can be a lonely world. You're by yourself. So because podcasting has been my life and my podcast has been exploding over the past year, and being able to have the mastermind and pull together all of these amazing podcasters is just absolute magic, because together we can help each other grow, serve each other, swap podcasting guests and just create something that is truly magical for the world, because we're all about elevating the consciousness of the planet and spreading happiness and joy. And so being a part of it has just been amazing for me. And I've had the opportunity to work with many of the podcasters that are on, because I train podcasters to launch their podcast. And these people are incredible, and they're all so authentic and thought leaders in their own right. And so it truly is an amazing group of people.
Yeah, it really is too. And at the end of the day yesterday, we had Sam Crawley, and every day is Saturday, still does the show from his car outside of Dunkin' Donuts. I thought, oh, wait, is there a plug there? But, the greatest thing about it is he says, he's just been doing it for a couple of years. Yeah, right. Almost 2 decades. And he loves what he does. And he has a great lifestyle he's created. And, he says, yeah, I get up to 600,000 downloads a month. I'm like, that's not bad if we're doing it outside your car. And I know all the sponsorships. He hasn't had to work for anybody else for 20 years. Not a bad life, and then he gets to go play with his family all day long. But it's getting your message out there. And he talked about getting your message out there, and everybody can. So we're really excited too to have part of our team now in our long-term journey till we're all, turning 95. It's going to be great together. Steve, tell them a little bit about your background and why you're here.
So my background is I was at SiriusXM for 18 years. built the satellite sales platform from the ground up, and I been in podcasting the last year or so, and I am here because I just see an opportunity. I see a team being able to sell something as a network, put something together. I love to build, as I helped build that team for 18 years and watched it grow, and worked with my sales team. I'm a servant leader, so I like to put that out there, and I think it's important. And I think this is it's just really just a great opportunity here. This is different than anything out there.
Yeah. And that's, isn't that the fun part? It's like you're at the beginning. I talked to Mary about when they started, Robin's Research, and that was in 1989 when she came on board and became the vice president for the next 18 years. And they kept setting goals, and they kept looking at Tony going, okay, right? But we've never done something quite like this before. And there's a lot of things he wanted to do. He wanted to speak on the Great Wall of China. And Mary's like, that just does not happen. And years later, she got China to close it down, and he spoke on the Great Wall of China to the Platinum Partners. So, it's great having you on board, because you've seen it, Steve. You've seen it done away. You've seen the size of an international business, obviously a large broadcasting company. And at the same time, you're realizing there's other ways to do things now, because the world has changed. And if you really look at what's happened to the broadcast networks out there, and how many shows are being dropped right and left, or the percentage of shows that are not even being produced anymore. So, that's an incredible piece, and it's great to be here, and it's just great to have you part of this team. And I think that makes a bit of difference every day. And for those of you who want to be part of what we're doing, we're going to have ways that you can reach out to us. We're going to have ways that you can connect with us. We're going to have ways, if nothing else, that you'll be a listener and subscriber, right? Not everybody wants to do, a podcaster, but everybody has a message to get out there. Everybody's got a way you can, maybe you're an author, a trainer, a speaker, a podcaster, a mom, a dad, a grandparent. You have a story. And that's how Sam started his podcast. It was just because he just talked about things every day. Really didn't even know. Hey, from the Caribbean, I love it. He didn't even really know what he wanted to talk about. But his daughter just said, well, you're only home Saturdays. Every day is Saturday. And he made every day Saturday. And in a way, when you bring an audience together that's really helping each other, it just makes a difference every single day. Well, the other thing we're doing with our podcasters is we're creating a community. So with the whole team, and it's just not podcasters. We're creating the best guests on the planet, so you don't have to wait 5 years to be on the big shows. We're actually taking you through a process of training. We do a monthly mastermind with the podcasters and the guests and everybody together, so everybody becomes team and family. And we have a weekly call where we do training, because training to me is active. We're in a mastermind every single week, basically. We're a group working together. We're looking at a future vision together. We're looking at doing this. So if that's you and you want to be part of something like that, you need to reach out to us. So Sandy, go ahead and pop your email address in there. She loves when I give out her email address. And you're going to connect with Sandy, and she needs things like, are you a speaker, author, trainer? What do you do in the work? Keep it short. Okay. This is not novel time. And what we're going to do eventually is you'll have a direct way to connect with us. And we're very excited because the official website, which will be part of the Tribune website, will be going up within a week. And it's very exciting. We'll announce that too and get that out to everybody. But it's just a great day here. And it's great to have this team here. Steve, where do you see all of this in 5 years?
I see, a couple hundred podcasts. I think we discussed that yesterday, that are working together, and we can sell it as a network because we're moving in the same direction. We'll be able to obviously have guests, have hosts that are guests and guests that are hosts, and just kind of work it all. I mean, I know I'm giving Sandy more work to do, but I think it's just we're going to be able to grow this because everything's going to be a team, and being a team moving in the same direction is so important.
Yeah, I think that's the brilliance of what it is. Sandy?
Well, I am hoping to see all of the podcasters that are on the network. I'm hoping to see their shows grow and explode, and help them monetize so that they can actually, podcasting can be an expensive hobby. It was an expensive hobby for me for 2.5 years. you know? And so, it's nice to be able to reap some reward for the hard work that we're putting in, and so I'm really hoping that, not only will we all be able to be on some amazing podcasts and share our own stories and inspiration and add value to the world, but bring other people to these podcasts and highlight them, because it's hard getting exposure as a podcaster.
95% of podcasts aren't getting monetized at all. So,
that's right.
There's plenty of opportunity, but it's amazing. People do it for the love of it.
Yeah.
We'll have that, but we'll be able to monetize it.
That's it. And that's why really, Steve's not only part of this group because of that, because we also just like him. He's just a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't always root for the right football teams, but we just ignore that anyways. But
hey, we won a national championship.
You sure did. And that's all I'm going to say is blessings to you. That was awesome. But it is really how we make a difference in this world and how we're going to make a difference for other people. Because, for me, it's not only our kids and we all have kids, but it's my grandkids and it's that next generation. What are we leaving to them? And, there was that great story that was just told, and we've interviewed so many people. I think it was Sam, but, and I'm not going to repeat it right now, but it's how do we leave that message out for the next generation and what are they going to have to see? And for those of us doing this, I know my grandkids, not that I want to be in their face for the next 100 years, but I am, right? They're going to be able to see things that I created and help change the world and help make a difference. And I just won a presidential award, which is to me, the biggest honor about that is that means I made a difference on the planet somewhere. That means that I helped do something. And that's, I don't have it hanging up. I'm just not that. It's not, but it's like, all right, got to keep doing what I'm doing. Got to keep moving forward. I must be doing something right and moving in the right direction. And for all of you out there, get your messages out there. Get it really out there, and just have a great time doing it. So Steve and I are going to go away here in a minute, and I'm going to turn the show over to Sandy. She's got a big panel to bring up with a host and gets, hey, panelists, I can see you. You guys can't see them. Everybody raise your hand, panelists. Are you guys excited? You guys can't see them yet, but okay, they're excited. That's fantastic. And, just have a great day, everybody. Really join us on the journey, however that looks. Even if you're a small business owner, even if your employee want to be a business owner, there's always something to learn. And don't take yourself out of the game before you've given yourself a chance. And it makes a difference every single day. So without any further ado, Steve, any last words before you and I go?
All good. Just as I said, raring to go.
Raring to go. This is great. All right, Sandy, have a wonderful time and we'll be back.
All right. Michael and Steve, thank you so much. I am going to bring up the host of the next panel, my dear friend, Craig Bruce. Hello, my dear friend. How are you? So great to see you today.
Hello, Sandy. Wow, what an amazing time to be a podcaster, huh?
Yeah. So what are you most excited for about, moderating this panel today?
What I'm most excited about is the fact that we're going to bring on a 5 or 6 or 7 people who are thought leaders in what they do. They are insightful. They're going to be sharing some ups and some downs. And we're going to invite everybody who's watching live now or watching the replay to get out a pen and paper and take lots of notes, because here's what we know. We know what you write, you invite. And so that's what I'm really excited about.
All right. Real briefly, before we bring everyone up, why don't you just share a little bit about who you are and why you're so excited about the LA Podcast Network?
Yeah. So again, my name is Craig Bruce. I am founder and managing principal of Evolve Health and Lifestyle. And what we do every day is we are empowering high-performing executives and business leaders and entrepreneurs, just like all of us on this amazing event, to really understand that they can continue to achieve at a high level in their career, but they don't have to make the sacrifices in their health and their wellness and the relationships that many of us made along the way. And it's ultimately about living your best life now.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
So if you ever have an opportunity to work with Craig, he has got a just plethora of knowledge. His own experience has always been an inspiration for me. And I'm just so honored and privileged to call you my friend. So without further ado, we're going to start bringing up all of the panelists. And then I will turn it over to Craig to run this amazing panel. All right, guys, have a great time.
Yeah, look at these amazing folks coming on board. Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm assuming this is who we've got. Let's get started because we've got about 30 minutes and we want you to share your insights and all your learnings with the folks who are working. So Karen, I'm going to come to you and then I'll work my way around this amazing group of panelists. And why don't you tell us briefly who you are and what you do? So Karen will come to you, and then Fred, you'll be next.
Okay, thanks, Craig. My name is Karen Hall, and I was born premature, weighing a mere 1.5 pounds. I was a tiny but mighty fighter, and by the grace of God, I miraculously defied death. But spending 2.5 months in an incubator all alone, without a mother's touch, left me with some anxiety in my life. And I've had to learn to overcome fear, but I am an overcomer. And I love hearing stories of overcomers, which led me to start my podcast, The Hero Within, where I feature stories of how to navigate adversity, to find hope and healing, and return to love.
Karen, that's amazing. And thank you. And I got to say, if everybody showed up the way you're showing up for this event, man, the world would be a different and better place. So I just have to say, the way you're showing up and contributing is truly amazing. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Fred, who are you and what do you do?
Hello, thank you. My name is Fred Moskowitz. I'm known as the alternative investment expert. And what I do every day is to share a message of financial leadership, teaching people about building a strong financial foundation, learning about investing in assets, building assets that generate cash flow, because this is something I feel is missing from so many people's lives, is financial stability. And so that's the message I share.
Thank you, Fred. What a powerful message. What a powerful message. Let's see. Albert Corey, let's come to you, my friend.
Hey, Mr. Craig. Hey, everybody. Nice to see everybody. My name is Albert Corey. I'm known as the Profit Activator. We show you simple accounting and marketing to grow your business to the next level with less stress and capital. I've been helping my clients for almost 40 years, saving them millions of dollars. So, we help every business from lizard ranchers to actors and everything in between.
Awesome, Albert. Albert, great to see you here. Now, I'm not seeing everyone's name on the screen. So are you guys seeing the names on the screen? Okay, there we go. They ask and they magically appear. How about that for the LA Tribune, right? They work miracles in more ways than one. Janice, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Good morning, Craig. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me here. This is a wonderful presentation and a bit of knowledge being dropped over the last 2 days. But anyway, I'm Janice. I'm known as the real estate gal. I'm also a global breakthrough coach. I have been through so much in my life. It seems like I lived like 10 lifetimes already. So I would like to share that to people to make sure that they go through their passion, who they're supposed to be, and get out of that rut that's keeping them arrogant. So aside from being the CEO of Regal Real Estate group of companies, I as a service to the community.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. And then Lauren, how about you?
Hello, everyone. It's an absolute honor to be here. My name is Lauren Fields, and I turn dreams into reality. I am a life coach, psychology master's student, and motivational speaker based in San Diego, California. At 14, I was in a horse accident and woke up from a coma with a traumatic brain injury. This event inspired my commitment to wellness and the development of my coaching practice, Fieldswell. My mission is to empower you to release, evolve, heal, and transform into your most exceptional self.
Lauren, thank you. Thank you for sharing that story. We look forward to learning a little bit more. And Angel, welcome. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Well, my name is Angel Gonzalez. I'm the managing partner of Keystone Private Capital as well as the Keystone Advantage. So we primarily focus on not only private equity and helping people in commercial real estate, but we also help with people with really trying to market with AI and really kind of getting more acclimated with having impact with all their business alignments.
Awesome. Great. Thanks for sharing that. Hey, it seems like we're getting some feedback. And so if you guys, if you would, when you're not speaking, if you would mute your microphone, I think that will help help our viewers have a better experience. All right. You know, Friday, and I know many of you were here. This event was kicked off by Sharon Lechter, a mentor to many of us. And one of the things that she said that just struck me and has stuck with me the whole weekend is she said that we're all meant to be successful. And each of us is created to be perfectly you, and we are all here for a reason. My question to you, and Janice will come to you first, and then Fred will come to you. Why are you here on this planet?
That's quite a profound question to ask. People never figure that out their whole lives. It is something that you figure out, go along. You have to be aware here how things are unfolding in front of you. You have to be accept that things are happening for you and not to you, for you to understand that. In my case, I was a nurse and for 19 years. I did not really think that was what I was supposed to do, but I had to do it for some reason. So I did it. And I love helping people. Don't get me wrong. I love working in the emergency room. I love go back to life. And that thank you at the end of the day is so gratifying. But you know what happened is one day I was with my son and he had a seizure and eventually he stopped breathing. And when that happened, my body left my spirit, my body, and my body just knew to do. I was able to do CPR. I was able to do mouth resuscitation, while my spirit as a mom was side of my body praying and asking, please do not take my life. Okay, and so it was my muscle memory. My body was doing, and the paramedics came, and he came back to us. And so that was the moment I know that there was a reason why I was trying to be a nurse for 19 years. I was trying to be an instructor for ACLS and BLS, a big support, because one day I'm going to need it. So there is a mission that was given to you. It's hard for you to question it, and you have to understand that everything happens for the reason, and the good book says that. The Bible says that everything happens for a reason under God. So you have to be acceptable, and to understand that what you're going through is preparing you for something important, something bigger.
Yeah, I love that. And that just fits in so much with the theme of what's 2024? What's that quantum leap that we are? And when we can find that purpose,
Right.
and that passion that so many of the speakers have talked about and get aligned, then that's when 2024 will really truly be a quantum leap. So quantum leap. Fred, how about
Absolutely.
you?
Absolutely.
And again, thank you for sharing that. Fred, how about you?
Yeah, thank you, Craig. I love this question. You know, as someone who started out with a long, successful career working as a computer engineer, I was working in the tech industry. And as we know, it's a roller coaster ride. And I went through the .com boom, and then that was immediately followed by the bursting of the .com bubble. And through all that uncertainty and turmoil, I realized that I was spending all these years of my life building someone else's dream and not building my own. And so that started to motivate me to do something different, to find a purpose. And that's what got me started with alternative investments and buying and building assets to generate cash flow. And after some time, I started to turn around and teach others as well, because I feel it's so important to get clear on your purpose, find your why. What is your why? Spend time getting that dialed in. And when you have that, the result is you have a strong purpose. You're able to push forward when things get tough. You're going to have that persistence to continue towards your goals. And I'll just sum this up with something I learned from Howard Thurman. And he says, don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive, and then go do it. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive.
Say that again, would you?
Yes, don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive, and go do it. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. That's from Howard Thurman.
I love it. I love it. For those of you who are listening, I hope you wrote that one down. Lauren, how about you? What is it? Why are you here on the planet?
Sure. Following on what Fred just mentioned about coming alive, what makes me feel most alive is helping others get unstuck and reigniting their spark for life. And when, helping other people reignite their spark and feel alive again, and doing this by creating unique ways to do so has been really meaningful for me. And you'd be surprised how much is possible when you dedicate time to working on yourself, getting clear on your vision, and developing an actionable plan for how you're going to make that happen.
I love it. I love it. And getting clear, intentional, those are all critical parts of really who you're being and how you show up every day, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Awesome. Awesome. Mr. Corey, you might be muted.
Well, my mission is probably a little different. See, along the way, the world, everybody agree, raise your hand if you think the world is kind of broken, right? Well, guess what? Part of how it's broken, if I can get more people, small business to increase their profits with less cash flow and capital, that's how we can change the world. Because guess what? Broke people can't change the world. I started almost 40 years ago with $10. Okay, $10, and I built a global brand and met everybody, whether live or Fred, on events. But the average small business person doesn't get it. That if we're not making any profits, you're not going to change the world. Yeah. You can't even change, forget about change the world. Let's take it one step further to change yourself. It's about making the profits and have more money at the end of the month, increasing your profits. It's not how much money you make, it's what you have at the end of the month. And after doing this for 40 years, I kind of figured it out, and after helping 25,000 business owners, I definitely can tell any business, and right, Craig, we talked about this, and people I've known, I'm real good at helping people turn their business around.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. 25,000 businesses. Albert, that's got to be a world record, you think?
I don't even keep track. I call it one at a time, baby.
Okay,
one at a time. It's like drinking, take one down, pass it around, and make more money and let it go around.
Congratulations, Albert. That's a major impact.
Yeah, truly it is. And to have done that in, starting when you were age 5, right?
Pretty close. Listen, here's I know how old you are. The joke I would tell somebody in the office, how'd you start it? I used it. It was very simple. I used the right foot, left foot system of marketing. Let's see if you can figure that out for all you old timers. And guess what? And that would still work today. That's what's funny. Left foot, right foot marketing will work every day of the year.
Great. Thanks, Albert. Angel, how about you? What is it that why do you get up in the morning? What is it? Why are you here on this planet?
Man, it's interesting because I've heard a lot of the things that everyone else have mentioned, and I can't agree more. But I think one of the things that I find that is very crucial is, for myself especially, is the impact with relationships. I think that one of the things that I've been really focused on in helping others is that so many people, they get spread so thin and they go to all these different masterminds or different things that they do, and they don't realize that the impact that they can have can be right next to them or right in front of them, right? So it's one of those situations where I always talk about going deeper in relationships, really understanding what's the why behind a lot of people and their businesses and the things that they're trying to do. And the ultimate thing for us is that we try to also set people kind of like Corey in the right path so that they're able to actualize a lot of the things that they find to be meaningful to them. So sometimes freedom or things that people mention, it's not what it's about for us, but it's what is instilled for what it is in order for others to maximize who they are. And how can we build those relationships to unlock them to be able to basically be able to make that impact correctly.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of the comments around just truly unlocking relationships, building those relationships, connecting community. And Karen, will come to you, and then we'll move on to another question.
Well, thanks. The thing that gets me out of bed every morning and my why is based on my own experience. I suffered through my life at different times, and I needed to learn some skills. I needed to learn some emotional intelligence skills, and I needed to learn some self-development skills. And so as I learned to reframe things, and just like Janice was talking about, seeing that situation differently with her son, then I was able to see myself and to see the situation differently, which then empowered me to then help other people. And one of the things that I've learned about suffering, Marianne Williamson taught me this, is that suffering gives us X-ray vision into the suffering of others. And I have found that to be so true. And I'm attracted to people who are overcomers because of what they've gone through. And I feel like when we suffer, there are things that we learn, and then we can be more effective at helping lift and build other people by providing that empathy.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. That's very powerful. How many of you, because this segment, right, we kicked it off around, Michael and Sandy kicked it off with regard to announcing the podcasting for the Los Angeles Tribune. How many of you are podcasters? If you're a podcaster, raise your hand. Okay, good. I'm just curious for those, because if you're not a podcaster, how many of you have been on a podcast? Right. So that's all of us. And I want to just ask you to kind of keep your answer short here, because I've got one more question that I think the audience really wants to learn from you. But we're in an age, a digital age, where technology is changing faster than we as humans can adapt. Would you guys agree with that? I mean, it is changing fast, and we've heard a lot about AI. What do you see as the future of podcasting and how AI is going to actually impact that? And again, if you could just keep your kind of brief, that would be great. And we'll come to Karen. We'll come back to you.
Well, I think that hopefully AI will help us to get rid of some of the mundane tasks, and then we can use our creativity to build those relationships and to meet with people and have deeper connections, like Angel said, and that we can, turn over the mundane things to the AI.
Wow, great. Thank you. Thank you. Janice.
AI is very powerful. It's a tool for us to use. Sometimes and very intimidating. But in terms of using it in a podcast, I think AI really definitely help us hone in. And for people who are looking for certain things, there would be AI that would help us target which podcast is supposed to be what you be looking for, or you should be listening to. Same thing with the podcasters. They should be able to target the audiences that needs to hear the message through AI. So it is a win-win situation as long as how to utilize it for the good. Because there's also some scary things that it can do, and I don't want to delve on that. Maybe I want to look positively. But again, we want to use these as tools to greatly people's lives.
Great. I love that. Impact people's lives. Fred, how about you? Thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. The main thought is we've seen through the pandemic, technology has advanced for like 20 years in a span of 3 years. And so what's the impact in the realm of podcasting with AI? Think about this. Think about a lot of these tasks like cleaning up audio, the video, the production work, editing, all of those type of things. What about turning AI on to listen to a podcast interview and then create show notes out of the transcription of the interview? And so all of this allows for anyone wanting to create a podcast. It's just easier. It's so much easier. You don't need to have a fancy studio. Anyone with a cell phone and an internet connection, you are off to a great start. And so I think that this is opening up the stage for more people. And it's really the way that a famous person once said that all the world is your stage. Now all of us can live that and share our message, share our vision.
Awesome. Great, Fred. Thanks. Albert, how about you?
Well, I use it every day. In a sense that, Craig, you're the one you always used to say that a lot of my Facebook writings I can't spell, right?
I did say that.
Thank you. Well, guess what? You ever noticed the stuff lately, Craig? It's better. So I'm using it. It's simple that I can write the titles, and now I'm getting titles and wording more effective. So it became from my de facto writer.
Yeah.
So, and all my stuff is like raw and everything, but now all my titles and descriptions, there's no spelling errors. Well, if I don't run it through Grammarly anyways, there's no spelling errors.
Awesome. Thanks,
But
Albert.
that's how I use it. And
Awesome.
It's made a game changer because now I look like I can write when I never couldn't.
Well, your message always came through. Your message always came through. And Lauren, and then we'll come to you, Angel.
Sure. So I think, AI is changing things very rapidly and it's here to stay. So I think it's important to learn, how can I use AI for my advantage? And in relation to podcasts, generating ideas on titles or topics you want to speak about, researching guests to be on your show, researching other shows that are similar to yours. And additionally, one of my favorite parts about podcasts is watching the videos from the podcast. And so you can use AI to help generate and edit video content and create different reels or snippets from your show.
Awesome. And I see Mr. Eric Swenson just wrote a book while during this panel using AI. So kudos, my friend. Can't wait to read that bestseller. All right. And Angel.
Well, I ultimately say I'm the biased guy here when it comes to AI because I run an AI company. So as one of those guys that really believes in it, I think but everyone else has mentioned it, but it's meant to be a tool and also be able to make you more efficient, better with lead magnets, allows you to be more impactful when it comes to organization. So there's a lot of benefits to the AI. I can tell you right now that almost every single one of us that works in my company has it always pulled up and ready to go because it's all talking together and all in concert. So I think that AI has to just be embraced, and more people need to understand it's just part of our daily lives going forward.
Yeah, agree. I think we all agree. You know, we've all come here today to be part of a community, that has a strong message around leading with your life, leading your business. We're all connected now, and we all came here to learn. The final question, and you've got about 60 seconds to answer this question. And Angel, will come to you first, is what is it that you can recommend based on what you do and who you are to our viewers, just one thing that will allow them to quantum leap their life and their business in 2024? One thing.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm one of those guys who picks a word every year that I really believe I try to live by. I would go ahead and say that if you actually use the word excellence in 2024, it doesn't mean be perfect, excellence though. I think that that's where you're going to see that you're going to be able to really strive and push not only your business forward, but your daily life. Because every day you got to ask, what is the best that I can do? Have I been excellent at that thing that I wanted to put in front of me? Whether it's with my family, whether it's with my business, whatever I do. So I look at it as excellence has got to be the chase for myself and those around me. And actually it's been kind of impactful that in some of the circles that I run in now, I've been kind of putting that word out there and I see other people using it. I can tell you right now, strive for excellence in every capacity. You'll see success.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Albert, one thing.
Mine is easy, everybody. A, repeat after me. You're not going to do your own bookkeeping. And B, hire somebody to do your tax returns. Do not use TurboTax. Okay? Because so many people that I work with, oh, I don't need to pay somebody to do it. Fine. But that's why you're overpaying the IRS. You're getting IRS letters, everybody. Because you spend time, what's it say, in your business, not on your business.
Yeah.
Go make money on what you do and not spend your time trying to do TurboTax and doing your own tax returns.
Great, Albert. Thank you. I was anticipating that response from you. That's great. I love it.
But
Janice.
All right.
And then we'll come to Karen.
I think for me, it's just decide that you're going to make best year ever. Decide that you're going to kick butt this year. Decide that you're going to be the best who you can be this year. And number two is find a mentor. There's always who can bring you from here to miles away where you're going to, and somebody who's been there and done that to you make the same mistakes and waste time, precious time and energy and money trying to do just that. So, all the best for everybody here. So much for having me.
Good. Thanks, Janice. Karen.
Well, one thing that I think is very interesting is that love is a business strategy. And a lot of times we hear things like hope is not a business strategy, but I think it is. And I think love is a business strategy. And I was watching a video by Will Giarda, and he was talking about how it's not about how excellent your product is. It's not about how efficient you can serve them. It's about how we make people feel. And so the relationship is the most important thing. We've always known that about sales, but now it's even more so because trust is so important and integrity is a rare commodity, but we're in tune with that and we pay attention to those things. And so if we can really be loving and really have empathy for people, we can build those relationships. And one little mantra that helps me is to remember that I am a being of love and so are you. And that helps me to then ask, what would love do in this situation?
Wow. I hope everybody's writing these down. I'm taking so many copious notes. Thank you, Karen. Thanks for that. Lauren and then Fred.
My advice to make 2024 your year is to start, to take action. All of those things you have on your list that you want to do in this lifetime, 2024 is your year to start making progress towards those goals you have for yourself. I think so many of us are fearful to start and waiting for the right moment or opportunity to present itself. But once you actually start, you'll start to build momentum that'll help you keep going, and new information and experiences will present themselves along the way. And you'll be so proud of yourself for starting a year from now, when you can look back at all the little wins and opportunities that presented themselves to you because you started, instead of still being in that same position wishing you had started.
Yeah, thank you, Karen, for sharing that. And you know, we've heard it in many different voices over the last couple of days. Clearly, we heard it this morning loud and clear for those of you who are on, from my friend and mentor, Dame Doria. Just get started, take action. So thank you. Thank you for reinforcing that. And Fred, we'll wrap it up with you.
Thank you. Thank you. For me, it's very simple, very simple. Show up. Show up, because you never know who you're going to meet. You never know what is that new concept, that new idea that you can implement in your business, in your life. And for everyone in the audience, I want to congratulate you for taking action, because you've all shown up. And let me tell you, a lot of people talk about it. They want more, they dream about it, but they blame the president. They blame the economy, but they don't take action. And you did. So I want to congratulate you for showing up, because you're being open to learning and growth. And ultimately, this is an investment in yourself. And as someone that works in the field of investments, I know that that is one of the best investments that you can ever make. It's investing in yourself.
Wow. Fred, thank you. Sandy, Sandy, how many notes did you take?
Oh, I had my camera off backstage. Michael's texting me, don't leave. I'm like, I'm here. But this has been incredible. And so many golden nuggets were dropped. You guys were made it. Let's just give everybody, just give Craig and this entire panel a big round of applause. So amazing. So amazing. Thank you so much. All right. So Craig, I'm going to keep you on.
Okay.
For a few minutes, and we'll get all the panelists backstage here. All right.
Have I told you how talented you are lately? You're just maneuvering and bringing people up. And
well, I'm launching my podcast on E360 television for the Vitality Network, and then at some point it'll also go on the Los Angeles Women's Television Network, right, powered by JD3 TV. So this is giving me great experience, because this is basically what I'm going to be doing while I'm doing that. So yeah, I'm so excited. So what was your favorite part of this panel, Craig? And you were great, by the way.
Well, thank you. I'm just trying to keep up with you, my friend. For me, it's being able to showcase amazing talent by asking hopefully good questions, because I think life is all about asking the right question, or just asking questions. They don't have to be the right question, just asking questions. And for me, that was just to be able to do that and to showcase such amazing talent and people with messages that honestly can change the world.
Well,
part of it too. Yeah, here's me again. But part of it too, Craig, I think the great thing about that is part of the reason you're narrating is because you're able to help build their story. You're able to take from one to the other and move their story forward. And I think that's what makes a great narrator, is somebody who can keep the story going for the panel. And sometimes your questions will float in and out from that. And that's the beauty of what you do. And that's why I think you've been so successful in your life. And success means many different things. But, it's been financial, but also physically successful, and living where you want to live, and also still helping the community all the time. And I think that makes a big difference. So I just want to look at this. I don't even have my jacket on. I got all like casual, but
you did get casual.
I did. But I just wanted to just thank you too for everything that you've done from the Mentor Studio to the podcast network and everything we're going to do moving forward to just make this world a better place and help people transition.
Super exciting.
It is. All right, you two, here we go.
Don't you love how he just comes in and out? It's like beam me up, Scotty.
All right. I'm going to give you the pleasure, and we're going to bring our next speaker and host up to the stage so she can introduce the amazing speaker that we have coming up next. And I'm so excited for this. So go ahead, Craig, you do the honors.
I get to introduce Misty.
You do.
Oh my
How awesome
goodness.
is that?
You have made
How
my
lucky.
How lucky is that? Well, I am, you know what? I met Misty a couple of years ago through the Mentor Studio. And what I love most about Misty Kerrigan, besides her brilliance, is that she brings out the best in everybody she talks to. And through her work with mental health, through her work with helping
I know, right?
individuals in their business strategy. I mean, she is amazing. And so, Misty Kerrigan, take it away.
Craig, that's not bad for being put right on the spot.
I know. I'm like tearing up over here. I'm like, oh my gosh, that is so sweet.
I absolutely love this. So day 3, oh my gosh, I am very excited to be back. Been listening in off the Facebook, getting all these amazing nuggets, and it feels like a high school reunion, if you will, getting to see all the speakers that we get to travel with throughout the year or a couple of years. So I am very honored and excited to be here today. Want to thank Mo and the team at the amazing event. Sandy and Craig, Mr. Michael Silvers, so excited. And Alva, who is the executive chief of the newspaper, the LA Tribune. I love her. I'm so excited. And I love the organization. So without further ado, to help this event move along, I am very excited and honored to be interviewing one of the premier experts in the field of addictions, behaviors. This lady is phenomenal. Move along. I am very excited and honored to be interviewing one of the premier experts in the field of addictions, behaviors.
We have a back. We've got some background.
Oh, I was hearing my voice.
And I apologize, Misty. Kelly moved on my screen, and I was about ready to click to put her on stage, and I removed you, and I was like, oh no. Anyway, Kelly, Misty, you guys have a great time. I'll be watching backstage. I love you both, and
love
enjoy.
you, Sandy.
And let's bring some value. Awesome.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Sandy. Amazing. Kelly, there's a lot of downloads, there's a lot of people watching, and I bet a lot of these people are high performers, amazing at what they do. Some would even say obsessed. I don't know, when you really get to focus in and love what you do, it kind of becomes your identity, and you put all your heart and soul into it. And I am so very glad, because you are going to add so much value, because your journey to hell and back, and to hell and back, and to connection with others. And I think what the listeners are going to appreciate most right now is that you are no nonsense. You are very much direct in everything you do. And a little bit about your bio before I turn it over to you about how did you get here today. But if there is any award for excelling, I think, Kelly, that you would have this award. You became one of the top nurses in the field. And forgive me, but I know it was like crazy neurology and surgery, and certified as a heart nurse in the surgery rooms. You lived an amazing career, and you were young. You were like 22 years old when you started your first career. And so I want to kind of jump in and get you on this journey, because I think every road and step you've been on, some of our listeners today are in that step, whether it was the step 1, I'm just hitting my career and this feels amazing and it identifies me, to, oh crap, everything I know is gone and lost at sea. As you put in one of your excerpts, you've been in many magazines, you felt lost at sea, and then that triumphant journey back. So without further ado, Kelly, will you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got here?
Yes, thank you, Misty. First of all, I'm honored to have you interviewing me because you are my mentor on this journey. And we've heard so much about mentorship throughout these 3 days. These 3 days have just inspired me to no end. So thank you to Mo, and thank you to the LA Tribune, and to Michael, and to Ava, and to Sherry Gideons, and to everybody on here who keeps me on this journey. So I just wanted to do a big shout out there. But yeah, so I started as a critical care nurse at 22, working at the Mayo Clinic. And that was my identity, right? Nurse Kelly. And so that was great. That was my identity, but I was suppressing it with severe perfectionism and rigidity and alcoholism. And so at the age of 26, I broke my back nursing and underwent 8 spinal surgeries. The second one, the neurosurgeon that was operating on me with brain cancer. He didn't know he had brain cancer, and he severed an artery in my back, and I lost the feeling in my legs. And so I was on my parents' porch at the age of 30 in a wheelchair, and developed all the mental illnesses you hear about, right? Severe anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, post-traumatic stress. Long story short, I developed a severe opiate and benzodiazepine addiction, and made very poor choices in my addiction, got behind the wheel of a car. By the time I entered my first but not last rehabilitation center in 2014, I was facing prison. I was unemployable. I didn't have a penny to my name.
Wow.
I get emotional when I think about this because all of my mentors that I look to, like the Joseph McClendons and the Sir James Dentleys, have these stories as well. So I had a choice, right? We all have a choice. Even doing nothing is a choice. And at that time, those therapists and counselors really helped me to know that alcohol and the drugs was but a symptom. Because when I stopped taking those opiates, what was underneath all that was not the physical pain, but the emotional pain. So until I got to the root cause of the perfectionism and the eating disorders and then I really was able to dig in to the recovery part. So I went back to school. I walked up to that community.
Well, no, I want to pause this because I do know I've been reading, and this is all in your coming out novel. I know we're going to get a biography in the next year of this amazing journey. But is it true? Because I did read somewhere. Is it true the day you walked out of rehab, you went straight to the community college?
The day of,
you went straight over to the community college. I got chills to sign up.
Detox. I was sitting there and everybody had their laptops and everything. And I had the free backpack from the community college and the Bic pencil. And I just got started, like we just heard on the panel, right? So my story could go on, Misty, but the point of the story is, right, I kept hitting roadblocks. And that's really what I want to focus on this panel was, even signing up for the master's program from the community college, I had to go serve my time in maximum security jail, right? In the cell for 23 hours, out for 1. Noticed that everybody was in there for mental illness and recovery. Had my sponsor send me recovery materials. Started taking the women on the yard through recovery steps, right? Got out, started to, get my marriage family therapist license, hit a roadblock, was still on probation. Pivoted, opened a life coaching business. Right? So my point is, what I want to say is resilience isn't just about bouncing back, but it's bouncing forward, taking those hits, taking those challenges, learning to fail, learning to fall, and taking them as stepping stones to elevate yourself, right? It's that elastic band that stretches, but it doesn't break. And so when you're able to use that resilience in conscious leadership, it's beginning to lead with that awareness and that intention and that purpose of yourself and your environment around you.
Oh my gosh, Kelly, I absolutely love that. I love that your journey went from an inner sort of hell to an outer sort of service.
Yeah.
So like once you kind of used all this adversity as stepping stones to put under you to take that next step up, life didn't become easy. It wasn't an elevator. You didn't, okay, I feel better, floor 7, ding, right? As soon as you made that decision, more stuff came at you.
Yeah.
And so you have now you've moved into a career. You were a therapist for a little bit and then shifted into a group coach, a life coach, a mastermind leader, right? You have all this amazingness to just want to help people. Who is it that you serve? Who's some of the people that would work with you, and what would they, why? Because I love everyone, don't get me wrong, but you know how many life coaches we meet?
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So what separates you?
Yeah, thanks, Misty. That's a wonderful question. So I started off, right, really wanting to dig in with people with addiction. And what I found is addiction is not just drugs and alcohol, right? So even with myself, I'll share that I no longer, I have 16 years sober. I'll have 10 years clean this year. But now I've chosen addictions that are more socially acceptable, right? Now I'm addicted to work. Now I'm addicted to building programs. Now I'm addicted to, so I've built and accelerated a mastermind around that, right? So what are your addictive behaviors or destructive patterns? And that has a lot to do with emotional intelligence. So I focus a lot on that, right? Being self-aware of how our emotions impact our behaviors, words, and actions. And then getting really curious as to how those behaviors make people feel. So I work with people on, like you said, I'm really bold in really asking those tough questions to people of getting really rigorous with their current reality of how is your behavior impacting where you're stuck. And so those are the people I work with. And then I found when the pandemic hit that the adolescents started to come with a lot of behavior modification. So that's the group that I'm really focused on right now. And I wanted to share, since you're on here, that Misty and I just finished our adolescent coaching program. So we are launching that in May to work with adolescents. And Misty, I watched your panel, which I found that a lot of people on that panel are focusing on our youth. So that's really where I'm going to start to dig in, because the youth really is our future. So those are the types of people that I'm really focused on right now.
Now, I love this. I was looking at some statistics, and a lot of us entrepreneurs and business owners, us two included, we do have things like ADHD or addictive personality. And like you said, it's about finding that balance into what we could be addicted to be able to, I always say our minds are like Porsches. So if you don't know how to drive a Porsche, you're going right into a wall, right?
Yes.
So how do we, can you give us a little bit about what we could do to, and I love this because you come from such a bold place, is if I have addict-like tendencies, my behaviors, and I'm just kind of now taking, like you said, I'm taking this look around, how does my behaviors impact people? What's my next step?
Yes.
What's the nuggets for our leaders today who are like, oh God.
Oh, I love this question. So the amount of truth you can accept about yourself will determine the amount of healing that is going to take place within you.
Oh, can you say that again?
Yes. The amount of truth you can accept about yourself is going to determine the amount of healing that's going to take place within you. So you have got to get really rigorously honest about your current reality. And so let me go into that a little bit. There's 3 steps with emotional resilience that's going to lead to that consciousness. So number 1 is awareness. So when you're going, and it's a journey, right? This isn't this is an overnight process. Right? I know. And so this is the self-love journey, right? So in order to believe in your capacity to achieve and lead, it's the belief. You've got to be aware. You've got to be aware of your strengths. And on the flip side, what are your insecurities? What do you need to build on? So the awareness is, okay, what are my gifts versus what are my skills? And this is a really big one. When I went to this Bill Walsh event, which I
what
really
is the difference
loved.
between, Kelly, what's the difference between a gift and a skill?
Yes. Okay. So this is how you're going to know the difference between a gift and a skill. I can be really skilled at something, right? I can be really skilled at one-on-one coaching, but it might be sucking the life out of me, right? I might be really sucking the life out of me. I might get off those one-on-one sessions and be like, oh man, right? Whereas a gift energizes me. Right? I get done. I'm working with kids. It energizes me. I'm working with a population of addicts and homelessness population, and I go out and I serve them, and I'm working at a food kitchen and I'm clothing them, and I get done with that and I'm energized. That's a gift, right? So being aware of what those are, and it's okay, there's no shame in that, but really getting clear on awareness, right? So that is the first step of getting really self-aware. Where are you at with that? So that can build your resilience. That can really get you to know what's going on. And then the next one is, then you can be really intentional about where you're focusing your energy. Because if you're just really skilled at stuff, for another example is the maintenance work, you know, like the computer work and this and that, I can do it. I don't love to do it. So that's why I want to have proximity is power, people in my circle that I can go, hey, I'm a visionary. That's my gift. I've got this great vision of an adolescent coaching program, but Misty, you're really good at putting it together and stuff, right? So then I can lead with intention on the vision, but Misty, hey, I would really appreciate it if you could do that part, right? So then I'm energized on my vision. I can be resilient. I can lead with intention and purpose. Then Misty can do that, right? And then that last step, that third step, is the purpose. Because if I love what I'm doing, then I'm going to do it with purpose, on purpose. When you love what you do it with purpose, on purpose. So those are the 3 steps, Misty.
I was going to read it back, Kelly. So they're self-aware, intentional, and on purpose.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Right.
So I love that we have you here, because there's so much of your life. We could take a year of each of your life and really make that a book and a chapter and a lesson. But one of the favorite things I like to ask when I'm interviewing people is, what don't people ask you? What would be an amazing question that would make me look so brilliant, but that maybe throughout the interviews you've been in on the magazines and on the different podcasts and shows is, what do people forget to ask you that would be most beneficial for our audience?
People don't ask me, you know, what goes on when I'm not like this, right? So all people see sometimes is me on the cover of Brains magazine, or me on the LA Tribune, or me on this. And it's like, the reason I can educate on this is because I practice it every single day. There are days where I need to do behavior modification with myself daily, because I get lost in this sometimes. I can be on the computer, right? Just, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And I have to stop and get conscious and go, wait a minute. I'm not where I was 9 years ago, where I was seeking approval and working to get rid of the mistakes that I made. I'm not there anymore. I can give myself permission to step away from the computer, nourish my body, step outside into nature, come back. I'm still teaching myself, right? So I'm aware, I need to be aware of myself, my environment. So I think it's really important that you need to show people your humanness and talk with people and not at them. So I make sure that I do videos and I'm in my robe with my gray hair, right? And go, hey, hey, I just want to let you know that I just want to talk about vulnerability. I'm having a real hard day. And so I just want to let people know that that's okay. Connect with people on their humanness. Yesterday, I texted my niece. We had a Cobra Kai party where my mom dressed up as Miyagi-Do and my dad dressed up as the other. And so I texted my niece Lucy and I was like, hey, guess who was on the show yesterday? Sean Kanan. And she's like, what? No, you know, and I'm like, yeah, you know, so I'm human too, right? Like I get excited, you know, I get starstruck. I'm still me. So the humbleness of remembering where you came from, I will never forget where I came from. I will always reach out to people. I do pro bonos with kids that don't have funds. And because I remember what it was like when I always remember my why, which is I never want people to feel alone and afraid in their addiction like I did. Then I get present to where I am. And then I look forward to and excited about where I'm going.
I love this because I think the nugget I got out of it, and please, you can correct me. I know you're going to correct me if I'm wrong, though, but I got give yourself grace.
Yes.
Give yourself
Yes,
grace.
thank you. Yes, Misty, of course. Yes. That's so excellent.
You know, I'm just jumping on for a second.
Of course, Mr.
Everybody knows
Silver.
this. Hey, Kelly. You know, you said two things, Kelly, that I want the audience to hear. Number one, why would I work with Kelly? Why is that somebody that it should be part of what I'm doing? First of all, you said early on, you basically said I could talk about myself, but you made it, it's not about you. You turned it right around to it's about this audience. It's about the people here, you know. And the last thing you just said is you are who you are, and people now want that. That's what they want. They just want to know that you're real, that I know, like, and trust you, and I can be real too. You've given them permission to be real. And that's how healing starts.
Michael, I love
Those
that.
two things were just you nailed it. I just wanted to jump on, say hi, and thank you so much for being here and bringing this to our audience.
Michael, I just want to say, you know, right before I start, no matter if I'm talking here or talking on a stage, whatever I'm doing, I always pray right before and say, have no fear when the message to serve is clear, because my story is about me, but it's not for me. So thank you for that. You're absolutely right on the nose. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. All right, you two, enjoy.
Michael.
Thank you.
Michael, that was awesome. Thank you. So I know one of the people we both love is Brene Brown, because she definitely talks about you can't change when you're in shame. It's just you can't have personal growth and shame in the same sort of realm. And so I know there's a lot of people here in our audiences and our speakers and stuff that would love some Kelly nuggets. We would just like, you know, we got a few more minutes, and we would love those couple just nuggets that we could start to utilize in our life today, especially if we were kind of on that borderline too of that workaholic, or that I just got to get that fulfillment. I want to get this done. What do you suggest for us as we walk along this journey alongside you?
Yes. Brene, as you know, Brene is like but what I say around that shame too is you can't shame yourself into change. You can only love yourself into evolution. And so I love that, because in order to love who you are, you can't hate the experiences that shaped you. And so for so long, you know, I only wanted people to know me in recovery. I was like, so now I'm doing this, and now I'm doing this, and now I'm doing this. And when I started to share my story, you know, I would share when I got the Intoxilock out of my car, and I would share when I did this, and they want to know that. People come to me for coaching because of my story. Wow. They don't come to me because I look like this, right? They want somebody who has had struggle. They want somebody who goes through that. And so the analogy I give, right, and I saw this on a powerful woman's podcast, because I want to give her credit for it. This wasn't mine. She talks about like a huge ship that's sailing, you know, and so I want you to think of that if you're going through like huge struggles or huge hurdles that you think you can't get through. And she says, think about if that ship just changed its compass one degree. If you woke up in the morning on that ship, would it be going to the same place? No.
Wow.
No. So if your life gets overwhelming and stuff, you know, you just think about changing something 1%, and it's going to change the whole trajectory of your life. Resilience is the compass that guides you to endless possibilities. And so I just want to share that, because what makes someone human, what makes somebody real and authentic, is sharing these things so that you don't feel alone. And so that's the nugget I would give, is love all of you, right? The parts that are hidden in your subconscious, just take them out and play with them a little bit, experience them, emote them, look at them. Because when I did that, when I took all that shame and all that guilt and all that resentment and all of that and shared it, it became my truest, unique gift to the world.
Wow.
And we all have that within us. We have everything within us that we need to be successful and wealthy and powerful.
Well, I just want to end with, Bill Walsh always says is that your story is too big to play small. Your story is too big to play small. And I just want to say bless you and thank you for being authentically you and sharing your entire story. Because I think that just by seeing you, so many other people are going to want to be able to get up in the morning and be like, I could do this too. I could do this too. So thank you, Kelly.
You know, the thing I know, but the thing I love too is, you know, I've done this right. I've done 5,000 of these, but the greatest thing that you two said, one other thing too, is, do you know, at Peak Potentials for 10 years, we tried to start coaching for kids. And we constantly, you know, it was the parents. We couldn't quite get them to flip. To hear that you guys are working and going to help that community and be part of that community and work on the next generation is the best thing on the planet. And thank you so much for what you're doing. And both of you. And Misty, one of my oldest students on the planet, not as in age, but as in you are brilliant at what you do. You're brilliant success in what you do. And
Yes.
and you will never stop. And that's what's brilliant. It's just it's an honor to just have known you this long and for a long time to come.
Michael.
What a beautiful panel. Thank you to all of you. This is
Thank
just
you,
like
everyone.
our
Thank you,
panel.
guys.
Thank you. And
Now
Sandy,
let's get
you're
ready
doing
because
an
this next
incredible
panel
job.
is going to be so good.
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
we'll turn it back over to you.
All right, you two. Enjoy.
Thank you. And Kelly, I was just getting chills the whole
I
time
know.
listening to her.
I know.
I never get enough of my Kelly. She's so amazing.
She is, you know, and that is the great thing. It's the brilliance that comes with what we're doing. And, you know, always, how do we make a difference? And what's really interesting is the panel you're about to bring up, it's brilliance galore again. At the same time, one of the panelists just spoke at Podfest, one of the big podcasting events, and actually talked about us too. So just have a great panel, you guys. It's been an amazing day, amazing show from the Los Angeles Tribune and everyone here. We're just so blessed to have this brilliance on. And back to you, Sandy.
All right. Well, Craig, welcome back. I'm going to start bringing up this amazing panel. I'm so excited for you to meet these amazing humans. I know most of them personally and had the pleasure of working with them. They're incredible. So guys, have a great time. I said this yesterday when we started the second panel. You got some big shoes to fill because that last panel was really amazing. So let's go.
Yep. And if you have, by the way, if you have a noisy background, try to keep yourself on mute until it's your time to talk. That'd be awesome. All right, have fun.
Yeah. Hey guys, welcome. It's great to see some amazing entrepreneurs and podcasters. Yeah, we're hearing just a little bit of background. So if you could mute if you're not talking, that would be great. So welcome again. My name is Craig Bruce, founder and managing principal of Evolve Health and Lifestyle, and we work with high-performing executives, business leaders, and entrepreneurs just like you to help them realize, hey, you can continue to be successful, and you don't have to sacrifice your health, your wellness, and relationships that many of us sacrificed along the way. So let's get started because we know there's brilliance. And again, for those of you who are watching live in the virtual arena, and those of you who are watching the replay, really suggest that you get a pen and paper. I know it's old school, but what we write, we invite, right? There you go. Look at you guys. All right. We're going to start again. I want you to introduce yourself, and Anthony will come to you, and then Aaron will come to you, and then we'll just work our way around. I want you to introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, what you do, and tell us why you do what you do.
Hey, Craig. One, I want to thank you and the LA Tribune. This has I've got pages of notes. I mean, this is a great weekend, great nuggets. I'm a Navy veteran, entrepreneur, community leader, servant leader, and my focus is to be a culture coach. I sometimes you pick a career that's socially acceptable, and somewhere along the line you figure out what your God-given talent is, and that's where I'm at. Right? I wanted to create a movement helping people get better, understanding about professional durability, what it is, how it applies in someone's life to help them navigate the ongoing storms that we face in our personal and professional lives.
Anthony, thank you. And man, thank you. Thank you for your service, by the way, too. Okay. Who did I say we'd go to next? Aaron?
Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. Thanks for
No
keeping
problem. Yeah. My name's Erin Laporto. I am a somatic embodiment coach, and I help people basically thrive after trauma, and trauma affects us in three major ways. The first is with our own body, the second is in our relationship to others, and the third is that we tend to lose our direction in life. So I help people through the body come back to that, because as much as our mindset, we can get that right, but if we're tripping over the stuff that's like stored in our body, we're not going to get where we want to go. So that's where I feel really blessed for the people that I have been able to serve in that way.
Awesome. And thank you for that service as well. And Erin, why do you do it?
Oh, because I needed it so many times. I mean, that's like the bottom line. And I will tell a story really quickly, but I was struggling with an eating disorder that developed because of my trauma. And I showed up to my therapist's office early one day to catch her chain smoking cigarettes before our session. And I was just like, what could you possibly have for me when you're dealing with an addiction of your own? So I beelined it straight to the library from there. And I was like, I'm going to get on this myself. And I did. And I make sure that I walk my walk, because that's the most important thing we can do.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting that I would say most of us, that our journey, we do why we do because of who we were many years ago and how we evolved. I mean, that's clearly my story. How many of you is that your story as well? We do what we do because, right? We had to not fix ourselves, but we had to evolve, right? Okay, Dr. Catrice, let's see that smile.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Catrice Austin, aka the Queen of Smiles, and I am the host of the Let's Talk Smiles podcast, helping America smile again, have healthier, brighter, and confident smiles.
Thank you. And why do you do what you do?
I do what I do because I truly believe that dentistry is a right and not a privilege. I think everyone deserves to feel the power of a smile. And I became a dentist because of my own smile journey of not loving my smile when I was a young girl. And when I got to high school, enough was enough. And my mom invested in those braces that literally changed my life. I decided at that moment that I wanted to help others feel good about themselves, that confident smile, and go on to do great things in their lives.
Dr. Catrice, thank you. Thank you for that work. Thank you for sharing that powerful story. Jacqueline.
Hi, I'm a faith-based screenwriter from Canada. My name is Jacqueline Witt. And I was listening to Preston Brown yesterday, and he was talking about doing the right thing at the right time, you know, because sometimes we want to do it at the wrong time. And my husband and I had a dream for years. We wanted to go somewhere, have an adventure, and start our own business. So a year and a half ago, we sold everything, quit our jobs, and moved to Mexico so we could start an online screenwriting academy.
Wow. And why do that?
Well, okay, for myself, I went through a lot of growing pains trying to figure out how do you actually write a good screenplay. And, you know, everybody goes on that journey, but I kind of found out some things along the way that could help other people, you know, get there faster. They don't have to take as long as it took me.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Will, let's hear from you. Tell us a little bit about you, what you do, and why you do it, please.
All right. You guys can hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. I'm Will Schneider. I co-host the Men Talking Mindfulness podcast with that other guy over there with the very similar looking screen. It might be the same looking screen, actually. Yeah. So I co-host this podcast called Men Talking Mindfulness. It is a podcast that helps men and all people, but mostly men we work with to help create more happier and more harmonious and more healthy lives through understanding the practice of mindfulness. I've personally, I've been in recovery for a long time as a self-shamer, and shame is something that men live a lot with. And so we're trying to shift the narrative about what it means to be a man and what to like fully embody masculinity. And that's all of it. That's just not being the conqueror, the provider and protector, but also the someone that's kind, someone that's generous, someone's like the mentor. And it's really been an awesome journey to be able to do that and see the effect we're having out in the community, because men really need help. And it gets me up every day knowing that if I can just change, and John and I just change one choice one day for one man, who knows what that can continue forward.
Yeah, wow, that is so powerful. You know, as men, we're taught, right? We're taught not to be vulnerable. We're taught not to cry. You know, we're
Yeah.
taught, right? And man, thank you for doing this work. Thank you for doing this work. We need you guys. Hey.
Yeah, thank you. It's been fun doing it for sure. So thank you for having us today.
Yeah. Okay. And last but not least.
Hey guys. Well, first off, I just want to say, wow. I just watched that portion with Kelly and Misty, and that was super powerful. And I love that they spoke about Brene Brown. Huge Brene Brown fan myself. And then they wrapped up with those Kelly nuggets, especially that shame piece, that you cannot shame yourself into change. And Will and I talk about that on the show. And I also agree with Catrice. Braces changed my life. And now I have a decent smile because of the braces. So I also want to say thank you to you, Craig, for being the panel host today, and Mo and Michael and Sandy and the team there at the LA Tribune. I know you guys are doing amazing work behind the scenes. I'm John McCaskill. I'm a retired Navy SEAL commander. And in 2005, I was involved in an operation that went horribly sideways, and we lost 19 men. And this caused me a lot of pain and anxiety. And eventually, luckily, I was introduced to mindfulness, and I attribute it to not only changing my life for the better, but quite literally saving my life. And now I am a mindfulness teacher. And like Will said, I co-host the Men Talking Mindfulness show with him. And we work to bring clarity and fulfillment to men and those with men in their lives. So it's for everyone through the show. And we do that through sharing our own stories along with the stories of our guests. And we pride ourselves on being raw and open so our stories can help make others' lives better.
John, first of all, thank you for your service. And thank you again
Honor.
Thank you for what you guys are doing. We as men need you. So thank you. And it's wonderful. For those of you who are watching, don't you just feel the good vibe with this group? I mean, we don't all know each other, but don't you just feel a connection? If you feel a connection, right? Good. Well, amazing. Thank you. I think that says a lot about who you are as people. Which is why we're all here. I want to, this world is crazy. Would you guys agree? I mean, we're living in probably unprecedented times. Thank you, Doria. We are living in unprecedented times. It's often described as VUCA, V-U-C-A, volatile, right? Uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And that term's been around for a long time, but it just seems like it's so appropriate right now. Just curious now, how many of you have your own business, right? We're all entrepreneurs, right? I'd love for you to share, because part of why we're doing this is to impart your wisdom and your experience to those who are watching. I'd love for you, and Jacqueline will come to you first, and then John will come back to you. Share a critical moment in your business or in your life where you really had a challenge and what you did to move forward to where you are today.
Wow. Okay. Well, living in Mexico, everything is different. Coming from Canada, like we're used to having stable internet, stable electricity, like everything like that. And so we had to learn how to adapt to a new location, new language. And what I have found, though, is that when we can plan and make sure that we have like a backup and everything like that, then we can still fulfill our the things that we've committed to. When you have classes to teach, if we have to travel to the city that's like a half hour away in order to rent a hotel room and teach, that's what we do. And, so like there's adventure in that. Like in some ways it's easy to say like, oh, this is so exhausting or this is a struggle, but there is so much adventure. If you have the right attitude, you can actually really enjoy it. Even when things seem to go wrong, you can have a really great time.
Yeah, I love that perspective. I spent 4 years living in Mexico City as an expat, and the way I woke up every morning. Every day's an adventure, you know. And so I love that. John, how about you? What's a critical moment, a challenge, and in your life, your business, and how did you move forward?
I will have to attribute our moving forward to Will. We started our podcast as an Instagram live, and eventually moved to the podcast side. And I remember getting about 8 episodes in, and we weren't getting the listenership that I thought that we should get right off the bat. I was like, hey, we're entrepreneurs. Everything's supposed to magically happen for us. And about 8 episodes in, I called Will. I was like, Will, I think we're done. I think we should shut down Men Talking Mindfulness. And luckily, Will was like, hey, man, just hang in there, hang in there. So we did. We hung in there. And this was about 4 years ago. And now we're one of the top 2.5% shows on the planet, and we're continuing to grow, which is one of the reasons we're here. Is we want to bring what it is Will and I are teaching. But that lesson is hang in there through that VUCA environment, like you said, Craig. And you got to launch, learn, and adjust, right? And I know there's several folks here who know that saying. You got to launch, learn, and adjust, and continue to learn and push through those hard times. And I got to say thank you to my brother from another mother, Will, for helping me to push through that downward time in the entrepreneurial journey.
I love it. You know, I bet how many of us have how many of us have been at that place in our business, right? As entrepreneurs, I know I clearly have, and I think what keeps us going is the why, the impact that we know we can have, and I hope those of you who are watching wrote down launch, learn, and adjust. John, thank you for that. All right, let's come over to Erin.
Yeah, so I think that my biggest kind of challenges that I've had in my business is when I've actually had challenges with my body, and I've actually suffered 3 post-concussion syndromes that have made me need to stop everything and reassess. And to really look at each of those moments as, what if this wasn't happening to me? What if I wasn't trying to get back to where I was, but what if this was happening for me? And how can I take what I've been doing and streamline what's most important to me to move forward? And if I could do that without the injuries, without the total life disruption, like that would be magical too. And that would be my takeaway for everybody is, are you paying attention to the most important things that you feel you're here to do, you're called to do in this world? So that would be my way to go every single time. Just
Erin,
use it.
thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Dr. Catrice, how about you?
I started my dental practice in 1998, and it came to 2017. My lease was up, and I had the decision, do I sign another 10-year lease in New York City? Or I had these visions of being an expert, an author, a speaker, and coach. And I had that decision, do I sell or do I continue on? And I decided to sell. Well, I sold to a company that gave me a lot of money, but they weren't a great fit. And the first 3 months, I found out really, really quick. And I found myself, my business was declining because I had to stay on for another 3 years. My business was declining. I was watching my baby go down before my eyes. And I made the tough decision, or had to make a decision. Do I stay with this company that's really mine, but I sold, or do I walk away? And I decided that, you know what, my happiness and my customers, seeing them happy was most important. But I needed to walk away from that situation. And it was one of the toughest things that I did in my life. But I knew that I could start all over and rebrand myself the way I wanted to continue on as a dentist. And that was the toughest business choice that I had to make, that some of you guys out there may have to make. And always choose yourself, your happiness, your business model, your customer service all matters. And I could not continue on for 3 more years practicing the way this new company wanted to practice. So I walked away, and I'm so much happier.
So Dr. Catrice, that is such a powerful story, because I'm sure we all talk to our clients out there, talk to people who are just not happy, right? They're miserable. They're in a situation, they're in an environment where they don't have control, they don't have influence, they're not happy. And I think and how do you get out of that? But it sounds like you were driven by your mission. Sounds like you were
Yes.
driven by your why, and that truly helped move you forward. So thank you for sharing that. There's some. Hey, I hope you guys are listening to this out there and taking some notes. All right, Will, we're going to come to you, and then Anthony will come to you with that question around a critical moment, a challenge.
One thing. Well, there's something that not just one moment, and there are those moments, but I think it's really important to talk about managing yourself. Like when you begin to get into that start, when you want to launch, all that negativity from the past and the self-sabotage is going to come up. And how are you managing that? What are you doing in order to overcome those voices, in order to take that next step, in order to launch? And that's why it's so important for me, like what I've developed in order to get away from, I talked about like being in recovery from shaming, right? It's like, what are you doing and saying to yourself, and what's to make your mind something that works for you instead of against you. And that's something that I do every day. I think it's really helpful for me. It's like, it's not just working with mind and mindset, but what are you doing to stay healthy in your body, which is so important. You reward your body, you're going to reward your mind, and then start working on your mind through meditation or affirmations, or, maybe working with a coach, going to see a therapist, because you need to get out of your own way in order to find the way and then continue down that path. So it's something it's something it's constantly on the inside. But as I keep practicing, as I keep developing this new mindset, as I keep upgrading my internal system, it gets a little bit easier. I take more risks. I get more courageous. One last thing I'll say is sometimes it's, you don't have to do this all alone. Is I do this with other people if you can. Even getting a mastermind group is so important because they're going to reflect back to you something that you might not be seeing. John and I, one of the reasons that we're growing and so rapidly in success is because we have one another. We're able to tag team. We're able to talk about different ideas. We're able, and actually lift each other up when we need to. So
that's fantastic. Thank you, man. There were so many nuggets in that around controlling your environment and community. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anthony, we'll come to you, and then we'll switch. We'll just continue the flow.
Right. Well, absolutely. As an entrepreneur, I've had, multiple businesses, and sometimes the mistake as an entrepreneur is we see opportunities and we've been successful and we have a can-do attitude. And sometimes we need to understand that we need to figure out, like Aaron was saying, and Will, we need to really look in and figure out what do we need to pick up and what do we need to put down. I mean, there was a time I was running a trucking company because I saw the opportunity. There was a lot of money to be made, but I was not in alignment with my God-given talent. And sometimes we need to, as entrepreneurs, look inward to see what's really going on, look outward for those resources. But boy, I had to get on my knees and look upward to look for guidance. And sometimes we get so focused on the barrage, the storms, putting our hands on it, figuring problems out. We're gonna serve. I could do it. And we get to a breaking point and we don't really realize what we really need to do is take a step back and reevaluate. Are you in alignment with your values and what you're supposed to be doing? And, that's what's happened for me, really kind of getting in a place of self-awareness, but realizing that my spiritual connection was being thrown to the side because I was getting blinded on my day-to-day operations that I could do it.
Anthony, thank you for that. Just some powerful thoughts in there and concepts and learnings and teachings for all of us around alignment and values and the importance of all of that being aligned. Will, I'm gonna ask a question that I'm gonna come to you first. It's Michael.
Just keep going. I'm just here. I'm listening.
I never know when Michael is going to drop in or zoom in or zoom out. So. And I'm going to ask you to just keep, because I have two more questions I want to ask, and we got to get to that really nuggets that everyone has come here for. But Will, you talked a lot about, or you mentioned about controlling your environment, right? And managing your environment. The question to all of you is, and just briefly, if you could share, and we'll go Will, and then we'll come to Jacqueline, is how do you manage, because we've heard this message consistently over the last 3 days around managing your environment, managing your energy sphere, whatever. How do you do that so that you can truly show up as you?
First thing to do is to get to calm. Like that's just the only way to light up all your biological brilliance on the inside is to get to calm. What is
Love
the
it.
easiest way to get to calm is to find your breath. Some people haven't taken a breath in like a big breath in 10 years. Let's everyone take a big breath right now. Let's do that. Everyone empty out, let it go out. Shh, empty out, empty out. Let's everyone take a big giant inhale. Fill your whole torso. Inhale. And let it go out.
Love it.
And if you do 10 more of those, right,
Yeah.
you're gonna get away from the rat race in the mind and all that thinking and all that negativity and all those distractions and the to-do list, and you're gonna get into a place of calm. When you're calm, your mind opens, that biological brilliance comes online, and then you can be like, oh, that's what I need to do, because that's when you get into that space of clarity, and with that clarity, you're lifting your head above the fog of distress, and I can see and step forward more effectively when I do that.
Thank you, Will. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. It's creating that mindfulness, that awareness, that through breath. Jacqueline.
You know, another thing that I'm hearing within this group right now is authenticity. You know, like Men Talking Mindfulness, the smile, you know, coming through trauma and getting on your knees, getting in alignment. All of that is about authenticity. And when you have all of those things and you can actually, you know, operate your life from that position of this is who I truly am. I'm not trying to force myself to be something I'm not. Then I think that there is so much joy that can come out of the work that you do.
Awesome. Thank you. And I'm going to come to Dr. Catrice for the last one on this question. Is that okay with you guys? If that's okay with you guys, give me a thumbs up, because I want to get to the really, really, really tidbits that people. Dr. Catrice, how about you?
Yeah, I just set my environment to calm, like was said earlier. I start my morning with candles, coffee, and laughter. I like to hear a good joke in the morning, get my endorphins going, get the mood going. And how can you have a bad day when you started off with a smile and laughter? And that's how I literally start my day.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That's great. Well, you know, we know that all of the listeners, they've come here for multiple reasons, to be part of a community, to learn. We know that you all are successful entrepreneurs. Some of you podcasters, some of you are not. You got 60 seconds. All right. And Aaron will come to you first. What piece of advice can you give our listeners that will allow them to implement right away, that will help them have a tremendous 2024, to really have that quantum leap in 2024? And then we'll come to you, Anthony.
So I think that idea of coming into alignment and coming into your alignment with everything that's true. One of my favorite quotes to kind of come by is that you are the sky and everything else is the weather. So how do you make space to take care of those pieces that you tend to trip over, that you want to push away and push aside? So many people think that peace is getting rid of the bad, but peace is just making space for it. So really give yourself permission to be all that you are, and you will move further, faster that way.
Oh, wow, powerful. You are the sky and everything else is the weather. I wrote that one down.
Emma Chodron should be. That's who I heard it from first.
Okay. All right. All right. Who did I say we're coming to next? Anthony. I think it was you.
Correct. For me, I would just tell people you need to identify a culture statement for yourself. You know, and are you in alignment in your personal, professional life with that culture statement, your personal brand? For me, it's a quote. Lombardi, individual commitment to a group effort. That's what makes a team work. And really that's a call to action for a servant leader, right? It's your individual commitment to consistently evaluate what are you doing to help those that you support and serve every day. And if you're not sure what that individual commitment is, it's accountability. Hold yourself accountable consistently to the things that you say are important to you. Be the example.
Awesome. Awesome. How about John? One piece of advice.
Sure.
Coach.
Yeah, I'm a big Rocky Balboa fan, and I'm sure everybody here on the panel and everybody watching has heard Rocky Balboa say it's not about how hard you hit, but about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That one resonates with me, and I use it all the time because guess what? We're all going to get hit. We're all going to get knocked down, but it's a matter of whether or not we get back up. And that's you got to develop that. You got to develop that resilience because in life we're in one of three places. We're either just now getting knocked down, we're getting back up from having been knocked down, or hate to be the bearer of bad news, we're about to get knocked down. So get ready for it.
Thank you, John. That's great. I love it. I love it. Dr. Catrice, and then we'll come to you, Will. I believe that'll be our last one.
Well, I have to say, John literally said what I was going to say. A setback is set up for a comeback. However, the thing that was a game changer for me last year was joining an amazing mastermind, just having that support, people to share ideas, experience, share on things that I was struggling with. So if you can find a great group of entrepreneurs that are on the same mindset as you, it'll be a game changer for your business in 2024.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Catrice. And we'll wrap it up with you.
Yeah, thank you. Change starts in small incremental doses, one step at a time. Small is all. So if you take and look at your habits, and the habits that work, great, keep them, enhance them, keep working with them. But habits that don't work, what if you start chipping away every day a little bit, and start to change that habit? Then you start to move the needle around on everything on your life. And you might need help, to kind of identify what that is, or work with somebody like a coach or somebody to help you take those steps, right? Like training wheels. We need to ride a bike, in the beginning with little training wheels. Get those training wheels. And then all of a sudden you're taking those training wheels off and you're coasting down the road. So just one small is all, one little step, one little change starts to change everything.
I love it. I say to my clients, it's about progress, not perfection. Did we?
All right.
Exactly.
Yes, Michael. Back. Hey, wasn't this an amazing?
So, it was
the connection. You guys are loved it.
Yeah, you guys rocked. Thank you so much for being part of the panel. Thank you so much, Craig. What a great leader. Give Craig a big thunderous round of applause. And everybody listening to this broadcast too, Craig's going to be back in a little bit, and you're going to hear actually what he does and the brilliance of everything that he does. These are our great podcasters that are part of our network. We're so excited to have them all on. Thank you so much all for you being here. And it's just a great day. And Craig, I'll see you back in just a couple minutes.
Okie doke.
All right, fantastic. Well, I wanted to bring up to the stage, we bring brilliance every day, and that, we have launched here. I'll just bring you up because I'm chatting about you anyways, but we launched the podcast network yesterday, and we were very excited with the Los Angeles Tribune, what we're creating, because it's getting the message out there. And here's somebody else who's Noelle Agape is exactly doing that. She is getting the message out there, but also helping heal the world, because I think that's that big part that is so important of everything that we do. And especially at the Tribune, it's always about being of service and how can we service others and make a difference. So Noelle, we just have a couple minutes here, but tell the audience a little bit about what you do. And they always love to know something about you nobody else knows.
Okay. Hello, my friend. How are you? So grateful to be on here. Thank you for having me. I am Noelle Agape. I am a TV executive producer, and I have a TV network on E360, Apple TV, the Amazon Fire. But mostly, I'm a quantum energy trainer and an NLP trainer. I'm a licensed therapist, and I speak around the world. And we work with the mental body, the physical body, the emotional body, and the energetic body. And we go in and we use your voice literally to get your imprint out to the world. And so your voice is your imprint to the world. And finding that inner voice is how you have an outer voice.
Mm-hmm. And one thing about you nobody else knows?
I'm a badass wakeboarder.
Oh, there you go. I love it. Noelle, they won't remember anything else, but that they're going to remember. So that is fantastic. The one thing that this question always comes up, and especially from our audiences, is let alone they want to know something about you nobody else knows, but what keeps you moving forward? What either great podcast or book or what is that thing in your life that just keeps you going every single day?
I would say it's guided me through me. And so energetically, it's connecting and being in alignment every single day and moving in service and getting my voice out to millions to help others have their own voice. That's my why. For sure.
I love it. I love it. You know, somebody said to me, "What's your why?" the other day, and I just popped up grandkids, and I've been doing that for about 4 years now. But
I have 2 daughters too. So
there you go. It's right. It was the kids. Now it's the grandkids. And my kid said to me the other day, "It's like, did you forget us?" And all of a sudden, we hear all about grandkids. But it is. We're doing this for the next generations, right? We're really doing this for what we're going to leave and how that looks. If I was starting right now, because it's different in our world, especially in the media world, it's very different now. And if you look at even the podcast world, you know, and how few with all the millions of podcasts, and less than 7% are actually doing anything. It's amazing out there, because you're always feeling alone. But what if you were to start again today, and I was starting out in media or broadcast or podcasting or social media, what's some advice you give me?
I would say connection. It's the 3 components are finding your voice first, and finding the self-love within you, and the ability to do it within you, but finding a support system behind you. I think that it is community. You know, I'm part now of the Los Angeles Tribune community, which is a beautiful, conscious community. They are in alignment with my values and my mission, and so find you first, and what your voice is, and if you need help, then always go into a community. But quantum leaping is truly embodying the piece of you that is not you, but the desire is not even yours. It's coming through you to be brought out to the world. So when you're so dialed in with who you are, you know who you are, you're so dialed in with that desire, and it's really your mission to bring that out to the world. And it could just be being a mom or a granddad or whatever it may be. It doesn't have to be in the media space like we are, but getting your voice out to the world means truly connecting with you, and then connecting to the others outside of you that are in a tribe that are similar to you, right? And find your people. Right. That's the best way to do it, and embodying the energy of whatever it is that you want to bring out to the world. That's the biggest thing that I can say is the desire is coming through you, so embody it. And one thing, Michael, that most people don't know about quantum leaping, and this is just a little bit of quantum science in the quantum fields, is that you actually, the desire already exists, and you just have to become the frequency of that. And so if you become the frequency of your desire, and you surround yourself with the frequency of desire with community or connection, then you're going to be in full authenticity and become it and be it, and shine your light in the way that needs to be shined in that way.
Yeah, that's beautiful, because again, it's everything you said there is about how we affect others, right? And how we create a greater presence for people out there, and how that really changes the world. And sometimes too, what I hear a lot of times, people getting into this world, I want millions of people to follow me, but and then I say, but what are you really looking to do? Well, I want to do this. And can you talk a little bit about that? Because you don't need millions of followers to be successful in our business. You could see it that way, but it's not that way at all. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. And so are you manifesting from your ego, or are you manifesting from consciousness, right? And so conscious media, which is what we preach all the time, right? Conscious media is understanding and knowing that it's getting your voice out to the world. And I will say this is one of my dear friends said this to me, and it's stuck with me through my media journey. Now, your talent will get you the platform, but your character will keep you there. And so living as you, through you, building a community of people, you can be in a room of 50 people, and those 50 people connect with you more than the 100,000 people on Instagram, right? And so it's knowing and understanding that when you're in your lane and you're in your space, in the media, because this is a big world, right? But in the media, it's just being you and bringing you out to the world, and then connecting to the people that are like you, because that's people are going to connect with authenticity and alignment and authenticity. That's what they just said on that last segment, right? That's what I heard. And when you're bringing that out, your voice is a frequency. Think about that, right? Your voice is a frequency, and authenticity is the highest frequency in the planet. So if you're living in authenticity, then your voice will come out in authenticity.
Yeah.
How are
And,
you?
Michael and Noel, and this is a powerful conversation. I just wanted to come on to say hello to Noel. And,
Hello.
Noel is such an important person in this industry, Michael, because as you and I both know the mission here at the Los Angeles Tribune is to elevate and redefine media as a whole. And so we want other companies, we want other leaders, we want other brands to join us on our collective mission, because it's not about one company. It's about collectively, what are we doing to change the world through media? What, folks that are watching this program that are more what I call conscious understand is that the outer world is a reflection of our inner world. And what we've learned in the last few years, for those that have been paying attention, is how important newspaper companies are, not just in terms of the information that's processed, but in terms of the actual manifestation of reality. And so we need to have positive news. We need to have positive programming. We need to have integrity-driven programming. So I just wanted to pop in to say hello and pay my respects to Noelle. She's going to be a very big part of what we do here at the Tribune moving forward. So hello, good to see you, Noelle. Michael, the floor is yours.
You're the best. Awesome. It is, and Noelle, it's very much part of a team, but it's more than that, because I come from many big teams, and I always created around me family. It's like, because loyalty is my highest value. So, right. Yeah. So and you're now part of everything we're doing as much as we're part of you. And sometimes I drive people crazy, because I'm like, my whole family are attorneys. I got 7 attorneys. They're like, don't worry about the contract.
I got a lot in my family too.
Right. See, we got that part. But I'm like, in a way, our industry is small, though, because if you mess with somebody in our industry, everybody will know. I once said my business partner was Tony's VP for 8. They're still good friends. You just don't make a mistake there. But it's how do we win for each other? It's always a win-win. I'm always looking for the win-win, and that's what I got from you. And so we're going to be doing a lot together. We're very excited that Noelle could jump on with us for a couple minutes today, and just impart. You can all feel how genuine she is. You can all feel she's on a mission. You can all feel that she would do anything for you. And those are the kind of people that you want to work with all the time. Any last words before I let you go? And we have a lot more to do. And let me tell you, coming up.
I will just say you are more powerful than you know. And know that everything, it truly is inside of you. And that small voice that's trying to become a big voice out to the world will change your world when you use your voice.
Oh, brilliant. You are so brilliant. Thank you so much for your time. Your time is so important. I know that. You got a lot. You just did a whole training and students, and now you're jumping in tomorrow in a week. If I get it. Just as you know, take a breath every day. You're a beautiful light in this world, and you really is beautiful to have you on. Thank you so much. And I'll be talking to you very soon.
Okay. Bye, Michael. Thank you for everything. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye, Noelle. All right. Fantastic. So it is. You look for the partners in your life, and you look for the ones who really will create a difference. And that's what you want to do. And from the standpoint of the Los Angeles Tribune, it's always about, not only are we doing everything very cutting edge, but it's information in action. So we're always giving you something you can create action with. And that then becomes your choice. But we're here for you. And we'll always be here for you. The podcast network is here for you. The Tribune is here. We are here for you worldwide to do what you need to be a place and a voice for you. So it's so awesome to be on here. Now I'm about to bring back to the stage Sandy, who can bring up the next two and have a lot of fun. Miss Sandy Scarlatta.
Hello, everyone. And oh my gosh, Noelle Agape is actually my mentor and the president of the network that I'm launching my podcast on. And I'm just so incredibly thrilled that she is going to be working with us here at the Los Angeles Tribune. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Misty Kerrigan back to the stage. Misty, you did such an amazing job with Kelly. And I'm signing off for today, because I'm going to go play some tennis and kick some butt. But I'm going to be listening from my phone. I know that this is going to be a great interview. And Mo Rock, what would you like to?
I just wanted to chime in real quick before I also step aside and say that there are a lot of folks that have been part of this program that have been my personal mentors. Misty Kerrigan happens to be one of those people. And, not only is she so humble with the way she carries herself, if she's in a room, sometimes she's the one helping out. Sometimes she's the person that's passing out paper, but she's one of my mentors. So I want people to really sit back and grab a pencil and be ready to take some serious notes, because she's truly a powerhouse. Sandy, the floor is yours.
All right. So
I love
Misty,
Mo.
let's just,
Mo, thank you.
I know that was amazing, right? I just love all the love that everybody is giving each other today, because we truly are a family, and I'm just so grateful to be a part of it. So without
Outstanding,
further
Sandy. You've been doing
ado,
such an amazing job these last few days. Super excited to be here. So
thank
I
you.
am
All right.
very
Bye,
excited.
everybody. Have a great time.
Enjoy your tennis.
Bye, Sandy. So I get to have this next amazing conversation, and I just want to put this in perspective. I can go through this 25 years in the corporate world, more miles, having this amazing career of just helping a lot of the companies that we utilize daily in electronics or technology. But I want to preference, Craig, I want to preference you in a different light, because there's something that blows me away about you. And this is your detailed and intention and heart you put into everything. We'll be out at conventions and it's a long day. And we'll be like, we just want to go out and get food. And Craig will be like, I love you guys. I got to go to bed. And then I'll call in the morning and be like, hey, you want to get some breakfast? And he'd be like, I'm already at the gym, but let's do lunch. And then during the day, you always walk over and you're like, how much water have you drank? And then one time I got to come out to Palm Springs and sit at your house, and everything was so intentional in your house, and meet your boys, your two dogs. But the crazy part, Craig, is I see you as a lot of things you do is health related, influential, and your intention to planning in detail to creating this amazing life of honoring health. A lot of times I'll see videos and you're already doing yoga before I even have my coffee. But I have to ask, has that always been? Have you always been, how did you get here today? Because please tell me that there's hope for me, who maybe I get up and drink too much coffee before I even think to drink water, or I pass off exercise. I'm getting better, but Craig, you're the model of where I think a lot of us are like, man, I want to be that. I want to get to bed and I want to feel great the next day I wake up, and I want to start with movement. But tell me there was a step one for Mr. Craig Bruce.
Yeah, there was, but and thank you for that. That was that truly is. That's one of the reasons I just love our conversations, because you bring a perspective on life that it makes me think differently. And thank you for that. And I want to just thank Mo and Ava and Michael and Sandy and Sherry and everyone who's put on this amazing event. The last 3 days. And by the way, there's still another day. The last 3 days, I've been here, and I will tell you that besides taking a ton of notes, events like this with this community give me hope that we can change the world. When you get a group of this collective group together, man, it gives me hope, because we know the world is it's a crazy place.
I have to make this connection, and I love this, because you are the owner and founder of Evolve Health and Lifestyle.
Yeah.
And connected is that we could evolve here.
Yeah.
That all of us as collectively, as Mo just got on, and when he was talking to Agavi, the lady, about intention and vibration, and like this, the whole change in media to elevate and redefine. And you align right in that with Craig, within your business, the things that you do.
Yeah. To go back to answer your question, I think growing up, I never really fit in. I didn't feel like I fit in. And I think that was a time in my life when I was trying to figure out kind of who I was at a young age. And I didn't fit in with the girls, because for obvious reasons. I didn't fit in with the guys because I wasn't a jock. And yet I still did really well. But and as I look back and as I've evaluated my life, I did extremely well, because I was very intentional about finding my communities where I could be myself, where I could be authentic. And we've heard that word used a lot, where we would give and provide support, and we co-elevate and co-create together. And that's been really my path to success, is finding those communities.
Oh my gosh.
To answer your question about the whole health and lifestyle, no, it wasn't until after college Right. In college, I was in a fraternity. I mean, you know what that meant, nights and, late night munchies and all that kind of stuff. And, but it wasn't until after college where I really discovered health and wellness and becoming very intentional. And then I think, part of my story is that for 25 years, I led this life of a global business executive. And you've heard me tell this story before, 2.5 million miles on one airline and 1 million miles on another. And
wow,
I wore it like a badge of honor. And what I discovered at some point is that I was living, but I wasn't really alive. And it was all good until it wasn't. And one day I landed in my doctor's office and she ordered bed rest. But my version of bed rest was my laptop, my cell phone, and conference calls from my bed. And it was in that moment that I knew that my current lifestyle had become my new normal and it was killing me.
Literally.
Literally killing me.
You're laying in a hospital.
It was. Well, I wasn't. I was at home, and I want to repeat that because what I find in coaching the executives, the high-performing executives and business leaders and entrepreneurs that I do, is their lifestyle has become their new normal.
Mm.
And that's the standard. That's the bar. A fish doesn't know it's in water until it's not, And so,
well, I want to add is that, where do we start? Because I think a lot of us, and myself included, work-life balance and more work than the life balance, and wanting that the achievement and the movement and the growth. And I especially in this field, there's a lot of speakers that we run into that are just going off this event to the next event to jump on a plane to hit the next event. Where would we start as a high achiever who I don't want to put the car in reverse, if you will, but I don't want the engine to explode either, Craig.
Yeah, great. And that's actually a really great analogy. And I don't want you to put the car in reverse. That's not that's because it's my point of view that you can continue to achieve this tremendous success that you've had. However, you don't have to sacrifice your health, your wellness, and the relationships that you've sacrificed along the way. And by the way, we also know, and the research suggests this, is that to be a truly effective leader, and I'm going to define that as a conscious leader. And when you delve into those two words, conscious leader, conscious meaning awareness, and leader meaning influence or influencer, is that you first have to lead well from within. And that's where living this high performance lifestyle comes into play. And where I start with many of my clients in the conversations that we have is I ask them to think about the three major spheres of influence that they have in their life. And this is based on, these are the spheres that I've kind of narrowed it down into three. You could argue that there's four, based on my experience of coaching hundreds of executives over the last 8-9 years. Those three spheres are ourself, all the relationships that we're involved with, and our career.
So self, relationships, career, the three spheres. Okay.
And so I'll invite the folks who are watching this live and actually the replay. I'm going to ask you a question. And Missy, I'd love for you to do this as well. When you look at those three spheres today, where are you spending the majority? How do you divide your time among those three spheres?
Okay, I got 10 self, 20 relationship, 70 career.
Yeah, and that's generally the response I get. And so the follow-up question is that where you want it to be today?
Oh.
Is that where you want it to be a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, whatever that time frame is? the overwhelming majority say, no, I know that I can't sustain that.
Wow.
And it's so interesting more and more, because the majority of my clients are more mature from an age perspective. I don't want to say older, more with with a lot of worldliness, 45, 50, 55. And it's interesting, the conversations in the last couple of years have turned to, is this all there is? I can buy anything I want. I've traveled the world. I may have some relationships that I need working on, many of them, while they'll never use the word burnout, they're running on empty.
Ooh.
They're highly caffeinated.
I feel attacked, Craig.
And I look back and say, yeah, I get it. And Kelly, by the way, that interview with Kelly was amazing. She is a powerhouse, isn't she?
Love Kelly.
And I wrote down the quote. I don't remember where I put it, but you can't shame yourself into change. You can only love yourself into evolution. Wow. I wrote that down. I thought, thank you, Kelly Bazzani, for that quote.
I love that.
But the conversation, but they're beginning to ask the question, what's next? And they're beginning to say, I know this is not sustainable. And those are the fun conversations to have. So did I answer your question? Where to start?
You did, Craig. I love you. Kind of starting with self-awareness in myself, my relationships, my career, and as a business psychologist, the scariness is the stats that we're seeing, the data coming in. Divorce rate for CEOs, entrepreneurs, 70%. The addiction rate, the mental health rate, one in two professionals at that level are it could be diagnosed for depression or already kind of the onset of pills, or even caffeine as a drug. I mean, I hate to admit it. This is tea right now because I knew I was interviewing you, and I wanted to be good. But it's almost like an epidemic out there with the to do better, to want more, to get more. But in turn, we're destroying ourselves. We're eroding ourselves from inside out, even though we're working so hard.
Yeah, absolutely. As high performers, and this is part of the discovery that I went through, is as high performers, we are addicted. We are addicted to success. We are addicted to the thrill of being on stage. We are addicted to walk into a client's meeting, a client's office in a meeting, and facilitate that meeting. We are addicted to the money that comes from all of this, the rewards, the travel, all of that. It's an addiction. And
I would love, it is Quantum Leap.
Yeah.
What Quantum Leap in 2024? And you kind of know, you've called a few of us out, myself included, but to get that quantum, not to do better, I don't want the 1%. I get that, 1 billion, but do you have some stuff for us, which is that quantum? If I just start to execute this, I'm going to see exponential results. I'm talking exponential results.
Yeah. So here's
what we're high achievers, right? We want it faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And we want it right away. So what I have found is that there are really 3 areas to focus on, 3 pillars. I'll tell you what those are. The first is consciousness. Most people refer to it as mindset. Simply put, it's who you're being and how you want to show up every day. And it involves 3 things. It involves growth, it involves clarity, and it involves intention. So we heard Jeffrey Morris talk today about asking the question, who am I? Look in the mirror. We all do it. So that's the first area of focus. The second area of focus is health and wellness or lifestyle. And that refers to the decisions that you make, the choices, the behaviors that you adopt in support of your health, your wellness, and ultimately your longevity. And there's
good word.
Science out there that says you don't have to spend hours and hours and hours. And it really comes down to how you nourish, restore, and move your body.
Ooh.
And when clients work with me, we get very specific about creating morning rituals, evening rituals that are science-based. Things like, and Misty, you've heard me say this, hydrate before you caffeinate. Why? There's when you wake up in the morning, wake up and ask yourself a question or two. That one of those questions is, who am I and how am I going to show up today? Another question is, for what am I grateful? Get out and get morning sunlight. There's all kinds of science that will support that, sets you up for the day. Create an evening ritual that sets you up for a good night's sleep. We know the importance of sleep. Sleep is not underrated, right? And then the third area is community. And that's really about how you talk to yourself, the relationships, and how you manage your career. And the key aspect in that, and this has really been a life changer for my clients, is learn to set boundaries. Or as I don't use that word anymore, I use the word terms of engagement, because I want to continue to engage with you. We're just going to do it on my terms. And honestly, as high performers, we suck at it. So focus on your consciousness, your mindset, focus on your lifestyle, and then focus on your community.
Very doable things.
Yep.
And speaking of community, Mr. Silvers.
Yeah, this has been just a great piece. And actually, look at Kelly here. Look at that. Look at that. Look at her typing. Kelly, you're just a rock star. Look at that.
Kelly.
She got that all quickly. So Craig, it's such an honor to have you on here, and such an honor. Misty, again, you're just a rock star. I'm going to bring up the next two speakers. I'm going to keep you guys just for a second because most of you know each other. But it's just, it's amazing to have all these rock stars on together. Yeah, can you tell? This is where you like lose them. Now they start socializing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's a homecoming.
It is. But the greatest thing about this is everybody on this panel and everybody you've seen today and yesterday is part of the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, because something that Craig said was community. It's about being part of a community and being part of something bigger than yourself and always making a difference for others. So Craig and Misty, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Craig, you ran those panels today. That was sharp. That was clear. And I love what you all do, and we'll hear much more from you as time goes.
I gotta go so I could jump on Facebook for this. This is the Powerhouse.
Go.
Get your notebooks ready.
Good to see you guys.
Everyone's so super excited to hear you guys, and great to see you.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, it's like a love fest, you know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to say to everybody listening in, this is a powerhouse couple, and the greatest thing about that is they started their business when they were like 2 years old. So it's amazing what they've created in such a short period of time. But, at the Los Angeles Tribune, it's always, as we educate and we enrich and we enlighten and we bring it out more, and we're here, we're in 23 countries broadcasting, and we have, viewers have written us all over the world saying, I'm in my village, I'm watching this on my phone. And somebody said, it was interesting that they said, you haven't sold anything. When you sell somebody something, it's just because I actually want you to move forward and to help you. But basically, we're giving you the information that we want you to take action. So right now, I'm telling everybody out there, take action. Take this in your house, teach it to 10 other people, and take action. And that will be really how we become better at what we do. So Dr. Juan Jaime, it's just wonderful to have you on. I'm going to basically give each of you, a minute to just talk about yourselves, your background a little bit, so people get to know you. And then I'm going to just start asking questions. But, having you part of the Tribune Podcast Network, meeting you not that many years ago. That's the funny thing. But I feel like I've known you forever. It's that family part. It's knowing each other and educating together as we continue to build. So ladies first, Dr. Ha. Go ahead. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
First of all, thank you, Michael, for having us be part of this. We've been watching the past few days and a couple of days, and to be part of this beautiful community. And it's almost been 3 years, believe it or not. But hi, everyone. My name is Hua Wen. And, people get a little bit confused because they're like, tell me exactly what it is you do. And I always say, I don't want to put myself in a box, right? And so I am a leader, a servant leader, that I use the platform as a speaker, as an author, as a doctor, and all the different things that we do. But it's really all multiple vehicles to really be able to, our passion is to travel, to educate, to help uplift other people all around the world, right? From all walks of life, because we have such a diverse background. I'm Vietnamese Vietnamese, but born in the Philippines, but because I've traveled and I've gotten through so much adversity and the different entrepreneurial journeys. You joke about starting like at 2. I started really at age 10 working. And so I've worked at everything, every type of aspect in different communities and things that when, I know people. And so my passion is to help people from all walks of life, regardless of where you're from, regardless of what your background and financial status is. That is our passion, to be able to use our unique experiences to be able to uplift and help others. And that's how I would describe it.
Thank you so much. Dr. Jaime.
So I heard a good number of speakers and, very successful speakers earlier. And, for me and for Hua, it's what else can you do? So we're very successful already, but what else can you do? And what bigger footprint can you be in this world versus just going to work, being an entrepreneur, and being successful for yourself and your family? And for us is being able to help more people get to wherever they want to be in life, for them to be happy and for them to be at peace. And, one of my whys is I want to be at peace with myself. I don't have to worry about so many things. And that's why, we have, a lot of businesses and, doctors and things like that. But, what else is there to this world? What else can I add? If I were to, die today, am I going to be happy with what I accomplished and what we have accomplished as a family? And now, we're taking our daughter, to a lot of these trips to give back. And we want to pass that down to her right off the bat, and, just kind of going back, I knew I wanted to be an eye doctor in 5th grade. And because my life early on was not the best, I grew up in, not very good neighborhoods. And I was jumping on dumpsters, helping my dad for $10 a day, to help the family. But, that's whenever I realized, I was like, hey, there has to be something else for me and for my family, and to kind of progress. And now it's like, passing it down to other people from, great mentors that we've had, including you and, Sir Bill Walsh and Sir, Dentley and, so Sir Kaya. I mean, a lot of them are in here. So, and this is the place that people can get knowledge very, very quickly and progress and kind of leverage all these people and all these great speakers and all these fabulous entrepreneurs that have been successful for 20, 40, 50 years, and kind of crunch down that time for you to be successful in 30 days and 60 days and 1 year, and you can go at your pace. But we didn't have this whenever we were younger, so people need to take just advantage of this platform that, Mo Rock and you and Ava has put together. And, just, and first of all, I do wanted to, thank you for having us here.
Yeah, it's great to have you two on too. Yeah, Ava, the captain of our ship, we always say. But it is how we help each other, and part of what you've done is you always share. It's the one thing I've known about you two. You always share and you always give back. It's part of your DNA and part of what you do. Part of it is, part of it is where you're going and the struggles you went through. But a lot of people go through that and don't come out on that side, right? They sort of insulate, where you've opened the world. And you said, we'll help in many ways. And you have a very impressive, obviously, real estate portfolio, which is, north of $500 million. We don't have to, but we know it's big. And that is part of the service, because now you help people. You're able to help people in many ways. It's like Warren Buffett always said, with the money he's given back, it's because he's been able to create. Can you talk a little bit about where you see your message going in the next 3 to 5 years? And let's start with Jaime this time.
So we want to share a little bit more on a speaker platform. So with your help and Sir Bill Walsh's help, he's been helping us become speakers. And so we want to share more. We're working in the clinic a little bit less. We have great help. We have great doctors to help us out, great staff. If it wasn't because of them, we would not be able to do this, type of give back. But international speaking, that's our next thing, So, and especially Hua being from Southeast Asia and going there, and then me being from Mexico, helping the Hispanic and Latino community. That's our goal now. And again, right now it's all about give back, because we can leverage those great teams that we have in place and those systems in play, So, but yeah, mainly just the speaking platforms.
And it's great too, because you made a great statement there about leveraging your teams and building your teams, because we have a tendency in business, we get very transactional. And if you stay transactional, you never have the true freedom of what it really means. And for anybody who doesn't understand that, transactional is like, oh, I make a sale. That's fantastic. But then you got to make another sale. That's fantastic. Then you got to make when you have that residual income, which is there's money coming in from multiple streams of income, and there's also a team that's doing it for you, you have greater freedom then to bring your message out. Not that you two didn't volunteer your time anyways, but now you can do it in a much bigger frame. And keep moving, because it's easy to donate money. It's hard to donate time, right? People are always like, oh, yeah, I'll donate to charity. And you two have always given your time. So, Hua, take the same, where you really see yourself.
No, I love that. I love that you said, relationship. And for us, it's always been long-term relationship. We're always very vision driven and heart-centered driven. And, it's just one additional platform and the ability to have synergistic collaborations on a wider reach. Right? To be able to relay our message and our mission together with people that are aligned in our vision and mission, but to be able to do it on a larger scale. And now that we're hosting, now having our podcast, being part of the network, and then having our mentorship, having our retreats, that we want to bring people in direct. It's like we want to create other leaders to be able to have the ripple effect, right? As we also speak on platforms, we also want to create other servant leaders in our community and build this ripple effect internationally and touch people on a different scale. So in 3 to 5 years, we just see the direct people that we impact. We don't even know the amount of indirect impact and the ripple effect of the direct people, right? And all of us are doing it. And that's why we love this community so much. As doctors, Michael, when I first was not involved into the speaking world and into these communities, I was very closed-minded and closed as far as like being in a comfort zone. And so being able to start the growth journey and see and be part of this is a family, like you said, Michael. You guys are family to us. And we volunteer our time because we see the alignment of the vision of what the Los Angeles Tribune is doing and the platforms and the caliber of people and speakers in these circles. That's why we become involved in this, and we're so passionate about it, right? And because once I opened up my mind, and it's like the more that I kept learning, the more I realized, man, my mind and world was so small. There's so much more. I mean, there's so much fire driven in me. And like 2.5 years ago, when you first saw me stand on stage, and I was terrified to give a 1-minute talk. And now it's my passion and my drive. It's a total, you have to discover what your unique superpower is. My biggest fear is public speaking. And for that to become my gift and my passion in an alignment of what I want to do on a bigger scale, I would not have imagined 5 years ago or 2.5 years ago to be where we want to be. And the goal we have 3 to 5 years moving forward now, so we're super, super excited.
The great thing about that, and I say this all the time, is how we interact, not only do how we interact with other people, but you're also action takers. And I think it's the biggest thing. You know, my 8 years with T. Harv Eker and Peak Potentials and everything I did was always a ready, fire, aim. Everything was about taking action. We got the mindset down, but then we took action. And when I first even told you about sort of what we were building, you're just like, we're in. I mean, you literally said, we're just in. Just tell me, just what do I need to do? Here's my credit card, right? We're just in, because that's how I was trained. You just jump in, right? Bob Proctor told me, sign up for everything on the planet. I do. I still do. I'm in courses all the time. I just say, yeah, sure, I'm in. Because it's about that taking action. Every time I open up, right, you open up more. He used to always say to me, you know, that every time you say no, you close off. And then it takes years to come back. And it's the biggest lesson and when I met you two, you're just like, we're in. What should we do? You just and look how many stages how many stages do you think you've been on in the last year and a half? And
You
you've never
know,
spoken on stage before?
I actually tallied it out, you know, and counting virtual and live stages, we've been over 110 stages.
Yeah, that's probably just last year. Give that a round of applause. And that's for somebody who was afraid to speak and never wanted to be on stage. And to me, part of that is because you keep saying yes. You say yes to everything. You just keep moving forward. You're not like, oh, I'm too busy, or I'm doing too much, or it's not even part of your DNA. Your DNA. And I think that's because your daughter's learning that too. Children pick up on what their parents do. My kids say yes to everything. They're just like, let's go, let's do it, let's get it done, because that's how they lived within that as we traveled down the road and we were calling them from all these places. But I think it's great too, because part of our mission here is to expand and to reach. And we're bringing in podcasters. We're going to start in Australia and then Asia, because I work there so much. And we want to build the whole Latin side, right? We want Spanish to be a premier language of everything we're creating. So I'm so glad that you're here, and we're bringing on other podcasters who either have a Spanish show or want to have right? And I think that's because you should serve as many communities as you can. We can't do every language. Well, we can with AI now, right? We can literally turn around but we want to keep serving communities. So with the couple minutes we have left, and thank you two for being on, what is one thing you could give the audience that they could do right now? Something, if they never listen to us again, or they decide to turn off the old days, you say, turn off the radio. What is one thing, one action, or something they could do in their life every day that would help them move forward? We'll start with Hua.
You know, I would say the first thing to do, being that it's a new year, but I think it always is very effective, is to declutter. Declutter your mind and physically write down, reset, slow down, even if it's for a full day. Immerse yourself in the mission of resetting yourself and write down exactly what it is that you want. What do you want, independent of anything else? What do you really want, and envision yourself for this year, for the next 5 years, and for your lifetime goal? And I think when you have clarity on the immediate, but also the life end, then you can see every time you say yes to something, is it in alignment with the end goal? And then that way it makes it easier. And so every single day when you wake up, right, you know, this is what my plan is. And are the things that I'm doing in alignment? Are my actions and my habits and the things I'm actually doing moving the needle forward to the clarity of where in my mission I want to be? And if you have too much stuff, you get nothing done and you don't do it well. But if you have hyper focus, declutter your mind and declutter your home, declutter your health, declutter all of those things, and just be hyper focused on you, nothing else, on you, and everything else is a domino effect. The people around you, your relationship, your family, your community, the world. But if your mind isn't decluttered, everything else is a mess.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Jaime?
So I think something that we practice quite a bit is a 3-minute miracle that I learned from Hua. And then it was also one of the events that a speaker actually told us about. And you check up on 20 people in your phone and you start texting them, you know, hey, how's it going? And you go down the list, you know, for a month or so. And you continue to check on those 20 people, and you will be surprised on the relationship that you will gain. Our success, the past 5 years that we've grown the most, it has been because we have nurtured these relationships, and a lot of them have come because of this. A short text to a particular person that you maybe haven't spoken to or seen in a few years is okay. You're just checking up on their well-being and being genuine. But a lot of relationships have rekindled because of that, and a lot of actual business has come because of that as well. A few years ago, not that long ago, I had listened to Jim Rohn, and he said, your income rarely exceeds the level of your personal development. And I thought about that, for a good 5 or 10 minutes. And if that is true, why are most people not getting developed personally by someone that they look up to or that they have a relationship with? So if that is true, more people need to start doing something like this so they can kind of implement, a lot of these things that that we've been talking about here for 3 days. And just take a few things and just kind of implement on that, because there has been a lot of great information here the last few days, and just implement on a few and start establishing those relationships, start watering them and feeding them and nurturing them. And you'll know right off the bat, I would say within about a month, those relationships will start blooming. So it's a great platform that you guys have here. So I really appreciate being here.
Yeah. Thank you so much for you two, for being here, for what you bring, for everything that you've created in your lives and you continue to do for others around you. Thank you so much for being part of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. I am honored on that. I look for all the big things that we're going to do, and really addressing those markets that haven't really been addressed, and making sure that everybody's going to join, who wants to join us on the journey, continues to join us. And I love that you actually mentioned Jim Rohn again, because I was just listening to Tony Robbins' video the other day, and he always talks about Jim, and I'm like, Jim, we all love you. Is you're up there, right? We're all downloading you every day. So it's great to see that. So I wanted to thank you two again. Thank you for all your support, the hundreds of stages together we've done and continue to do. You're always saying yes to moving forward and taking everybody with you. We'll see you on the journey. We're going to be launching, the website launches, I think it's in 7 days, my tech team just told me. So we're very excited to have everybody as part of it. And we're just one team family moving together in a direction, and it's a great day. Thank you two for being on, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michael, for having us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Bye, you two. So those two are a powerhouse, and you'll get to know them much more through the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. Not only have they spoken, again, as they said, over 100 times in a very short period of time, but they've built a real estate empire. They're building everything around charity. They're helping people consistently every single day, and they're still working. And the great part is they're with their patients 1,000%. It doesn't matter who they are or what they've done. They're real people working with real people. And I think that makes that difference every single day as we do this together as a team and a family. So I'd like to bring up now, we have these practitioners who are still out there helping lots of people. Meyer, let me bring you up to the stage. Welcome. And you are on mute, just letting you know. And it's always great to pop people on when they're, you think they're ready. Yeah, there you go. We can always see in the holding room when they're doing this. We usually let you know we're about to bring you up. Why don't you it's great to have you on today. The Tribune today has always been about it. We're educating all day today. We're helping people to take from where they are to move to the next step. We've had tremendous panels. We've launched the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. That was yesterday officially. And we've just continued to go out to the 23 countries we consistently go out to and building ever more. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're here.
Thank you, Michael. I am so honored to be here, and I feel my heart full. I actually just in October was with Dr. Wah and her husband, recognizing her as the businesswoman of the year.
Yes.
So I am very, very happy to be here. I feel blessed, Mo, and you and your leadership and your team to put this special event together. The speakers and the hosts, oh my God, it's been 3 days full of joy, full of amazing wisdom that comes out. My heart and the heart of the people in all of those countries that I know that are watching me right now are full, and we are inspired, and I hope to be inspiring people with the speech that I bring today.
Awesome. I love it. The other thing too is what you just said about Hua, which is great because I remember sitting with her at the table. We were in Las Vegas at one of the penthouse suites, and sitting, and she's like, "I never want to speak. I'm shy, and I don't want to do it. It's not going to happen." And we were like, Bill and I were like, "We'll help you. We'll walk the path. We'll train you. We'll do what's necessary." I said, "I've been training speakers for 25 years, and here she is, outshining all." I mean, it's like she's just her and Jaime, just this blossom is unfolded. Now there's no stopping her. So it's amazing.
She's
Um,
amazing. Her heart
so
is big.
it is. It is. So with your message and really what you're creating in the world and the differences that you've made, on and internationally, because your voice is out there internationally. Um, if if right now I was to learn one thing from you that I should use in my daily life, what is that?
Take your health journey into your own hand. It is fully your responsibility. So I love what Craig was talking about.
Mm, mm.
One simple thing.
That is great. And it's really about taking that action, right? How many people will go out and they'll literally, I'll use Starbucks, right? They'll spend $30 at Starbucks, but they won't buy a gym membership for $30.
That
Or
is
they
correct.
won't,
It's a
right? Or
question of priority.
that's it. And they won't even do nutritionals, right? Nothing. I mean, they won't even look at but Starbucks, they'll hang out, they'll spend 20, $30 with that, and they'll do that daily. It's amazing if you look at the money that goes out and how you affect yourself. But how do you change that mindset? How do you help them down the path?
Well, Michael, a lot of people know me as the holistic wellness whisperer. So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I'm an entrepreneur and author, global speaker for over the past few years.
Mhm.
And I am a soon-to-be doctor in integrative medicine. I use 5 languages out of my 6 spoken languages to inspire people all over the world to become leaders in their health journey and to become mentors to others to do the same, because I've been working with families, children, adolescents, with from all walk of life, because this event you put together, it's about leadership, but it says the title so clearly and so beautifully expressed: lead your life to lead your business.
Mhm.
How can you become a better leader? By taking full responsibilities of your own life. And as Craig was talking, it requires you set high standard as a leader, but it starts with you. It requires fostering an environment of safety and trust, because as a leader, we are all, if you don't know that, in the pursuit of excellence. Because when you start striving for excellence, those guiding principles help you shape for the collective well-being, to get also the potential to become better leaders in the world and to inspire others all over the world, but inspiring themselves first. I inspire people to just keep inspiring your family first, the ground being where everything can start to achieve their greatness, aligning your effort with that shared vision of excellence to celebrate your journey of continuous improvement.
Yeah. So, which is that it's phenomenal, right? Yeah, I hear that. I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Um, and as we know, is it true that they still have to want to do it, right? And talk about that a little bit, because there are clients that even though they don't want to, you can nudge them enough every day or a little bit to get them moving, where it's like rolling down the hill. It starts as a little ball and it takes a little bit of time, and it picks up some dirt and it gets bigger and bigger, but it takes some time. How would you work with somebody who's a little bit resistant, but this is where they want to go?
Well, first of all, it's understanding. I actually very well trained to understand your resistance. It's a lack of understanding. It's a lot of commitment. So when I moved in the United States in 1999, Michael, I worked for corporate for over 14 years in a very stressful environment. So I got sick. So I was almost dead. And I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease that called grave disease. So I was going to my doctors, taking it took 2 years for me to get diagnosed to start with, and 7 years to go to the doctor over and over. So I was taking over 8 prescription pills 3 times a day, and I was doing consistently what I was supposed to be doing by the standard of allopathic medicine, but I was not getting result. I was getting sicker. So I had a choice to make. So when you show up in my clinic, first of all, as a quantum integrative doctor, I inspire to just support you to make the small changes, because there's no, a lot of people, what's happening, Michael, they think it's big step they need to make to become better. It's a small step. I have no problem on somebody to say, I need you to speed it up and make me feel good, or work with me to feel good, or take it as slow as possible, because slow progress is still better than no progress. So I inspire people, once you come, that resistance, one, it's more important thing, Michael, it's understanding the trust. You have a relationship, because in a quantum physics world, when your healer trusting you and trusting in your progress, the relationship that you establish, actually, it's very impactful. You can influence as a leader by the way you live, because I look at myself. In fact, when I was sick, it took me not only those years to get sick, but I had a commitment that I had to make with myself. It took me 1 year. And I said, day in, day out, when I cannot run, I walk. When I cannot walk, I crawl. But every day I make this effort in this health journey, because I took my health in my own hand, because I had 2 choices: taking medication for the rest of my life, doing surgery. And when I declined both of those, I had a choice to make. So because I wasn't convinced yet that God was calling my name, so I had to say, you know what? Why don't you start doing something better? And then when I start moving and I start getting active and I start lifestyle changes, and I start doing better. And then at that point, I decided life will be way much better, moving from size 16 to size 8 with natural lifestyle changes. And I healed from my autoimmune disease, grave disease, completely. It's been more than 15 years that I have not taken prescription with side effect, and I am healthy, happy, and I keep going. So that's result focus. So I can share my testimonial with somebody and tell you, yes, it's possible. And in that way, instead of your resistance, you get an example. We become model. We become inspiration for people to do the work.
Right. And here's the great thing about you. And I will say this, and everybody listen to this. This is, if you ever wanted to be a speaker, trainer, if you want to get in front of people, as you tell your story, you never want them to feel, you want them to understand it and be part of it, but not have to feel they have to take care of you. So some people like dive into their story and it's like, oh, poor, pitiful me. What you've done is you took your story and you inspire. And that's what you want to do, is you bring that out, because when you inspire, others can go, I can do this. Maura, I can do this. I can get better. It's like, and that inspiration of what you're creating out there, that's the lasting legacy. I think that's really what makes a difference. Do you feel that?
Yes. And you know what, Michael? Everything requires, for me, those 4 words that I'm going to share with the audience, and I want them to write it down. Integrity, discipline, commitment, and consistency. Integrity, discipline, commitment, and consistency. Integrity means you will approach your health goal with authenticity and honesty. You got to be honest with yourself, aligning yourself with your action and your value that will build the foundation to trust yourself and cultivate a sense of personal integrity. It starts with you. That discipline, you cultivate the power of consistent, intentional, living intentional with the action. Discipline for me is the bridge between goals and accomplishment, because small discipline action accumulate over time, help you with the simple goal of self-care. Nourish your body with live food. You become more of a reader to understand what you're going to input in yourself, because food is information to your well-being, to yourself, to your soul. Fruit, vegetable, right supplements. I incorporate water, rest, meditation with everything, because I did not want to live with regret. Because if I don't discipline myself, somebody else going to discipline me. So I had to keep my direction. So focus, because once you stay focused on your direction, you resist distraction. My commitment in the health journey was a long-term commitment. I gave myself a year. I was not cheating myself to say, in 2 months, I want to lose 50 pounds. It's not going to happen, okay? It requires that dedication to your well-being. Even when you face challenges, you make a commitment to prioritize your self-care and learn about your body and make decisions that contribute to that positive health, that they call it in quantum health, right? And that consistency. The magic happened for me when I was day in, day out, and never waver. And it's in the mundane, the little thing you do, the decreasing the bread and take the lettuce, decreasing 2 hamburger, take 1. That consistency brings sustainable change. You establish those healthy pattern and routine that required consistently doing whenever you don't want to. It's not about when you want, because true leaders, guess what they do? They take good care of themselves. That's your temple. This is the temple of the Holy Spirit. Hey, take care of it, right? Because on the way of achieving your goal, guess what? I learned you must apply discipline. But more importantly, consistency. Because without commitment, you will never start. But without consistency, you will never finish.
Yeah, that's you made it. What's great is it is so simple, because when we look at our lifestyle, people want to, oh, I'm just going to change everything. We know how that works, right?
Yeah.
Or when it comes to foods, it's I love what you said. Instead of a double hamburger, have a single, right? It's all those simple things and you're literally just decreasing maybe by 10%, 15%, 20, whatever it is, and you're making the change. And you're celebrating the change.
Yes.
I think that's that piece that you really talked about, is what you've done is you've celebrated the things you've done, and other people can see you celebrating, and they want to know, how can I join your journey, right? I want a little of that too. I think that's huge as you've done that. So we just have a couple more minutes, but tell me, literally, it's gems of knowledge. I could post up what people have been typing. There's this, they took this, and on, but it consistently is brilliance of what you've done. Mo?
Well, I just wanted to pop in to say hello, and it's always such a pleasure to hear one of my good friends and such a remarkable speaker speak. And of course, you yourself put on so many incredible events. I was speaking at one of them about a month or 2 ago, and let's talk a little bit about the events that you do in the 2 or 3 minutes that we have left before we bring on our next speaker. Because we at the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in uplifting all other leaders. Right. So if you have a community, we believe in uplifting your community, and we believe there's a reverberation effect that happens when leaders come together and edify each other. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Michael. First of all, one of the things that I inspire for the rest of my life and my commitment is to make sure I stay true to the leadership to the leader that I am. Because what I have seen lately, it's a lack of integrity and that inconsistency. What we say we're going to do, we don't do it. So we have more leaders right now, but less commitment. We have more leaders, but less leadership. We have more leaders, but less discipline. We have more leaders, but less impact. So this opportunity we have here is to come to that consciousness, take the leap of faith to understand, as an expert in your field, it's important you take action. So I'm inviting people today, everyone, as putting wellness, global wellness together, having so many speakers, one thing I learned, learn to teach and modeling excellence, because that success, it's about the accumulation of the daily task you do. So take your time to reflect on those 3-4 days of event, and then connect with yourself. You hear it consistently. Take action. Make the first step and understand your goals. You will achieve them, but you are first. You are the first leader to inspire and influence the people in your life. That platform you are here for a treat. You are here to get the awareness that you can do better. And if you settle, if you keep yourself focused on a daily task, I guarantee you those platforms are not only going to just keep you hip, but it will make the transformation happen, but it will last longer, and then you will be the impactful leader the world needs right now and for the rest of humanity.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being on the show today. Words of wisdom. The comments are flying. Your smile enlightened everybody, and the journey that you're on, like everybody else, and continuing to move forward will make a difference every single time. So I wanted to thank you so much for being on, for myself and the Tribune. It's been an honor to have you on, and you just have a blessed day.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Michael. Enjoy the event. I know you guys are tired, but keep it up. It's amazing.
The energy continues. We're gonna follow your prescription. I love it. All right, we'll talk to you soon. Hey, Mo, it's really exciting because we've had, and then I'm gonna dash off, but we've had all day with all these podcasters and inspirational speakers, and really the launch of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network is an honor, and it's an honor to be here with you.
Well, Michael, thank you so much. It's my pleasure to spend time with you and all these incredible thought leaders. We're about 10 minutes away from being joined by a very exciting panel that's going to be led by Danella Burnett, and Speaker Gigs happens to be one of the sponsors of this program. So we want to thank Speaker Gigs, because they are truly, when it comes to helping speakers get quality opportunities, I haven't seen any organization in the industry that has done as good of a job as Speaker Gigs. So we want to thank them for being a sponsor. And Danella, you're going to be speaking with your panel here in about 10 minutes. But we wanted to highlight Rex Sykes, because Rex, you yourself have been a thought leader in your own right, and a lot of the co-hosts that are seen here, they are leaders in their own right, and they're just modest with their leadership, which is why they are so encouraging with other leaders and edifying other leaders. So we actually want to give you the solo floor here, Rex, for about 10 minutes for you to share some principles from your book, Life on Your Terms, until the panel starts at 2:10 p.m. PST. Please, Rex Sykes, floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mo. I appreciate that. And aren't we having a fabulous day? Hasn't this been a great 3 days so far? And if you're just catching up with us now, go back and watch the replays. I want to point something out that you can see on the screen. It's rexsykes.com/book and bonus. It's rexsykes.com/book. Go there, get my book, Life on Your Terms. You'll be glad that you did. But go there also, get my free gifts for you. And when you get the book, the reason why I'm telling you this is there's a bonus. I'll give you a $497 valued training on mastery, because I want to talk about mastery for a little bit. Everybody wants to learn, everybody wants to do things, and some of us struggle, and you don't have to. And I'll tell you why in just a moment. But go to rexsykes.com/book and get the book and get the training. It will be delivered to you by email right away. In fact, before you even get the book from Amazon or wherever you get it. Okay. Now, with that said, what I would like to talk about is this notion of mastery. You see, whenever we begin to learn something new, we start off and it tends to be a struggle. It tends to be difficult. We don't know the rules. We don't know the procedures. We don't know the process. If you think back to learning to ride a bike or learning to drive a car or anything that you've actually done, when you first start, if it's worth doing, it's worth doing poorly, because that's exactly what's likely to be the case. We are mostly, if you've heard of the unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence to conscious competence to unconscious competence, then you understand that there's a process going from not knowing something to learning about it, to talking yourself through it, to making it a habit where it becomes reliable and automatic and easy and effortless, and you have a choice. We've been talking about all sorts of different kinds of skills. I've been teaching hypnosis since 1966, actually. It's when I first started studying it, working with hypnotists and other people, and started to teach it and share it. And people talk about hypnosis as if it's something extra special. Do you know what hypnosis really is? It's communication. Do you know that everything is communication? You can't not communicate. The way you dress, the way you look, the way you move, the energy that you convey, all delivers a message. As Marshall McLuhan said, the medium is the message. You are the message. You cannot not communicate in the same way that you are energy. And people say, well, I don't have any energy. Well, that's not true. You got plenty of energy because you are energy. You just haven't learned how to manage your energy or use your energy. And in the same way, people say, well, I talk, I don't like to talk to a lot of people, but, I communicate. Well, no, you do talk, and you do communicate, but you may not be really good at talking or communicating, but you can be, because anything that you do, that's worth doing, you might do poorly at first. So this notion of mastery is that a lot of people tell you have to fight, you have to risk, you have to struggle, you have to, beat yourself into submission so that you learn all these different things and put them all together. And for some, it sounds just monumental. But I'll tell you this, children learn more through play and through exploration and through delight and through discovery than they ever do in a classroom. You can force somebody to sit and to regurgitate information and memorize things and all that kind of stuff. But that's not the same as learning how to master something. So if you want to be a master communicator, understand you've got all the tools necessary. Now it's just a matter, sorry about Sasha, she sees something interesting to her. She's communicating with the others. But the point is that communication is the ability to listen and understand, to be open, to be available, to look at and to observe through your eyes and your ears, through your heart, where another person is coming from. And when they understand that your primary purpose is their interest, when they feel like they are in your heart and in your care, then communicating with them, influencing them, selling them, persuading them isn't such a hard task. Why? Because they feel connected to you. They feel like you care, like you're protecting them, like you're not going to violate their trust. You're not trying to sell them, swampland in Florida. You're actually looking out for their interests. Now, I teach public speaking, and I have for well over 30 years. And I love to speak. You tell me you got to be in front of 1 million people tomorrow, I go, let me at them. You tell me I have to be in front of 2 people tomorrow, I go, let me at them. It doesn't matter the size of the audience, because you're always only speaking to people, one at a time. It may appear like I'm talking to all sorts of people, but I'm talking to you. And hopefully I get through. And so what I want you to understand is when you learn to communicate, when you learn to sell, when you learn to persuade, when you learn to train, when you learn to speak, it's like music. Music has a rhythm. And if the rhythm captures you, you sway, you move to the rhythm. Now, some of us do the beat thing, we bounce up and down on the beat. And it's not very attractive, and it's not really very cool, and it's not in alignment with the music. But when you're in alignment with the music carries you from the beginning through the song to the end. That's the same thing you do with another person. That's what you do when you train, when you speak. And I said the word train. An important word that you need to know is entrain, because what we're doing is we're entraining another person. We're entraining their mind. This notion of resonance that you see these pendulums, you've heard this before. If you stick a bunch of pendulums together, like clocks with a pendulum, that they will all sync up, or the resonance of a finely tuned violin or guitar or piano string, that you pluck one, and if it's tuned to the same, frequency, that one, you pluck the one, the other one will vibrate. When you're in harmony, when you're in connection, when you're creating a meaningful connection with another person, you're entraining their heart and their mind. You're entraining their intention. You're training their soul to be partners with you on a journey What better honor or privilege could you ever have than to accompany somebody on their journey and assist them in developing their skills? And you can master these skills. And I invite you to do so and to learn from the people who are here today, to go get my book and learn about mastery and learn about the power of attitude and how important it is, or come join me in a program or training. But go to rexsykes.com and take a look around. And because we're meaning makers and time binders, and my time is nearly up, understand that the opportunity you have with another person is to create significance, to create meaning, to create harmony, to create connection. When you've got that, you don't have to sell them. They're already sold.
Donna, what do you think about this Rex Sykes gentleman? What are your thoughts?
You know, Rex, you are so inspiring. And I don't know if you saw me in the green room back there jotting down a couple of notes, because you're right on point with everything. And it's everything that I've always known to be true.
Well, that's great.
Beautiful.
I'm happy to thank you for that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Rex. Excellent job. We appreciate you, sir. And we're going to bring up Danella. Danella, welcome to the Quantum Leap Forum. We know you're going to be leading the way here with an incredible panel of speakers who'll be joining momentarily here on the virtual stage as well. But let's check in with you. First of all, let's discuss a little bit about what can people expect in this panel, the folks watching. This program and event is all about how can the community watching make 2024 their best year in life and their best year in business. And so what can the folks watching expect from this incredible powerhouse of leaders that you've assembled? Danella,
Well,
please.
you know, we have 120 amazing speakers in our community. So, you know, choosing just a few to really bring to the table and talk about what's going to be important in 2024 was a little bit of a challenge, but I think the audience here will be both delighted and intrigued by the three experts that are going to be sharing this time with me today. They are all speakers getting out there, doing the deal. Many of them speak on the things that are a little bit of a thorn in our side as a people and as a nation today. How are we including diversity? How are we including inclusion? How are we creating a winning environment, but without creating a losing environment? I think we can all agree that, you know, let's leave losing and beating people down and winning at the expense of other people in 2023. And so the quantum leap, and why I chose these three incredible experts to share this time with, I think the quantum leap is, how can we all win? What is that rising tide that lifts all boats philosophy that we can bring to our life, to our business, to our communities? And so I'm super excited to be here. And thank you, Mo. I see you've dropped off, but I know you've got ears on us. Thank you so much for the opportunity to take this time in this prestigious and once again, globally impacting event. There are people listening here from all around the world. But, you know, we do have, all of us have some business element here in the United States. And so these three experts that I want to introduce you to now, we're going to have just an amazing forum and a conversation about how they're impacting the world around them, how they're jumping out and making those quantum leaps to impact those that they come in contact with. So first on my screen, I see Nicholas Harvey. Nicholas and I have known each other for just about a year now, but I was immediately drawn to his heart, to his authenticity. And his message is that diversion, inclusivity, I can't speak today, diversity, inclusion, look at me making up words, and having a social impact. And he goes about it a little bit differently than some of our other speakers because he impacts a lot from within municipalities and government and really making an impact in communities. So let's start with Nicholas. I've kind of set the ground rules, if you will, or the gameplay for today. Share with our audience a little bit of your history that's gotten you to this point of your message, what you're bringing into 2024.
Thank you so much, Danella. Thank you, family. So glad to be here with you. Again, Nicholas Harvey, the social impact coach and inclusion instigator. My story is really one of inclusion. Growing up, I've always found myself integrating different spaces where I was the first. And so often in being the first, you find yourself being the only. And so when I think about what really needs to be done in terms of inclusion and the benefits that come from it, in terms of performance, mental health, and the like, I think not only for where I work in terms of corporate governments, but also in terms of our communities of business leaders and owners to create more inclusive entrepreneurial communities. Because as we look at our communities, many of them of coaches, authors, speakers, program leaders, and the like, they're not diverse either. And so we have an opportunity here, to bring this message of creating inclusive entrepreneurial communities so we can have, more income, but also certainly more influence and more impact.
Great point you bring up. And one of the things that we often talk about, Nicholas, with our event hosts is, these graphics and these flyers and what we share to the world. When you put out a social media graphic of who your speakers are going to be, and for all intents and purposes, they all look the same, that tends to be what your audience will look like. And so it starts with as simple as, who are you highlighting? Who are you bringing to the forefront? And if you have diversity, highlight that diversity, celebrate that diversity, and make sure that you let it be known that you're a welcoming community. And I love, welcome is a big part of what you talk about, that social welcome and that corporate welcome and community welcome. So expand upon that just a little bit. And we'll go to the next person to get a highlight.
Sure. So not only in terms of the assets that we're producing, but also even in terms of the way we relate to each other, right? In terms of our colleagues and communities, when people show up, right? And so being welcoming, I first believe that it's a place of really being authentically who you are. Right. Because so often when we try to reach out, and some of the challenges that I've heard is it seems dishonest or disingenuous or just sometimes really icky, to just go ahead and throw an image up. And even persons in terms of speakers, speakers will look at communities and say, I don't want to be the token. And so really being able to create this sense of authenticity so that everyone can show up. And even when people begin to be present through the entire process of working in the communities, the type of language that we use, the systems that bring us on board, what happens when we decide to scale our businesses? What are the types of people that we're hiring and how do we treat coworkers, colleagues, and clients as well? And so it's really an all-encompassing approach. And so in the corporate world, I talk about creating a welcoming workplace where all can thrive. In our communities, I say, you know what? We can have diverse and inclusive entrepreneurial communities so that we can have what? More income, more influence, and more impact.
I love it. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Eva Medalik. Eva, I've known for several years, been in masterminds together, spoken on many stages, had many long conversations over glasses of sparkling water for me and an occasional glass of wine for Eva. You have traveled the world for the last several years, predominantly as a high performance coach, working with celebrities, high-level athletes, high-level CEO, corporate executives, and bring everyone kind of up to speed, like your background that got you to that high-performance coaching and how some of that has changed in the last couple of years. What is that quantum leap that you see moving into 2024?
What I see moving into 2024 is the power of, like Nicholas was saying, diversity and inclusion, when it's not just seen as an end in itself. My journey to success has been like most successful entrepreneurs. It is just all twisted and turned and every which way but loose, because I started as a dental hygienist, and my whole life and career, from the time I was in school till the time I got my first job, has been the only. So I know firsthand what that feels like. And, being a high performer really came when I was building my entrepreneurial business as a real estate investor. And it started as a side hustle as I was still working my day job. And what I noticed was that I was always busy, always exhausted, always cranky, trying to do everything. And it really had a detrimental effect on my health, on my well-being, on my relationships. You know, my husband and I started drifting further and further apart to where we're nearly at the point of divorce. And I just looked at my life and it's like, what is the point of having a successful business and having a miserable life? It just didn't make sense. And so that's when I discovered that I could advance my career without sacrificing my personal life and learning the habits of high performance. And once I did, you know, we were able to, well, I got healthier, I got happier, I got more successful, and my marriage was rebuilt. Same guy, different marriage, if you will, because we literally just like, you know, do over, you know, we had a do over, and we learned to create a both and instead of an either or. And so what I see with high performance is you can't be a high performer without inclusivity. And, you know, once you feel high performance has always been reserved for those who had the privilege of having opportunities. And when you look at diversity, right, you've got diversity on one hand, you've got inclusion on the other hand. There's a gap between having that diverse quota met. Yes, we are diverse, but also giving those diverse elements and clients and customers and team members access to the same opportunities, the same mentorships, the same path to improve, enrich, and enhance the quality of their lives. And if you don't feel included, you can't perform at your best. So, you know, I think inclusivity is the new high performance, and really looking at how it's not a means to an end, but it really is the means to create business success, right? The rising tide raises all boats. It's not just about minoritized folks. It's not just about race and gender. It really is about creating that both and those rich, diverse communities and experiences that create a climate for success. So if you think of your client and your customers as the beneficiaries of your diverse and inclusive environment, everyone gets to benefit from the input of all different lived experiences.
I love that. And you and I have had many conversations, and, you know, I do think that moving forward into 24 and that living your best life, living your best business, the theme of this whole 4 days and this thought of inclusivity, and that means everybody's voices. And moving forward, this is not a box to be checked. This is an attitude. This is a philosophy. This is I want to grow, and I can only grow by being exposed to reading more, seeing more, listening to more, you know.
Yeah. And Danella, it really comes down to integrating all of those initiatives that we put in place, because as you can see with the political climate, D&I has been politicized now, and they're taking away funding. They're taking away, I mean, I just read yesterday that Florida is removing it from its education. So it's really up to us as individuals to really make the act of being inclusive a part of our culture, our personal culture and our company culture, so that, you know, it may not be mandated, it may not be law, we may not have funds to support it, but how can we as individuals take responsibility in our businesses and our companies and in our lives?
I could not agree with you more, because it's not a political act, but it has been.
It's been politicized.
You'll say the word better than me.
There's politicized.
And it shouldn't be, but like so many other topics that we know are for the betterment of us and mankind, it has been. And so we can pick up that mantle without having to be told to and without having to check a box. So thank you so much, Eva. We'll come back to you as well. And then third on our panel, we have Sean Harper. You'll see the stadium behind him. You may recognize him as a former NFL football player, now an incredible entrepreneur, as well as a keynote speaker who travels the globe, often talking to corporations and churches and other groups about his winology philosophy. What I love about Sean and his heart and his authenticity and his winning attitude is it isn't about making someone else a loser. That's let's leave that in 2024. We can all move forward as a winner without making someone else a loser. So Sean, speak to that.
Sure.
And then we'll talk a little bit about how we are bringing Sean over to further into coaching and entrepreneurship, which is exciting.
Well, I actually mentioned my name is Sean Harper, played about 7 years professional football with the Rams, with the Colts, NFL Europe, had an absolute blast, played that blessed offensive lineman position. But I just want to stop right there and just dive into the fact, because I heard you mention it twice, about if someone is winning, someone else is losing. Listen, winning, or my definition of winning, is the fullest expression of who you are mentally, spiritually, socially, of course, economically, and then legacy. Health is in there as well. It's the fullest expression. And so the tagline on top of that is that if life is a game, you play the game to win. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who get, maybe the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and they have everything. Or they don't have everything, but deep in their heart and their gut, they know that they're not winning. Something is saying, I'm not winning in this game of life. And if you don't know it's a game, you're going to get played by the game. You might be thinking, Sean, you're a 7-year professional football player. Of course, you've had, the best of the best, the la creme de la creme, so it's really kind of unfair for you to kind of speak about that and then talk from that perspective. But understand this, I was the same individual with 4 to 5 documented learning disabilities. I was the guy kicked out of not one school, but 2 schools of disciplinary issues, or with disciplinary issues. Graduated last in my class with a 1.62 cumulative GPA, 9 on my ACT, voted most likely to fail, stuttered my entire life, could not complete a sentence till college, single parent. Mom raised all 6 of us by herself, scrubbing floors. I am at the bottom of the barrel. Not even honorable mention as far as sports is concerned. I was the guy in the back of the room getting that dreaded participation trophy. I got mixed feelings about that as well. So I go up to this junior college in Mason City, Iowa, like in the middle of the cornfield in Mason City, Iowa. In the first year, I sit the bench the entire season. But going into the second year, I had this conversation. Yes, I had a conversation with myself. And the conversation is that I can't be successful. I cannot. I don't have what it takes. According to them, or the naysayers, or society, I don't have the education. I don't have the social network. I don't have this. And I wrote down all these excuses. But then out of nowhere, it's like a Freudian slip. I said, but I can win. And the moment I said I can win, it was like I began to MacGyver life. And I began to see obstacles as opportunities. Basically, what I was able to do, and I'm not going to be boastful or arrogant, because I didn't realize what was happening, is that I began to change my self-concept. You see, all actions stem from thoughts. All thoughts come from your belief systems. And that's where about 90% of all success speakers, they stop right there. But there's one step deeper, and that's your self-concept. Who are you, victim or victor? Victors tend to focus on what they're going through. Victims always focus on what they're going through. And so I said, you know what? I can win this game of life. And I moved out of creation and I moved into something much more powerful, ladies and gentlemen, and that's called manifestation. I changed my self-concept and I began to refract and also begin to attract. And I went from sitting on a bench in junior college to went to full scholarship to Indiana University, blocking for Heisman candidates, draft day in the NFL, 3rd pick in the 4th round, retired in 2000. And I took the same winning concept, the same winning methodologies and strategies, and I began to apply it to life, to relationships. And I've been in business for 20 years, married for 24 years, and the list goes on and on. So I had an epiphany, and I hope I pronounced that word right. And so I said, you know what? There are a lot of corporations out there, and there are a lot of people out there that are living life on a success model and not a winning model. What if I can teach people? What if I can teach organizations? So it's twofold. Number one is that it's the mindset. It's not a mindset, actually. It's a mind shift. Okay. So and it's not what you go to, it's what you live from. Okay, that's number one. And there's number two is the method, the tactics, and the strategy that professional athletes use into it's not mutually exclusive to bridge that into the corporate workspace and say, you know what, I'm gonna turn your culture from a success-based culture to a winning-based culture, developing what I call the inside game, which gives a foundation for teamwork. It gives a stronger foundation for leadership. It gives a stronger foundation for one of the most important words, I believe, and that's agreement. Internal, external agreement, and that's how you move. You don't move together, winners. You move as one.
Ah, so good. If you're listening, all three of these speakers are absolutely incredible. And while some of their topics have some overlap, you'll see that they all bring really different experience to the table, really different points of view to the table. So as their speaker coach and agent, I want you to know that if you want these speakers and you want to hear them beyond the few minutes of the panel today, they are all available for you to have them come speak to your corporation, speak to your community, so that as we're making these quantum leaps into 2024, you can get some of the support and more content from these speakers. So now that I've shared that, I just want everyone to know that you are all able and willing and eager to share more of your message out with the world. And we would love at Speakers Need to Speak to facilitate that and get these speakers helping your companies and your municipalities and your communities moving forward. So that said, let's go back to Nicholas Harvey. Again, you've kind of taken a little different approach, and a lot of the people that you talk to are those people that are making decisions in communities, the municipalities, the city manager. Talk a little bit about how, that has impacted the way you're able to take this message and really impact people directly in their homes and directly in their workplaces.
Sure. Thank you, Danella. I appreciate that so very, very much. The work around diversity and inclusion really started from this place of almost really mandate. And so it became very, very limited. And one of the things we found is that legacy continues largely with some resistance and some resentment and a limiting way that people even talk about the topic. And so when we say this is beyond race and gender, this is really talks about what is our approach to human difference? And then how do we go about creating these workplaces where all can indeed thrive? But even beyond that, even my own approach is one where inclusion for me means we recognize this difference and then we respond appropriately to it. And inclusion means everybody. And I know I get pushback and resistance around that because it's not just for allies and advocates, it's also for adversaries, because everybody has an appropriate role to play. This work cannot be done with just those who are in favor. And so everybody has an appropriate role to play. We respect everybody's human agency, their right to consent, the right to dissent. I'm former military. And so when we took an oath to protect and preserve the Constitution against all enemies, both foreign and domestic, then guess what? Everybody has those rights and those privileges and those responsibilities. And this work is a shared responsibility.
So what do you think is some of the biggest issues that will be in front of us for 2024? And what are we going to need to do as individuals and as communities to really make that quantum leap in 2024? So this isn't the same conversation a year from now.
Certainly, certainly. Again, inclusion means everyone. And so the ability to hold two apparently opposite thoughts in tension at the same time. So it's not just a yes, but it's a yes, and to take a moment and say, you know what, I may disagree with you on this. I'm going to take a moment and listen to what it is that you have to say. And so we've lost the ability to have civil discourse and conversation. We don't have to agree on everything, right? If we agree on everything, one of us is unnecessary. So as we come together and we're able to go ahead and move forward and say, what is the common goal? This work around diversity and inclusion really is the classic problem of how do humans come together and achieve a common goal? And we move forward in that spirit because we must do this together.
Oh, so good. Thank you so much, Nicholas. And Eva, as it relates to, high performance, I never really understood the difference between success and high performance. I've loved that I've had the opportunity to spend time with you over the last couple of years and really get to learn. And I think Sean was touching on this a little bit as well, that difference between success, which often is what comes from outside and is viewed by other people, and real high performance and change in attitude and change in beliefs and disciplines. Talk about how that is going to move forward in 2024, and what are some challenges that you're helping people overcome?
Most people, Danella, see when they hear the word high performance, they automatically think high achieving, firing on all cylinders, going, having everything together, really being kind of that high-powered corporate executive that is just running all lives. And the difference between high achieving and high performing is your performance is really coming down to your ability to be healthy, happy, like Sean was saying, it's an and. It's a both and. It's creating win-wins. And our society has been seeing busy as a badge of honor. I mean, think about it. How many times have you had a conversation with someone and you're like, how are you? Good, but really busy. Or maybe you're the person that said that I'm really busy. And if you're not really busy, you're not being productive. And I think a lot of us who are moving into a certain age are now realizing how, like I did, in my life, when my health was breaking down and my relationships were breaking down because I was always busy, always exhausted, always on the go, and didn't have time to be fully present. And so when you look at high performance, it really is succeeding consistently over the long term while maintaining your health, your well-being, and your relationships. It is the epitome of both and what habits create a situation where you can show up as your best self. Most of us think of adding more, right? I need to do more of this, more of that, more of that. And I think it's really about, okay, what do you need to give up that's not supporting your vision, goals, and values? Because we try to do everything. We have fear of missing out. We don't want to say no. We don't want to disappoint other people. What are they going to say? What are they going to think? They're going to think I'm not helpful. And that's where a lot of us go into burnout and overwhelm and saying yes to everything to please everyone else, while we are, our back is hurting, our neck is hurting, we have headaches, we're not doing well in life. And so I think just from the conversations that I see around, that people are really more mindful and cognizant of self-care, because when you feel good, you can show up as your best self, right? And so how do we, live our lives so that we're showing up on our A game at home, at work, and in our communities? And how are we making it possible as leaders, as educators, as employers, as people who have teams and hire teams, so that everyone, here's the inclusivity part, has that same opportunity to take care of their health, their well-being, and their relationships, so that they can perform at their best, so that everyone wins, the business grows, the customers and clients are being taken care of. And it is really creating that win-win. And I'm just really hopeful that in 2024, that's where everyone is leading to, just really being on their A game.
Well, and I think that we need to, and I think that is part of the shift that we're seeing as we move forward, because, the win in business has been at the expense of your health or the expense of your family. You got to win, but someone has to lose. And I hope that as we're moving forward to 2024, and if you've listened to a lot of the speakers here throughout, we're on day 3 of this amazing experience, this amazing event. There's still one more day to listen. So if you're just tuning in, plan on setting aside some time, for the rest of the day and tomorrow to also tune in. I think a lot of the experts that the LA Tribune has brought together in looking ahead at 2024, it's not about making someone a loser or making a part of yourself a loser. And I hear all of you touching on that, and why I asked for the 3 of you, to be speakers on this stage, because I just knew, even though you come at it from different perspectives and have different experiences that got you here, I think all 3 of you are really on that cutting edge of what we need moving into 2024 in all areas of our life.
And Danella, someone had just wrote in on Facebook that balance is key. And I want to share something about balance before moving on and address that. Because, we look at balance as being equal. I'm spending X amount of time with my family, X amount of time at work, X amount of time taking care of myself. And I would invite you to look at a scale. When you look at a scale that is perfectly balanced, what is the number on the scale? 0. And so you have to be willing, unless you want 0 results in your life and in your health and in your relationships, to look at balance as being fluid. That scale is going to move. There's going to be times when you need to burn the midnight oil and put all of your energy and effort into a project that you're working on or a deadline that you need to meet. And there's going to be times when business has to work because your son or your daughter or your children or your parents have something that's important and your family needs you. The key is setting boundaries and communicating those boundaries so people can support them for you. Exactly, Sandra. You want your goals and your efforts to be fully supported. And so you may set boundaries, but make sure you communicate them so that you get that support. So that's what I just wanted to add to that.
I love that. Yeah, I used to joke that balance was that place that I visited every once in a while as I swung from one extreme to the other. And I think what I'm looking for 2024 is just for those extremes to not be so extreme. Because I think for me personally, that's where something or someone becomes the loser, when it's 100% in one direction of my life and not a full integration and not fully supported. So I absolutely love that. Sean, let's come back to you. And, as we look forward to 2024, and, I got the chance to spend a little bit of time with you here in Atlanta the other night, which was a ton of fun, and got to actually meet some of the people that you'd impacted earlier that day, a corporate event. Talk a little bit more about what you've seen change and the ongoing changes that we all need to incorporate into 2024.
Yeah, well, you know what? One of the things that I've seen change, and it's been to an extreme detriment, is that people are isolating themselves, right? And it's kind of coincides with the marketing of the day. Like example, Facebook or a selfie, and everything's about me. And that's not how we're created, and that's not how we can win in 2024. 3 words: connect, involve, upgrade. That word connection is so important, is that you have to connect with people around you, whether it's a workspace, whether it's at home. You have to connect before you even communicate. Okay. That actual connection is so important because that's where the intimacy, the actual intimacy is exchanged. That's where the energy is exchanged. That's where the culture is born, is through connections. I was a few years back, I was sitting in a football stadium, and I live in Columbus, Ohio, big stadium, big game. And I heard these people, and they're just bragging on these players. This guy is this, and these guys are like super athletes and that. And I'm just like, you know what? It's not the case. Yeah, we're bigger, we're stronger. But the reason why these athletes are so successful is that they've built a connective team that flows with them. And what I mean by team, it's not just a teammate. It's that every athlete has a coach. Eva, I mean, I was just blown away just listening to you talk. I'm like, yes, I hear that. I actually hear the coach in there. Every winner, you need a coach. Every winner, you need a mentor. Somebody that you can just kind of pick the crumbs off the table. You're connecting with a mentor. You're connecting with a coach. You're connecting with your teammates. You're connecting with a cheerleader. Okay. High performance people. Okay. Just listen. This is the real sauce right here. Okay. High performance people, you need a cheerleader in your life. You need someone that's not called to your mission, but is called to you. Why do you think athletes, $1 million, multi-million-dollar athletes, why do you think we have groupies? Why do you think politicians have entourage, actors and actresses? They have people that speak life because there's so much negativity and adversity that comes into your life. And you have to have someone that will encourage you to push past that adversity. And Eva, you mentioned this earlier as well. You have to have that trainer. You have to have somebody in your life that can take your helmet. And what I mean by that is when you see a collegiate, high school, professional football game, if an athlete is injured and he goes to the sideline, the trainer now has full authority. If that trainer grabs that helmet, nobody can put that athlete back into the game. And in 2024, who do you have that can hold your helmet? Who do you have that can basically hold you accountable? Who can ask the hard question? Are you injured or are you hurt? Do you need to sit down? Do you need counseling? Do you need intervention? Because it's go, 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 go. And if you don't have an effective team, you will burn out. If you don't have an effective team, you will break down. You will suffer. And then we'll read about you. Like, I never seen this coming. How did this happen? Team. 2024, the watchword is team. Build your team.
This is so good. And I am so honored and privileged that I get to be a cheerleader for all three of you. Because you guys are just absolutely amazing. I hope everyone who's listening to this, both live, in person, spending their Sunday afternoon, as well as listening to this in replay, really gets the heart of what you all are sharing. And it is so important going into 2024. So I think we've got time for just a quick one more time around the track here. Nicholas, what's one last thought that you would have for the audience here at the LA Tribune going into 2024 and making that quantum leap in their life, in their business, in their health, in their family? What's a final word you would have for everyone?
Sure, Danella. Thank you, family, so very, very much. In 2024, remember the two great impulses of humanity, being and belonging. How do people connect with you? People might not remember what you said, but they will always remember how you made them feel. So thank you so very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nicholas. I so appreciate you. Eva, last thoughts for our audience today.
Here's what I'll say to everyone. And thank you, Danella, for your really awe-inspiring questions. Your environment is stronger than your willpower. So make sure that you put yourself in spaces that support you showing up on your A game in every area of your life.
So, so good. Sean Harper.
Well, you know what? I break rules, but I never break laws. And I heard this mentioned a couple times, win-win. So I just want to put a spin on that, right? So now I want to challenge you. I want to double dog dare you in 2024 to create a win-win. But watch what I do. Little win, big win. Build wins in other people. build, help the individual, give to the other individual, live, give, and forgive. Create win-wins in people's lives, because eventually those wins will come back to you. In other words, it doesn't come to you if it can't get through you. Build win-wins.
Oh, so very good. I see Rex has just popped back in.
Well, I don't want to cut you off. I want to say what a remarkable way to close each and every one of you, such powerful things. And Danielle, it's your turn.
Well, I am so excited to, have been asked to participate here. And, one of the things that I'm so proud that I get to do, that we'll continue doing in 2024, is supporting incredible speakers and thought leaders like the three you see here. Because I do believe that there are people who are laying in bed tonight, staring at the ceiling, that have real problems, real challenges, and they're looking for real solutions. And I think they're to be found in the thought leaders and in the speakers and in the entrepreneurs and in the coaches and in the caregivers. And we get to work with those people. We get to lift them up. I'm so honored that I get to be a cheerleader for so many of the speakers that you see here. We have other clients who've been on this stage as well, and we support incredible thought leaders getting on stages week in and week out to find those people that are looking for the support that they need, because that's what's going to change our world. That's what's going to change our world. It's not going to be something mandated to us. It's not going to be something that we're told. It's coming from within in 2024, and that connection of someone who has a problem or a challenge and someone who has a solution, and bringing them together so that together we move forward. Together we move forward with less injury, less hurt, less trauma, less things that are tying us back to that win-lose situation that we seem to have found ourselves in the last year or two. So
Wow.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited to serve and support and continue to be a part of this community. So I thank you, Rex. I thank Donna Campbell. I thank Michael Silvers, Mo Rock, Ava Manuel, and all the dozens of other people that have worked together to bring this great Quantum Leap 2024 event together.
And it is a team. I mean, that is so true. And I want to thank each of you, Daniela and Ava and Nicholas and Sean, for bringing your A game. I mean, really, you helped make a difference in so many lives off of the platform that you're on today, but also on the platform today. You really did deliver. So thank you so very, very much.
Awesome.
And
one last comment, we're so proud to be a sponsor here. And if you want to have one of these speakers on your event, speakergigs.com. If you're a speaker that wants to get on stages, speakergigs.com. We have events, we have stages, and we have stages that are looking for you.
Absolutely. And Danella, I wanted to just thank you and thank speakergigs.com. It's a fantastic company, and I personally endorse it. And Danella, you and I, we go way back. How many years have I known you? 10 years?
10 years. Yeah, we met at an event in Cancun.
I've known you for a while, Danella, and it's always a pleasure to see you. And with that, I also want to thank all of the wonderful thought leaders that helped contribute to this program. And Rex Sykes, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, I just am thrilled to continue what you've started with this Quantum Leap 2024, and with the people who are here today and the people who are coming up. It is amazing to have the opportunity to not only be able to speak, but to be able to listen, to be able to hear, from so many incredible, talented, thoughtful people, including yourself.
Absolutely. And you consider me to be talented and thoughtful. Thank you, Rex. That's very, very sweet of you to say. I appreciate the compliment. I'm going to bring up Patty Sadler and Teresa Lawrence. And Rex, I know you're going to help lead this conversation with Patty, because Teresa is doing some truly inspirational things. I mean, when it comes to being inspirational and being a force of nature on this planet, Teresa is truly at the top of the list, and she does it in a unique way. She doesn't do things that are conventional. She does things that are unconventional. And her leadership style is very outside of the box. And I like that. And that, you know, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, it's a perfect platform for her, because that's something that we are big on, is changing the status quo. So Patty and Rex, the two of you are going to be interviewing Teresa in this segment. We'll start with you, Patty. The floor is yours.
We'll start with, well, I'll go ahead and introduce you all to Teresa right now. She is an amazing, amazing woman, and she is involved in the yourtrueness.org program, transformational program to transform lives. And my question to you is, what started you on this journey?
Well, hello, everyone. My name is M. Teresa Lawrence, and I'm going to help Patty along to say that I'm an author, an international speaker, and a leadership coach. I'm also the executive director of the Trueness Project, which is a nonprofit dedicated to inspiring and promoting truthfulness and authenticity in every aspect of life. And part of that authenticity is having people tell their true, authentic stories. And leadership and transformation is a way of getting people to live in their truth, in their authenticity. And that's what the Trueness Project is all about. Encouraging the telling of stories through different mediums, through storytelling, through books, through music. And I have dedicated this entire year as a year of transformation. My thing is that I believe that true change comes when you step outside of the conventional and outside of the status quo. And we all seem to be living in a box, and I step out of it. And for me, the butterfly is the symbol of true transformation. The butterfly starts life as a caterpillar, and it doesn't know the day that it's going to transform. And then, like clockwork, something happens, and that butterfly folds itself into a cocoon, literally dissolves. So whatever happened to it in the past, with all of its struggles, it's having troubles getting through life, it disappears, because from that cocoon, this beautiful butterfly emerges. And the freaking thing can't even see its wings. It doesn't even know how beautiful it is. And that's the story of transformation. It is truly a beautiful journey that we are all on. And all of the leaders that have been on Quantum Leap, they are all part of the journey. And this year, it's all about transformation for me. It's all about promoting that change that we all go through in life, and promoting the fact that we all need coaches, we all need training. And I am hosting on June 29th, the largest gathering of people dressed as butterflies in history. And it is happening live in Jackson, Wyoming. So you are all welcome to join me in Jackson, Wyoming. You can sign up for that at butterflymarch.com. And I am having all of these events along the way to promote transformation, to create masterminds, to celebrate true transformations. And I know that many people here have gone through that. We have many thought leaders. And on from February 19th through the 25th, with the help of the lovely Patty Sadler, I am having a butterfly sanctuary retreat, because I'm doing that in Costa Rica. I'm doing that as part of the promotion for the Grand Butterfly Gathering in Jackson. And it's an event that goes worldwide. So virtually everywhere in the world, wherever you are on June 29th, send me your pictures. But if you are in a position to go on this retreat from February 19th to the 25th, it is going to be an incredible transformational experience. We are going to form an amazing mastermind. Patty is going to orchestrate the writing of a book. We're each going to have a chapter in a book. And then the fabulous Dr. Lauren has so generously offered to turn the video that we share there into a television special to air on March 16th, 2 days after National Butterfly Day. So we're all going to tell our transformational stories, and we are going to have such a great time. And now I'm going to turn it over to Patty to share more about the retreat and what we have going on. And if you have other questions, please fire away.
Well, and I will have some in a moment. But
Okay, so why don't you go ahead, Rex, and then I'll tell them about the retreat.
Oh, okay. Well, Teresa, may I call you M? And the reason for that is because, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
I said, may I call you M? That's like,
you may call me Teresa, but that M is staying there.
The reason I say that is because, you know, James Bond's boss was M and Q, and you're a powerful person, and you've done so many things, and you're doing so many things that, you know, but I get it. Teresa, you're an author, you're a speaker, you're a coach, and you said something that in all of my life I never, ever considered. And I've heard about butterflies.
That's amazing. All right, people, this is a moment we have to remember because Rex is
the
amazing.
Butterfly doesn't know the wings that it has. That the butterfly can't go like this and go, oh, wow, look at me. So the butterfly is just this new transformed presence without ego. What a beautiful concept.
It is a true message of transformation, and I wanted to go worldwide. I'm actually looking for butterfly captains to take on the Butterfly March in June. I see butterfly celebrations all over the world. I see motorcycle clubs, you know, coming in on their motorcycles dressed as butterflies. I see running clubs running marathons dressed as butterflies. Really, it is a spectacular time for the world. And I just want to share this because it is really about a lack of ego. Right now, when you turn on the news, there is such violence, there is war, there is hate. And I am presenting an opportunity for people to join in a movement that is so counter to that, you know, we're going to form this beautiful community, and we're going to stand for community creativity and love. And it's going to be epic because when people get together with intentional thought to say, we value creativity, we value community, we value each other across borders, it's going to uplift the planet. So I'm asking everyone who's listening now, everyone who may watch the replay, please join me. It's more fun where I am. It's joyous. Let's create a future for our children that is beautiful. Join me and create our future, one of love and community and friendship and creativity.
Wow. Wow. Before Patty talks and before you continue, this is such an important event and important topic. I can't help but say, what about your amazing book that's back there behind you?
I'm going to hop in really quick. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yes, we can hear you,
cutting
Patty.
out?
No, we can hear you. Okay, well, I'm going to.
Go ahead, Teresa. Go ahead and answer Rex's question.
I'm going to answer Rex. So I have 2 books, and they're back there, but they're here. And I do believe in transformation and the power of leadership and the power of story. And the first.
And I love your book. I love what you did.
And the first book is for children, and it's called Gloriousness. And the reason I wrote it was because I'm an immigrant. My family is Cuban, and we left Cuba with absolutely nothing. And when we got to the United States, we're a family. I'm the youngest of 4 people, and we had to scatter because nobody could take 6 people. And I ended up living with relatives that I didn't know. And before I left Cuba, my grandmother told me, she said, whatever happens to you, you have power over the story you tell yourself. And that story will always be glorious. And it was an incredible message, and I kept it, and it's true because sad things happen to immigrants. I mean, sad things happen to people all the time. But when you're a child and you're displaced like that, if you don't recognize that you are in control of your story, you might let the story of victimhood and lack and sacrifice enter your field. And it's very difficult to create wealth and success when you are living in that mindset. And so this book teaches children the power of story, that they get to choose who they want to be. And
Rex,
then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to point out, Teresa, that, Rex, you for years have been teaching people about the power of their own story, right? And to have Teresa write a children's book that encompasses a lot of the ideas and principles. For example, a couple of days ago, Rex, we were talking with Jim Lutz about NLP here on this program, which is a modality I know you're very familiar with. And one of the tech tools of that modality is crafting your own story. And it's a big part of what this conference is about. We want to have the folks that are watching this from around the world understand that they have the power to program their own story, which leads to the results that they can actually choose to have in their lives. And so I want to bring up Muriel here in a few moments, a remarkable, incredible author that I can say so much about to join the conversation. And Patty Sadler, let's see if your technology is working.
Oh,
Patty,
Patty's back.
if your microphone is working, let us know.
Mo, while you're doing that, let me just say that Teresa's book, I got a copy of this book right around the time it was coming out. And any parent who wants to actually help their child, empower their child, needs to get her book. It is well thought out, well crafted, and from the heart. So it's an important work. She's an important person, and between her books and her events, wow, helping transform the world.
Oh, thank you so much for those kind words. Yes.
Absolutely. Muriel, are you able to hear us, Muriel? We can't see you, but I want to...
I guess I'm the invisible woman. Can you hear me?
Well, the avatar is absolutely beautiful, and it's very fitting. And Muriel is truly, I really, really mean this, one of the greatest authors I've ever experienced. And her work is so profound, and the way that she's able to articulate incredible ideas is so profound. And regardless of whether or not we can see you or not, Muriel, we can hear you just fine. So we want to have you join this conversation. And Rex, I'm going to give you the floor because you're here with two transformational authors. Two authors that are both changing the world, and their mission is to make the world a better place. Donna Campbell is going to be joining here in a moment as well, because she's also somebody that also writes books in a similar genre. So Rex and Donna, we're going to have the two of you ask Muriel and Teresa some questions about the power of transforming the world with your words and with your books. Donna, the floor is
muted. Donna.
Yes, the fun mute button there. So welcome, Teresa and Muriel, and I'm so excited to be here alongside of Rex. Muriel, share with us a little bit about your transformative books and share some of the insight that you really love to talk about to help change the world, make it a better place.
Well, so first of all, can you guys hear me? Because I'm not sure why you guys cannot see me. So I'm very happy to hear what Teresa had to say because I totally align with her message. I'm an immigrant myself. I came to the United States when I was 25, and I have had many challenges here. And so the transformation is coming from within, because all of us have gone through trauma, whether we are men, women, regardless of race or background. We all have an inner child that has been wounded in one way or another. And so the transformation comes totally from within. So I am a master healer. I'm an intuitive transformational coach. And my book is about giving the tools to everyone who want to participate in their own healing and transformation, to teach them how to create sacred geometry or sacred mandalas. And this came to me when I went to Egypt in 2020. right before COVID hit. So I was in Egypt for 3 weeks in January, and I received massive, massive download of information. And to this day, I'm still processing what I received. So I started to paint mandalas based on the soul blueprint on the individual. So in another word, if you come to me and you will like your beautiful soul on display on a canvas that you can put in your bedroom or in your living room, I am accessing a higher dimension and portal to put it on a canvas. And so those are healing tools for the individual, whether it's personal or in their business. The book is called Awakening the Soul Vibration, Sacred Mandala for Healing and Transformation. You can find it on Amazon, on all retailer, or also on my own website under murielblanc.com. So you have many choices. But definitely it's going to teach you how to create this masterpiece based on your own vibration, based on your own frequency. So in another word, if you don't want to have me doing it for you, I'm giving you all the tools to do it yourself.
Wow. I'm impressed. Rex?
Yeah, I mean, you get all the tools. So what kind of tools can a person expect to start using?
All right, so you can use it. So first of all, you would be using a compass, a ruler, a piece of paper, and a canvas if you prefer, and paint of different colors, or color pencil. I'm not sure if I'm cutting off or not. I'm getting a feedback into my ears. But what transformation can you expect? Well, first of all, you need to take a couple of breaths and then calm your mind. You really need to center yourself. You need to really avoid any distraction. And then as you look into what comes to your mind, you're going to have shape and different design are going to come onto your piece of paper or canvas. And then you're going to add different colors that have a different vibration that are going to help you. So you can use them in a meditation or in a prayer. You can use them to release anxiety or stress. You can use that to release PTSD. You can use this to host retreat, yourself as a leader. And you can also remove your mindset and limited belief, like Teresa was talking about, and embrace who you truly are at your core, at your soul level.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
That is. It
Pretty cool.
really is. And symbols really do have lots of activation features in them. Just even if you meditate, look at them. And Muriel, you have a beautiful sacred geometry avatar picture there for us to see. So we have an idea of what that looks like. Teresa, what I wanted to ask you was with the books that you have, and I was listening to the piece with the butterflies, what can people expect for a transformation through the writing that you do?
My writing is all about play, the leadership of play. And before I talk about me, I just want to say that it's amazing that Rex is here and Muriel is talking about spirituality and we're talking about leadership because they go together. Like you can take all the leadership courses you want, but if you don't have that spiritual piece going on, it won't work. You need both. And Rex is combining both. And so I kudos for everybody that's here right now. So in my book, so the other book I have is The Power of Leadership with M. Teresa Lawrence. And that book, I talk about the beauty of children and the innocence and how play is so important to getting outside the box. Because you can tell somebody, if you walk through this fear that you have, like for me, it's public speaking. I'm walking through my fear because I want to see the world dressed as butterflies. I want the vibration of the planet to go up, right? But you can tell somebody, walk into that fear and your success is right there right after you get through it. But most people are terrified and they don't know what to do. And so my coaching style is the leadership of play. Instead of saying that, I say, come play with me. Let's make a list of everything that you're scared of. Let's create games that will get you through that fear. We'll take one step at a time and we'll move forward. But it really is powerful when you have somebody realize that they're not happy with where they are and that they need more. And that's the power of transformation. It's the power of leadership. And it's the power of spirituality that we're all going through. The planet is going through something powerful, people. And I want to be a part of bringing in that light. And everything I'm doing is to bring in that light and to help people transform and hold a higher vision for themselves, for their children, and the planet. And that's why it's all about butterflies, it's all about transformation, and it's all about leadership.
You know, what I love about this is that, you know, I'm a huge proponent and advocate of whole brain learning and accelerated learning and all of that. And children learn more through play than they do anywhere else or doing anything else. And the kind of play is, you know, they roll around in the dirt, they taste it, they do things, they chase butterflies, they watch caterpillars, you know, mesmerized, fascinated. And gradually through our educational system and through the process of growing up, we get trained out of that play and are told you have to work hard, you have to do all these kinds of things. Back in the 80s, when I was doing workshops, we used to call them play shops. And people go, what the hell is a play shop? And we go, well, it's a workshop, but we play, we don't work. And they go, well, that sounds silly. I'm not going to do that. We'd have people dance.
It's brilliant.
You know, I mean, so eventually we went back to the notion of workshop or seminar. Another colleague of mine, you know, continued to call them play shops, he was brave and a pioneer too. But the point is that the idea, and then Muriel has you using color and paper and pencil and rulers, which is another thing that as kids, you know, we draw, we do all these things on paper, unless of course they're raised with an iPhone or something nowadays. So the idea that both of you are using the idea of play and transformation, the idea of symbols and color and vibration, you know, all very wonderful and very important, very necessary, not just for the kids today, but for the adults today who have for so long been conditioned to suffer and work hard and effort and do all these things instead of play. So I applaud you both so very deeply, because it is about, you know, living and enjoying life, not about working hard, sweating and dying. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You know,
You're welcome.
They have a commonality, Rex, and maybe Muriel and Teresa can comment on this. Teresa's been talking about butterflies and transformation, and Muriel about the Mandelas. And recently I was on an island and went to a butterfly farm. And actually the wings of a butterfly are like that of a mandala with all of the different colors. And with Teresa talking about play, I don't know, maybe the two of you can collaborate on a book with drawing and coloring and butterfly wings. Muriel, what are some of your thoughts?
I think that's a fantastic idea. I'm going to look to possibly join your retreat in Costa Rica, Teresa, because I think
fabulous.
it would be wonderful if we actually meet in person. I think it's a great idea. I'm always open for collaboration because I am big in co-creation. Together, when we co-create, we can transform more, because when 2 or 3 people are gathered, the energy is amplified, especially if we are on the same wavelengths. And so I have helped thousands around the world, just like Teresa, and in transforming themselves, accessing their inner child, releasing their trauma through different tools, whether it's painting or playing or just teaching you how to create through a glass of water. You're going to be like, what? Oh my God. Okay. So I have a lot of tools that I can help, people with, and I'm all game to participate and to co-create because I think it's very important. Teresa mentioned the planet is going through a massive shift. It is definitely going through a massive shift, and people have a choice to remove their scared, and limited belief and embrace the future, which is glorious, absolutely glorious and magnificent. especially if we elevate our vibration into the 5 dimension and above. Right now we are in 3-4D. So throughout this year, you're going to see a lot of chaos, a lot of fingers, a lot of people not knowing what they're supposed to do because everything they have known is collapsing around them. So the sacred mandala or the butterfly or both are meant to truly help individual and businesses as well to be conscious leader.
Let's make sure that we both get the information where we can get your materials, Muriel, and where we get Teresa's, book materials and the workshop, because and I mean the event before we move on, so that we're sure to have that for everybody.
Sure.
Absolutely. And, I just wanted to point out that Patty Sadler, who had some tech issues, is doing such a fantastic job leading the way with the Los Angeles Tribune Publishing House. And she's also doing a remarkable job working with Teresa on this lovely retreat. I want to bring up Dr. Michelle a little earlier. Dr. Michelle is going to actually be on the panel here that's going to start in about 2 minutes. But I wanted to bring you up a little early because I noticed your background looks very much like Muriel's background. And Muriel, even though we can't see you, we can't see you, because I think that is a great representation of who you are, Muriel, because that graphic behind you is transcendent. And I think that's what you stand for. And so I just wanted to point out the synchronicity between Dr. Michelle's background and your background. And Dr. Michelle, as we lead into your panel here that's starting momentarily, what are some thoughts that you have hearing this conversation with Teresa and Muriel?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. I didn't know if I was muted or not. So I am so grateful to be here first and foremost. Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you, Rex. Thank you to all the panelists here. Actually, I'm so intrigued because I love butterflies. And as I was listening, I was thinking, that's something that I really should consider. The butterfly became my theme many years ago, and it's just so fascinating. And I do resonate with everything that has been said. Speaking of the background, that is so awesome that you recognize that, because I am one who truly believes in the spiritual realm, the unseen forces, and just the whole frequency and vibration and all of that. And so it just means to me, we're all on the same frequency. So we're just vibrating at the same level. And Rex, I do want to tell you, I do have your book, okay? And so I resonate with everything that you said in the book as well. And so this is just such a pleasure and an honor. And thank you for bringing me up early to share my thoughts.
Well, and let me say, if you've got the book, be sure to get the training. It's free. It's a bonus. It's my gift to you. So make sure that you go get the Mastery Loop training from my website.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And something I'll share about Dr. Michelle. Dr. Michelle, I'm not going to put too much of your business on blast, but I will say that you are such an incredible businesswoman. I mean, you own businesses that I didn't even know you could own. And so, I mean, it's just remarkable to have you here. You're such an incredible leader. And I want to thank Muriel and Teresa. And both Muriel and Teresa will be revisiting us again here at the LA Tribune very soon with some special programming. And Patty Sadler will be in touch with both of you regarding orchestrating that as we head into this next panel here. And I want to again thank Muriel and thank Teresa.
And
for,
Mo,
yes.
Can I just say before they go, can we make sure that we get their information in the chat or something? So
yes, it's all in the chat. Just look for Patty Sadler in the chat. And we're going to bring up Dan Armstrong as well. And Dan is another remarkable author. And it's very apropos to have him follow up with Muriel, who I think is truly just a brilliant author. And Dan, his books have a way of being able, the same way that George Orwell can use ideas to open up your mind. I think Dan Armstrong is very similar to a modern day Orwellian type author. And I mean that very complimentary because he can help you see things that you didn't previously see. And I think that whether it's Huxley, whether it's these authors were all Ayn Rand. She was also able to do this. They can help you see a frequency that always existed, but you needed to have the right glasses on to see. And that's the gift that Dan Armstrong has given the world. And I'm personally a fan of his work. And I'm so excited, Rex, to have you lead the way with this incredible dialogue with Dan and Dr. Michelle. And we'll be joined by other thought leaders momentarily as well. But Rex, the floor is yours.
Wow. Well, I'm honored to be here between Dr. Michelle and Dan Armstrong and Donna and Mo, who just left, and the other two incredible guests, Teresa and Muriel. It's just been phenomenal. And Dan, let me say hi to you. Dan, I love your work, and you got a recent a new book. So I want you to be able to show your new book. What you are able to do is something I have never done in my life, and that is to be able to novelize the kind of experience and teach a lesson in that novelization, to be able to share a story so profoundly that as you move through it, you kind of change by reading. It's really a wonderful talent that you have.
Well, thank you. I appreciate everybody here at the LA Tribune for inviting me. I was really looking forward to this. Didn't really know where I was going to fit in, to be honest with you. But as I was listening to the previous speakers about the butterfly analogy, I thought, wow, how often do we try to look at our wings when we should be looking at other people's wings and encouraging them to fly? And I think the LA Tribune has done such a wonderful, tremendous job at doing that for so many people, getting them exposure on a national and an international stage where perhaps they would not have that opportunity in their hometown at minimum. I was born with a cleft palate. I wasn't able to speak until I was, 5, 6, 7 years old. And for me to speak publicly, it could be a miracle, but it really came down to a past that was marred by trouble, trauma, but it became a triumph. And when I hear the stories of everyone all day long, I'm just flabbergasted that, you know what? We all have our own story. We all have our own struggles that we had to overcome, and our struggles become strengths. When we have obstacles to overcome, that pain becomes a pleasure or a promise or a passion or, a purpose. And I think when you brought up my books, my first book was just a collection of stories of how I related to people. But then I got into, studying something called smart dust. Didn't even know what it was in 2017. In 2021, I published a novel I never even wanted to write. I honestly did not want to write it. The longer I got into it, the more I realized this is bigger than me. And it was bigger than me. But again, as the butterfly analogy about encouraging other people's wings, as I wrote the book, I shared so much on social media that the swelling of encouragement literally helped me catapult me, gave me the air under my wings to continue. And that again prompted more writing until, I have another book coming out in February. And that one I've already finished the sequel. So there's so much wind under my wings in the last, honestly, 2.5 years that I don't ever want to touch the earth again. I know I will, but I appreciate the opportunity and the huge encouragement that this panel and this community has offered myself and so many other people. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
Since you brought up the butterfly analogy, I'll say something that many of us know, and that is, if you help a butterfly out of the cocoon, it doesn't do very well. Or if you help the chick out of the egg, that doesn't do very well because it requires the breaking of the egg or the cocoon and working and efforting to get out of it in order to develop the muscular strength that it needs to live and survive. So all of our hardships, are of a benefit. But we don't know that, and particularly, Buddha didn't go around going, "I'm Buddha," and Jesus didn't say, "Aren't you lucky that you're in my presence? I mean, look at what I did. I fed the fish, the whole thing, 5,000. That was me. So the idea that the butterfly can't see the wings to me is just like, wow, how amazing. So for both of you, for Dr. Michelle and for you, Dan, as you are helping people either through your works or how, you know, in your individual thing. You are both so humble and so giving and so kind and so sharing. You're like that butterfly that can't see their wings. So how do you help those people around you unlock those inner abilities and talents and resources that that they can to live their lives more successfully?
Dan, you can go first.
And I love how the background changed on you.
Who, me?
It went from blue to
Dr.
vibrant
Michelle,
red.
yeah. I saw that. That's weird. How'd you do that?
It's a secret.
Well, it's like a button. You can't see it, can you? It's your wings. That's what it is.
Right, exactly.
You know, one of the things I've learned over time, and you know, to this day, well, I'll back up. I was very shy and very really aware of how I spoke because of my cleft palate. And it was only a couple of years ago that I would be honest enough to when I talk to groups, to tell them, and I'll tell you guys, I am literally wearing a device to help me speak. Without it, you wouldn't want to listen to me. The cleft palate that I was born with couldn't be repaired. So to this day, I have to have a device to help me speak. Saying that, it is easy with someone that has, I don't call it a defect anymore because it's been one of my greatest gifts. It's taught me so much. And that is it. We all have gifts. We all have these traumas that can be triumphs, but we have to teach other people, look, if a little boy who was made fun of, who was bullied, who was afraid to speak, who was depressed, who was anxious, who was anger, can turn around and love people. It wasn't me comparing myself to others. That's what I had to get over. It was me saying to myself, I am worthy of being loved. I have talents. I have skills. I have gifts to give. And the more I realized that I am that butterfly that had to come out of that cocoon, and that wiggle to get out of there strengthens the wings. It creates the muscles needed to fly. When I encourage other people to do that, and I tell them, you need to be aware of your life in other people's presence, but more importantly, you have to be aware of your presence in your life. Yeah. That you are the most valuable person. Without you, the world wouldn't exist because you wouldn't know it. You are the only one who is created like you. There may be people that look like you, sound like you, talk like you, do the things you do, but the world would be amiss without you. And you are so unique, and you have so many things to offer that I cannot offer the world. And in doing so, I think when I encourage people like that, telling them that they are the best they are. I can never be a Rex Sykes or a Donna Campbell or a Michelle Green. I can never be you. I can never measure up to what you've accomplished. But you cannot measure up to what I've accomplished. I've done my track, my calling, my desire. And as soon as that was defined, that's when the path began to become more clear. So encouraging others to think the same way, I think, Rex, maybe something that I would say to other people is to, find your calling, get the clarity for it, and begin the commitment and the discipline to follow through.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. So good. So good. So good. So as far back as I can remember as a child, people would come to me for help. They would want me to give them counsel, and I loved it. I seem to be the calm amidst the storm. I can't even get it out. You talk about your devices. I have on Invisaligns, right? Working on my own teeth. And so at any rate, again, I was the calm one. It seemed like when everything was falling down or falling apart around people, they would come to me to help calm them. And so I just learned that I had a gift for helping individuals to calm them, to see a different perspective, to help them to reframe what they were seeing, because they felt like it was happening to them, I would explain to them, things happen for you. So long before we were hearing people say, it's not happening to you, it's happening for you. I've been saying that years and years ago because I had learned through my own experiences when I came out on the other side that was just a setup for me to go to another level. I just had to go through the process to actually learn new skills and build the resilience muscle. And so by me having that experience, I'm able to help other people see a different perspective. There's a meme that's out there, and one person is standing on one side and they can see a 6, while the other person is standing on the other side and they see the 9. And so they're arguing over, is this a 6 or is this a 9? But it's only in the perspective. So my gift is really helping people to look at things from a different perspective, step outside of themselves, become the witness so that you can actually get out of your mind and not let your ego take over, because a lot of times it's just about our ego. We want to win. And I'm so passionate about helping them to get beyond that, because everything is not about you as an individual. It's happening for a higher purpose. And I like to tell people that if this is happening, it is happening for your higher good. So find the lesson and find the gift in it, because it is a lesson, truly a lesson and a gift. And I just like to help people to really learn skills and techniques so that they can default to their best behavior through encouragement, through giving them, stories where people have overcome. I will tell you, without going too much further, because I want to turn it back over to you, Rex, I have gone through some of situations in life where you would think, how am I able to be here today to talk to you and encourage you based on the things that I went through? That's why I'm here today, to be able to encourage you, because of the things that I went through. And as I was going through those things, I actually got counsel. I actually got a coach. I actually went through talk therapy. I used talk therapy as one of my methods as well to help me get to the other side, and looked at how other people did it in a healthy manner, because there are ways that you can cope and it's from an unhealthy perspective, but I like to make sure that people are coping from a healthy perspective. And so the tools that I use to help people and encourage people to be more, to do more, to have more, are tools that are sustainable, tools that they can learn. So when they're not with me, they can actually employ those tools, and they don't have to rely on me, but they hear me in the back of their head, do this, do that. This technique works, and they apply it. Lastly, I want to say, over these last 3 days, we have been given so much great wisdom, so much knowledge, and I encourage you to take it and apply it, because it's just knowledge if you do nothing with it. I heard one speaker say, just pick out, a few things from what you've heard, write those things down if you haven't already wrote those things down, and then decide how you're going to apply it. I'm all about applied learning. And Rex, you talked about accelerated learning as well. This is a way to accelerate your learning through this informal process, listening to people who have the tools and techniques that they have applied and they've been able to reach a certain level. So we're here to share that information so that you can, we're talking about quantum leaping, right? So that you can quantum leap. And I know you probably want to ask a question about that, but it's just all about thinking from another perspective, having new thinking, a new thought pattern. So with that in mind, I'm turning it back over to you, Rex.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I'm going to turn it over to Donna, because I know Donna looks like
I have a question. He's catching on. What's really interesting is we've been talking about the last couple of days, quantum leaping your life, quantum leaping your business, and one thing that each of you touched on was communication, whether it was through the spoken word and how well or what we need to do to have the spoken word, but also through the written word and through stories, whether we speak them or write them. So what I'm really curious about most, because we're always here to help and serve other people, because that's what we're trained and what we do, how has the communication of you sharing your own stories opened up your heart space so you have the ability to help other people quantum leap and transform this year? That's my question.
That is so good. Do you want to start, Dan, or do
No,
you
you
want
go
me
ahead,
to?
Dr. Michelle.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. I like to say I just usher in the quantum field every single day through opening up my heart. I go through literally a practice of saying that I trust you, universe. I trust you, Lord, that you are here to support me. And I lead with an open heart. And so I open up my heart with compassion and love, and I radiate love and compassion to all that come into my field of influence, because I want to continue to help people and spread that. And see, what we know is that that unseen realm is there. And I go back to that because I'm such a spiritual person, and I'm like, if you would have said, who are you? I would have just said, I am a spiritual being having a human experience, and I'm here to spread love, joy, and to help people be happy, healthy, and wise. And so with all that being said, is that because I believe in the unseen forces and the unseen realm, I like to hire the heavens as well. And I love, love, love gratitude. The gratitude, because I know that that is the quickest way that a person can get their mind off their problems, and they can focus on what they have and appreciate what they have. And that helps you continue to move forward. Also, forgiveness. I do a lot of forgiveness work because I have found that some things that hold us back is centered around unforgiveness. And so with the forgiveness work and the forgiveness practice that I give to my clients, it helps them to release the shackles of unforgiveness. It unburdens them so that they can move forward. And it has done wonders, not only for them, but for me as well. Again, based on the number of situations that I've had to endure in life, it called for me to have radical forgiveness. And so I practice radical forgiveness and gratitude every single day to stay in that quantum field and radiating that love and joy to people who come into my field of influence. And people feel it. They feel it. They smile back at me. They want to be around me. And I like to tell people, radiate, have that enthusiasm, because when you do that, it actually opens up doors for you as well. And so I'm going to leave my answer at that. And if you have any questions based on what I said, feel free.
All right, Dan. Yes, same question. How has sharing stories opened up your heart space?
I think the key to anyone's heart space is understanding emotion. And when you understand emotion and you can communicate with emotion, you can unlock so much garbage and light and love in people's lives in the same way. There's, behold the power of words and beware of the power of words, the potential of healing and the power of hurting someone with words. As Dr. Michelle was talking, it reminded me of the first book I wrote, The Cable Adventures of a Real Life Cable Guy. The dedication was to my mother. And I didn't say it was my mother at first, but in the dedication, I talk about how this woman picked me up when I was sick, and she laid me down to rest at night. And then at the end of the dedication, I said, and this was the only time that I would be laying her down to rest, when I put her remains in the ground. And I got a phone call. I don't even know how the guy got my phone number, but this man called me up and he was crying. He says, "Are you Dan Armstrong? Did you write the Cable Guy book?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, I read your dedication and I had to go get a stiff hard drink. And then I called my mother, who I hadn't talked to for 10 years. The emotion in the story that I did not have my mother anymore, and that I had laid her in the ground and she had never seen any of my published work, moved him so much, a complete stranger, with words, moved his emotions so much for him to make a change in his life for the better and restore a relationship with his mother. And I think when we share our hearts and our true souls, and when Dr. Michelle said she practices unconditional forgiveness, when we practice that forgiveness, again, it reminds me of another story. I'm going back to the first book, The Adventures of a Real Life Cable Guy. I was in a guy's home. His house was a mess. I was a cable guy. I was judging him. I was angry at him for all the filth, the moldy plates of food, the body dirt on his sheet in his bedroom. When he showed me his bedroom, there's an outline of his body on the mattress. He never showered. I was disgusted, only to find out at the very end, as I said, "Hey, I'm finished. Can you sign this, please?" He kind of woke up and looked up at me and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, my house is such a wreck. I was sprayed with Agent Orange in Vietnam, and I'm dying. And my mother, or my sister, wanted me to have this cable for as long as I can." And my heart broke, because my emotion was anger. My emotion was frustration. My emotion was all about judgment on someone that I knew nothing about. I had no clue what this man had been through. And I was putting my expectations on him to live the way I thought he should. A very selfish act that we all do. And the only thing I could think to do at that moment, I was probably in my early 20s. I reached down and I said, "Can I pray for you?" And he said, yeah, you can. And a few weeks later, his sister came into the cable office, returned the equipment, and I recognized the address. And I said, "Wait a minute, we just put this in a couple weeks ago." And she said, "Are you the guy? Are you the guy that was with my brother?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "You were the last person to see him alive, and you prayed for him." Here I was with the potential to hurt the man, the power of my words to kill him. But instead, my heart broke, because the key to my heart was emotions. And I was moved so much by his short story to pour my life into him, not knowing that I would be the last person in his home. So what is the effect of our words? What is the effect of our lessons on other people? I think is to unlock their emotions, unlock our own, so that we can relate, not judge, but love, forgive, and move together. It'll make the world a better place if we all just put our egos aside. Put our egos aside.
Wow. Truly, truly powerful.
Between what you both shared is the idea, or if there were a theme, it would be just be kind, be gentle, be open, let's not judge people so quickly because we don't know what they're going through. And we all live through stories, and those stories may be, this person's a dirtbag living in filth, Bob, and we think that that's because we either see it from the outside or think it in our head that somehow that's the reality, when what you find is completely different. And maybe if we just didn't have such a tight grip on what we think in terms of our opinions and our judgments and our prejudices and our hates, that we would be more loving and kind and gentle and open. And you both have shared such amazing real life examples of that. I mean, you say stories, but it's real life examples of that.
Yes. And stories are so incredibly relatable with everything and everybody. Because without story, like you were saying, and with what you guys were sharing, it's really how we connect and the emotion that's felt underneath that. So I thank you both.
Well, and I also appreciate that you also started to talk about real life stories of the cable guy, because I'm looking at it in the background going, oh, you've got that and Smart Dust there and my book, of course. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. And you send me other photos of this from long ago, so it's not like you didn't just put that there for today. But I mean, I really appreciate that. But you've written a number of books that people need to know and need to get. How do they get your book?
Well, you can look up if you just go to Google and type in "Smart Dust Dan Armstrong." There's probably like 20 things about it. But then if you go to one of them, click on it, and it's Smart Dust. But you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see the adventures of a real life cable guy. And then when Elwick comes out, and by the way, Rex Sykes was kind enough to read the Chronicles of Elwick before it came out. And here I have a poster of it right here.
I love that. It's such a great.
I love the cover.
And he was kind enough to write an endorsement for it. And again, in that story, you have a lot of spiritual content that will challenge you to think beyond, your perceived ideas of other people. Putting aside judgmental ideas, but also being open to learn. It's really all about the temple of wisdom and truth. Is about finding the place where virtues are taught and then taking those virtues and teaching them everywhere you go. And the crazy thing is, and if I may share this, the book took, believe it or not, only took me 25 nights at 3 hours a night to write. I've never done that before, ever. The sequel took me 7 months, which will probably be out this summer. But this book only took me 75 hours to write. Now, another 75 hours of editing and everything like that. But it was inspired. My wife was doing the proofreading every night at midnight. Say, can you read this? Oh, Dan, please. Or the next morning. Okay, I'll read it. She proofreads. She goes, Dan, where are you coming up with these ideas? I said, it's inspiring. It's just inspiring. And that came down to the discipline, the quantum leaps of those little tiny disciplines where I went from 10 minutes a day to 30 minutes a day to now every night I spend 3 hours right here typing, researching, reading, typing, researching, reading, and have literally put out I wrote 2 books in 8 months. Never thought that was even possible. But a lot is due to the people I surround myself with too. And when you surround yourself with strong people, strong leaders, the last panel, I can't remember his name, or 2 panels ago, he talked about who you're around is so important. And if you don't have strong leaders and readers around you, you need to do that. You need to get a mentor. You need to get a coach. You need to have people like Dr. Michelle and Dawn and Rex in your life saying, how's it going? What's your next step? I just picked up a client today who knew I was coming on the show and said, I need your enthusiasm. I need to learn how you disciplined yourself to do that. So we're going to be teaching that more and more on how you build up the discipline to accomplish the goal that you want to do, whether it be in business, in relationship, in writing a book. So thanks, guys. I appreciate your time.
Very beautiful, beautiful. And Dr. Michelle?
Oh, this has been wonderful. I do want to recommend a book as well, U Square by Price Pritchard.
Yeah.
That book is awesome. And that book talks about how you can quantum leap your life. And so I do recommend people to get that particular book. And it's really centered around thinking at a higher level and using unconventional ways to quantum leap. And when I was listening to you, Dan, it put me in the mind of inspired action. And I'm all about inspired action and about when you get those nudges or when you get those hunches that you need to follow them because they will pay off. And yes, I hear also that you were in a flow. So you would sit down and you would get into that flow and you were in that zone and you did what you had to do. In my essence, you quantum leap doing that particular book. And I think you said 25 days to get that book completed. That is awesome. And I do want to say this. I have quantum leap in all areas of my life, all my life. And before I understood the dynamics, it would just be, I would think it, I would visualize it, I would go to sleep. You know, I think it's Albert Einstein who said, when you go to sleep, give your subconscious mind a request or something to that effect. Don't go to sleep without giving your subconscious mind a request. So I would go to sleep and I would visualize. And before long, someone was calling me saying, hey, I have this opportunity for you. Or I would be somewhere and meet someone and we connected, or I'm just somewhere being myself. Person loved my vibrant nature and invited me to participate in activities where I've been able to excel. And today is an example as well. I was on one of these events and I loved everything that I heard because it resonated with me and it aligned with the business that I have. I have several businesses, as Mo mentioned, but it aligned. So I decided I wanted to put myself in the room with everyone. And here I am today because I put myself in the room. And so I just want people to know that you have to believe, you have to take radical action. And when I say radical action in terms of taking a quantum leap, it's not going to be rational all the time. Sometimes you're going to be wondering, why am I going this way? But you're going that way because you're supposed to meet the person that's on that road, if you will. That's the best way I know how to say that. And so also in believing, know that there are unseen forces that will come to your aid. And Dan, as you were writing that book, when I told the individuals earlier, higher the heavens, you know, I truly believe in the spiritual realm and we have our guides and our angels. And I believe you could have had a writing angel there, you know, helping you get through that. Now, you may not have known that, but that's part of where that quantum realm is, the quantum field that we don't see. That's how we're on this webinar today, because of the unseen realm. You don't have to know how the light switch works to know that when you turn it on, the light is going to come on. You just know that it works. And that's where you have that expectation. So have positive expectation that what you're looking for is also looking for you. Again, I'm so honored to be here amongst so much wisdom. I have taken me pages of notes myself, and I have some action items that I'm going to apply to my life because of some things that I want at a higher realm. And one, I want you guys to think about the word want. Want is just really willing to actually think at a higher level. And when you are thinking at a higher level, you will attract new things into your life. And so I encourage you to get outside of your normal circle, to get outside of listening to TV, tune into things that's going to help elevate your mind, elevate your life. I actually host a TV show as well called Elevate Your Life. And I like to bring on individuals who can provide techniques and tools so that people can actually apply them to their lives, readily apply them to their lives. Not that it's just some pie in the sky or woo-woo stuff, but it's stuff that they can actually readily apply to get immediate results. And so with that being said, thank you again. And Rex or Donna, it's back over to you.
If you allow me to just do this, but thank you. That was awesome. I appreciate that. I want to just share something that I've had on my desktop that you might enjoy. A long time ago, in a small village called Havenbrook, lived a young man named Elwick. Now, the village was nestled amidst rolling hills and muddied furrowed dirt. And from his earliest age, he possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a burning desire to seek wisdom beyond the confines of his humble surroundings. Does that sound familiar to someone on the platform?
Yeah. Sounds great. Well, I've got to tag something onto what Dr. Michelle said when she said about thinking it, visualizing it. In November of 2021, I was watching Dennis Waitley on the Dennis Waitley tour in my writing studio. I went outside in a shed in my writing studio, and he was sitting there in his office and he was talking. And I looked at him and I said to myself, I would love to be sitting beside him. And within 1 year, I was in that room. And I've been in that room twice now, and I've been in his home and his living room twice now. And all because I looked at that screen and said, I want to be there. And through serendipitous meetings, through Kyle Wilson and some other people and phone calls, hey, would you like to go see Dennis out in San Diego? Are you kidding me? So I felt it. I remember the first time I saw him, the first time I heard him was in my 20s. And the first time I saw him on, the LA Tribune, I said, oh my gosh, I would love to be there. And I swear to you, it was less than a year later. It was August of 2022. I was in that room alone with him. And here's a man in his 90s still working on projects. Talk about quantum leaping, never ends. Quantum leaping never ends. Your life doesn't end until you're gone, and you're never really gone. So thanks for letting me share that quick story. Thanks, Dr. Michelle. And thanks, Donna and Rex.
And I read a little bit from the Chronicles of Elwick, and so someone asked, what was the book that Dr. Michelle mentioned, Q2?
Oh, Dr. Price Pritchard's, yep.
Right. YouTube. It's a great book.
Swear.
You swear it. I'm sorry. I was trying to. Anyway, you're all remarkable. Thank you so very much for being here and for sharing, and get whatever you can from both of these incredible people.
Absolutely, Rex. Get whatever you can from both of these incredible people, especially their wisdom. Dan, you mentioned the Psychology of Winning tour that we did here a few years ago. What an honor that was. Some people remember that Bob Proctor was also part of that program, and that was actually, to the best of my knowledge, one of the last, if not the very last, public appearance he made before he passed away. It was right here on the Los Angeles Tribune, and we want to thank Bob and Dennis and all of these pioneers for all of the work that they've done. And we're just doing our part to help keep that spirit of inspiration going here at the Tribune. So I want to thank you, Dan, and thank you, Dr. Michelle. And we see, Dr. Michelle, you got some big fans in the virtual auditorium. I see Kenyelle here. She's been so supportive of your segment. And Kenyelle's also been one of the speakers here. And in fact, it wasn't announced, but she's actually being recognized with the Presidential Award very soon here. So congratulations to Kenyelle Ash on being recognized by the highest office in the nation. And with that being said, I want to thank you, Dr. Michelle and Dan and Donna and Rex. We are just going to continue bringing some seriously talented and gifted thought leaders to this community to share their wisdom. Let's bring back Julianne Meyer. Julianne, one of the co-hosts and co-producers of this summit. I know that you, Julianne, are about to spend some time with a really remarkable gentleman who I had a chance to also listen to in the past and speak with a little bit as well, and that's Ben Hummel. And so what can you share a little bit about Ben Hummel before we bring him up, Julie, please?
Ben Hummel is one of those gentlemen that I've witnessed quantum leap in the last year. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to do with this coming year. He created the Genius Way, which is this remarkable system to improve your life. It goes along with the book, but not only that, he started his own TV show, and he's also in the Moral Compass. So he's quite talented. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Absolutely. And we want to welcome Ben Hummel to the stage. And Julianne, you're going to have an awesome one-on-one conversation. I'm going to grab one of my pencils. I keep losing these pencils. So if folks have some extra pencils, send them to me because I don't know where they go. I'm going to take notes. Ben Hummel, Julianne, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. Ben, I'm so excited to have you here today. How are you?
Great. It's great to be here.
So this is not your first time on the Los Angeles Tribune stage, but we're so excited to have you back. So welcome.
Thank you.
I introduced you a little bit before you came on, but my first question for you has to do with what I said. And that is that I've watched you quantum leap, and you've already done that in 2023. So how are you going to outdo yourself for 2024?
2024 is the year that I kind of take my info and my message and my energy to more people live. So basically, the Genius Way is a life philosophy. It's a book, and it's also a process of personal development. And so this year is about taking the Genius Way into more workshops and online courses and so forth to kind of really engage the public more in the actual discovery and expression of people's genius.
You know, that word genius can be a little bit intimidating. Would you say everybody has their own?
I would absolutely say that. Yeah. So let me redefine genius. Genius, you know, that's part of the big, you know, hill or summit that I have to cross with choosing the genius way. The genius way is actually kind of speaking about something like the Tao, which is like the way of things, the flow of the universe. So the genius way is about everyday genius. And what do I mean by that? Every single person has been born with a collection of talents and gifts and skills and callings, not just one, a whole handful, like a big basket full. And we kind of stumble onto those gifts and callings and expressions a little bit during life. Every once in a while, you see somebody who's really engaged with theirs. But these are the things that we do that bring us deep fulfillment and, you know, a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, you know, and they're actual things, and there's actually a way to get there. The reason that I'm so on this subject is because, you know, I'm a psychotherapist working, you know, full time. And what I've come to see from the clients that I've attracted, which is, you know, kind of like a deeper awareness of things other than, you know, psychology, what's deeper than our psychology. And so what I've come to discover is that each one of us has a genius, which is basically a fund of expressive energy that we get to, you know, express in this lifetime through various means. And it's different for everybody. So you're clearly on yours right now. When you see Julianne and she's kind of doing her thing and being the host and, you know, coming up with these beautiful questions and additions to the conversation, it's right. You can see it right there. You can see it. You can see my excitement in talking about this. You know, I have an extra gear when it comes to talking about genius and helping others to find theirs. So each one of us has this thing, and it's not Einstein or Mozart. It's you. You have a genius. You can't be born without a genius, right? And so as we go through our lives, when we're missing that piece, we can certainly feel it. We feel a sense of stagnancy, or we feel, you know, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have a focus in my life, and that's where the genius way comes in. So.
I love that. I think that is such an important way to look at things. It kind of takes things back to the basics in a way, because if you don't have a strong foundation, how do you move forward? Yes. Now, somebody like me who not that long ago, I literally had to look in my home to see at my books to see what it was that I was interested in, because I was so disconnected from who I was that I wasn't even really aware of what I liked. I mean, and I know that the more that I share about that, the more I hear it. That's really not that uncommon.
It's not uncommon.
And it's scary. But what I'm curious is, for those people who are in that position, who are watching now and really want to quantum leap their 2024, what would be some ways to figure out themselves? What would be something that they can do in order to make that quantum leap?
Yeah. Okay. So to make a quantum leap, in my book, the first thing you have to kind of address is, here's the question. If anybody's got something to write with, write this down, get it down. What are you wanting to feel in the future? Okay. So when we start from a feeling perspective, when I say, okay, I want to feel, you know, I'll talk about myself. I want to feel excited and fulfilled. And I want to feel like I'm living in this very thin spot right in this moment. I want to be riding the wave of the moment. Okay. And so when I want to feel that, when you focus in on that feeling and you're quiet enough, an image is going to pop up in your awareness. Okay. So when I see that, something that happens for me when I'm in front of others giving a presentation, I kind of drop in, like I said, to this fifth gear, and I feel this weird sense of calm, and also like I've got access to everything that I have. So I want to feel that. Okay. And so that image, the image that comes with that feeling is me kind of standing on a stage or being in this kind of position and sharing what I have from my interiority, from my genius. Okay. And so when you can focus on what you want to feel and then pull an image up from that, you can start to know what you are interested in because it's already there. You know, you looked on your books, but I guarantee when you found one of those books, it gave you a certain feeling that you started to follow. Am I right or no?
No, absolutely. And it was just baffling to me. I was like, wow, thank you for letting me know.
Yeah. So that's exactly how I like to work with people. There's a protocol to go through. We're already carrying the feeling of what we're wanting our future to feel like. And again, it's like Dr. Michelle, I think it was Dr. Michelle was just talking about, it's not a whim and it's not a woo-woo. We have this. We're meant to be expressing something. That's the whole part of genius. We're meant to be expressing something in particular. That was the name of my last show that aired today. Your genius has something in particular to say. Okay. And so to find that, it's exquisite. It just feels so good.
I really like that. It is. It's meant to be expressed. And a lot of us kind of feel like, well, who am I? However, unfortunately, that's why we're here, is we're trying to figure out how to up-level our lives and get to that next step. And, you know, something that's been talked about throughout the entire summit, day 1, day 2, and into day 3, is this idea of who you surround yourself with. And how did you go from, you know, counseling to writing this book to being on TV to being on, you know, these summits and doing all of these things in the public eye? Not that that's everybody's goal, but you had to be in front of different people and meet different people. How did that work for you?
Yeah. So basically, you know, it's like following breadcrumbs. So I started out, you know, part of the thing that others aren't seeing before the counselor stuff, I was started out as like a hippie in a spiritual community when I was in my late teens, early 20s. And from there, I used to talk about spirituality all the time and meditation. I mean, I was doing that, but it was in an unofficial capacity, you know. After I got, you know, educated and got my licensing for being a psychotherapist, I had more to give. I wanted to connect that spiritual and, you know, kind of more than clinical aspect of myself, the one that can, you know, share things with others on a more of a large scale, and following breadcrumbs. Like, in other words, for some reason, I'm like, okay, where's the bigger audience? Okay, so I started writing books and I wrote some courses for Daily Ohm, and I built some online courses, and I'm like, how am I going to get this out there? And it was clumsy at first, you know, and it still isn't in a little way, you know, but there's the feeling was that there was way more people that I need to be in touch with. And so you kind of saw me on a platform for podcast events. And you invited me to come on to this, you know, the TV network. And I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. And I didn't know that I was going to do a TV show, but I'm following the breadcrumbs. And, you know, it feels like, okay, there's a door opening there. That one's closed. There's another one opening here. You can just kind of feel your way. But I had to step out into the abyss first without anything under my foot in order to make it happen. So sometimes we're taking a step into the unknown, but until we take that step, the earth doesn't appear beneath our feet.
You know, something that I'm really enjoying about you and I having this particular conversation is we get to see both sides, you know, because I found you. And the reason why I found you was because you wrote a book, was because you put yourself out there, because you follow those breadcrumbs. And so it does work by just putting your one foot in front of the other.
Absolutely does. And the thing is, you can't go from zero to, all right, I'm on the New York Times bestseller list, you know, because every one of these little stepping stones, every one of these little breadcrumbs that we follow gives us that much more information and learned experience to go to the next step. It's all necessary. So I'm going somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I'm definitely well on my way. So that's kind of how it feels.
You're headed forward. It might be a little snaky, but you're on your way.
That's right.
So what do you suggest for people who get stuck, you know, in that, whether it's indecision, whether it is some sort of life circumstance that pops up, a lot of people stop dead in their tracks when that happens and make it mean something other than an event.
Yeah.
So what would you say to them?
Yeah, two things. Number one, be happy that you feel stuck. Okay, number one. And the reason I'm saying that is because when you feel stuck and it doesn't feel good, it shows you that that's not your natural place. It shows you you're not supposed to be stuck. If feeling stuck feels bad, you know it's not for you. It's not natural. Okay, that's the first part. The second part is when you're feeling stuck, you will find that there is always something that's moving in your life. Something in your life has some motion, and you've got to scan your experience for what is moving, even if it's a drip of water, even if it's just moving this tiny little bit. Find the thing that moves, and it's going to take you all the way through that dark cave. You know, find what's moving, and it'll never steer you wrong. It's a really good little practice, and something's always moving. So just kind of find it, trust it.
You know, that's the thing too. And from my own practice and growth, I've noticed that a lot of times when we're stuck in our heads versus being present in the moment, we don't necessarily see all the options that are actually there, the things that are moving, as you say. And how do you, because you mentioned about wanting to be in the moment more this year for 2024.
Right.
How do you accomplish that?
Well, yeah. So everybody has to have a way to clear away the preconceptions in the moment that we have, right? So I have a very long history of meditation. And by meditation, what I mean is, you know, it's like a Vipassana meditation where I just focus on my breath and I kind of let go, and I kind of let go of what I've decided is true right now about my situation. And I leave it wide open. You know, if it's a 5-minute thing and I find that just kind of clears everything away, and I get up and go about my day open to the next thing. You know, so whether it's that you do, or get up and take a walk, or take a nap, or shake something off, work out something to shift what you've decided is true for this second, enough to let something else in. It's ready to come in. It's ready to open up for you, you know, but you've got to have some impetus to shake that old idea off, you know, and recognize that you're in it.
I like that you're not saying this is the way and the only way, you know.
Yeah.
Something that I want to add to that too is it doesn't always work. So maybe taking a walk worked for you, but then today it's going to be dancing around the room, you know.
That's right. Yesterday was a walk. Today it's a nap. Tomorrow,
I mean, it could be anything.
Tomorrow it might be go out and have a glass of wine and meet somebody. You meet the perfect person to help you. Who knows what it is? But do something different to shift that stuckness.
I like that. And, you know, you've been studying for so many years, and I'm curious who some of your favorite authors are, or like who have made a difference in your life.
Yeah, well, most of the influences in my life are kind of spiritual people, you know, like Paramahansa Yogananda, or, you know, Osho, or, you know, I really spent a lot of time studying all these guys. And, you know, aside from the idea of them being like masters or anything like that, there's a lot of outside the box thinking that comes from, you know, okay, how do you live a spiritual life? How do you live a life that is, you know, our theme today is the quantum leap. A quantum leap is, I'm not taking a step from A to B. I'm going from A to Q. How do you get there? And so it's not logical. So anybody who's like a non-logical kind of processor is my guy or gal, you know? So, yeah.
I like that because, you know, if we're sitting there, we're so busy being human doings versus human beings. If we're human doing, we can't let in the energy for the quantum leap. We can't, we're trying to control everything around us.
Yeah.
And as you know, we can't really do that. Something that I really would love to touch on, because you are a psychotherapist, is the idea that nobody's broken. It's just that maybe if something's not working for you, then maybe you can adjust that. How important is it to you having a coach or a therapist or somebody that you can bounce ideas off?
Yeah, it's invaluable. The way that our psychology is set up is that we feel so alone and so isolated in our headspace, okay? That just to have somebody else be like, wow, and just really be there and connect with you, and to add a little bit of encouragement when they see something in you that kind of wants to blossom, to add that encouragement and shed a little bit of light on your path is huge, huge. And we need it at all stages of our life, from birth till death, And so it's really, really important to have the right person there at the right time. And what you'll see is that, if you're kind of open and if you're sincere about your journey, you will see that existence kind of puts these people in your path. And it's up to us to be aware enough when they show up to be like, okay, there, I need to be with that person and listen to that, So that's our part. So I want to say a cool little thing about genius. So back way in the day in Greece, the idea of education, or the literal translation of the Greek word education, is to lead out the child's genius. Okay, so you look at the child and you see what is this person's calling? What is the genius in this child? And again, it's not about the Mozart genius. It's like, what is this person, this little guy, wanting to express? What are they naturally wondrous about? What are they curious about? How do they explore? And so when you're talking about having a coach, the right coach has to be able to see the genius in that person. And again, not the Mozart genius, the everyday genius, the thing that makes that person tick, and lead that out in them. Not getting in the way, not superimposing their own stuff onto the client, but just to see what is it for that person and lead that out in them, so that they can see it for themselves. That's like the greatest thing for me. I love that aspect of this work.
Something else too, real quick, is this idea of genius, and that what was it? Van Gogh never sold a painting in his lifetime, but yet it's Van Gogh. Yeah. So
see, a genius
knows what genius is.
Right. Right. So it's like, people aren't a genius; they have a genius.
Exactly.
They have a genius. The genius is the collection of particular qualities that can't be expressed by anybody but that person in that way. Like, everybody can be a painter, but nobody is Van Gogh. And just like, if there's somebody named Jim Smith out there listening, Jim, your gardening can only be done just like you're doing it. No one else can do it. And if you don't do it, the world is going to be poorer for it. That's the type of genius I'm talking about.
Oh, I love that. Are there any final thoughts that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, in terms of the theme of Quantum Leap, the idea is we are able to go not just from A to B and to C. We're able to go from A to a bowl of cherries, or B to Alpha Centauri. We don't know where we're going, but we have the ability to go a lot farther than we think. And only if we allow that to happen, if we open up that possibility in our life and take sometimes a non sequitur because life is leading us that way, then we'll be able to do it. We'll be able to do more than we think we can, because, we don't know everything that we're capable of. Our job is only to be open to it. Tap into that feeling of what you're wanting to feel in the future, get an image from it, and start heading to that image, even if it's just 1 inch that you can go towards that day.
Amazing. I'm going to bring Rex back to the stage. Rex, I'm just curious if you had any questions for Ben before we let him go. Oh, you're on mute.
Hey, Rex.
Hi, Ben. How are you?
Good.
I spent about 5 years almost building a city in Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
with a little man.
Oh, I
And,
see.
I lived with Osho for.
I see.
So
Okay.
you touched my heart because I loved being there and loved the presence and and Paramahansa Yogananda. I mean, there's so many important let's call them people in the world who allow themselves to be other than what most people think they are.
Yes.
And they see somewhat differently than a lot of people because some of the concerns that people have aren't their concerns.
Right.
I always tell people that enlightened people are surrounded by unenlightened people all the time, and it doesn't seem to bother them.
Yes.
So when it comes to, I love this because you're combining spirituality and meditation and vision and mission and intention together. And how do you? I know you said something a little bit about the hippie stuff in the beginning, but how for you? What was it that woke up in you that you said, I need to think this differently and then share it?
Well, for me in particular, I was in kind of like a closed community in the spiritual sense. And as all communities do, just like the Osho community, they blow up, things happen, community breaks up, devastation follows. So I had to find a place to put my sincerity, my love, my kind of genius qualities to impart wisdom and help people to develop. And so all these things, psychotherapy, coaching, writing these books, and combining my spirituality with the other paths of personal development to share with people. And so I didn't want that to be on my epitaph. He was in a spiritual group. Now this is like it's more. And like Mo was saying, or maybe it was you talking about the guy in his 90s, who's the other guy, Dan. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop.
Okay. Dan.
It doesn't.
Yeah, Dan. It keeps evolving, and it's just a privilege to be able to give what I have and be of use to others. That's exactly where I'm coming from.
Thank you so much, Ben. It's been such a pleasure having you here today. And I think we're ready for our next panel, aren't we, Donna?
Yeah, so we are. But before we transition, Ben, I just had a question for you, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Before we start bringing everybody else up, I was listening to you speak earlier, and you were talking about Paramahansa Yogananda, which, is the autobiography of a yogi. And I often talk and share in some of my teachings that there was a time where my personal life blew up, my health life blew up, and my financial life kind of took a turn. And so, I realized all of those things had one thing in common, and that was me. So I actually went to Ananda and spent a year there at their ashram and studied with the whole Paramahansa Yogananda teachings. And that entire year was such a transformative experience for me. And I was just wondering if you could provide a couple of comments of how with Yogananda, as well as your own personal transformation, because it really is the basis on a spiritual level to lead to healing, but then it moves into leadership. And then it moves into all of the other things we do in our life, because that's the solid foundation. So I was wondering if you could share a few words around that.
Sure. Yeah. I was just recently, I live down in Los Angeles area. I was just at the Self-Realization Fellowship Lake Shrine. And the presence of Yogananda is just really there everywhere. Mahatma Gandhi's, some of his ashes are there. It's just a beautiful place to go and meditate and just be in that kind of energy. And so one of the things about Yogananda, I know, Julie, we got to wrap this up, but I'll say something really quick. One of the things about Yogananda, when he came here in the 1920s, he was doing something impossible. He was bridging Hinduism and world religions with Christianity. And he was able to do it. He had to really think outside of the box and show the commonalities to all the people who Eastern religion was really new to. And so Yogananda, kind of built from his roots. He built this beautiful system of being able to connect with God and meditation, and to do service for the fellow human beings, and provide spaces for people to do self-introspection. And it's still there. That's what I can't believe, just going there last week and being in that space. The vibration is set up to be in that higher consciousness state. And for me, that's what I want to do with my life. I want this life of mine to be a reflection of, okay, I provided a space for others to find themselves. To me, there's nothing more beautiful.
I want to add, for those who don't know or who have never been to the lake shrine, it's actually built like on a curve, and it must have been incredible in the 20s, because it's been built up around, like you can run down the street and get a Jack in the Box burger, come back to the lake shrine. But it is truly right off of the coast of the Pacific Coast Highway on Sunset, but it is the most beautiful haven, surrounded by how it's been built up, at the beachfront. And so if you've never been there, people must go and see the houseboat and the windmill, and sit and just imbibe the presence that exists in that place. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say thank you guys for being here today, and I really, really loved being part of this.
Thank you, Ben. It's been such a pleasure. It's always wonderful hearing from you.
All right. Well, we're going to be continuing on the conversation here and moving more into the spiritual realm. We have a couple of more thought leaders here in our green room, and they're jumping on here with us. So we have Jeremy, and we have Dagmar with us, and Jeff Morris as well. And Jeremy, I know you and Rex have known each other for a number of years. So yes, let me have you guys say hello.
Well, thanks everybody for having me here, and really appreciate it. It's good to see you, Rex and Donna, and Joy. It's good to see you here. We saw you a couple months ago on our symposium, so
Yes.
Really happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We did something together recently, some of us.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, all three of us.
Absolutely there. All right, Julianne, would you like to stay, or would you like to and join the discussion here that we're going to have on the panel, or would you like to?
You know what? I'm going to watch from behind and let you
Okay,
guys
and then
have
jump
at
in.
it and
Let's do it.
enjoy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, I'm really excited to have each and every one of you here. We have a lot of things in common, that things you may not really realize with that. But Joy, I'm going to start with you and just share with us a little bit about what really inspires you with your business, with your practice, and share a little bit about who you are, because I know you're new to our Los Angeles Tribune community.
Right. Well, first off, I want to thank you, Donna, for inviting me and for being a part of this platform. It is incredible for me to be around such an inspiring people from all aspects of life and the world. So I'm a mom. I'm a teacher. I've taught for 29 years. And one of the things that I loved that Ben Hummel said was that finding that genius, because for years I've said, oh, I'm on the lookout for greatness. And that's what I teach the kids, that's what I'm doing. And I can't help but do that. And I do that all the time with even other humans than small ones. So I began my journey as a beginning with recognizing and trying to heal my own trauma that I had gone through. And some of the traditional things that I had gone through they helped a little, but they didn't help a lot. And I knew that there was more, I just didn't know where. And I came across some modalities that worked for me, and I grabbed onto it. And I am one of those people compelled to teach and share. It's almost like I just can't help it. So I will go ahead and do that as much as I can. What else? Sorry, I tend to scroll. Just
You're good. You're good. Now, I'm dying to know you. I'm going to do a quick follow-up question here.
Yes.
Over the last year and a half, and I know when you talk about the zone of genius, I know you teach children in grade school, but you also incorporate and teach them spiritual principles or self-transformational tools to help them cope within their day-to-day life. So can I just have you share a little bit about that for our audience?
Definitely. Of course, I have to keep it. When I teach the kiddos, I don't refer to it as that because I can't as a teacher. However, I incorporate movement and music and tapping and meditation. And I use music for transitions to get movement and energy out. I also use music to hone in to be able to help what I call their thinkers work a little bit better. I also have gemstones. I call it a bucket, and I have a bucket of gemstones. And if a kiddo is really jacked up and they just have too many big emotions and they don't know what to do, I'm like, do you want to go get one of my stones and just hang on to it? And I have that. And then when they're done, they put it back and I just kind of energetically clean it and it's all good. But I provide a lot of different things and teach them. I actually teach them how to regulate and how to recognize, and that feelings are feelings. They're not good, bad, or ugly. And that it's okay to feel them.
I love it. And it's, truly priceless because it really does start with the children. They are the future. We do get to educate and learn. I'm always learning from children as well in that also. Dagmar, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Quantum Leap here. Share with us a little bit about what inspires you about the work you do.
Well, thank you, Donna, for inviting me to be part of this panel. And to our audience, thank you for hanging in there. It's already third day and we're going strong and everyone is really looking forward to quantum leaping. And what really inspires me is producing these kind of enormous jumps in my life and then inspiring those possibilities within others. As you may know, I came actually from over 20 years in a global business consulting career, and then made my own quantum leap into personal transformation. Through a flash of inspiration, I downloaded my modality called the Triple Quantum Reset. And I realized that there is so much more to our potential that we give ourselves credit for, because often we create doubts and fears that keep us small. So it's been my passion for the last 10 years to uncover all that is possible within me, and in turn inspiring other entrepreneurs, business owners, and leaders to create the life that they truly deserve, the life that is fulfilling their potential, and most importantly, fulfilling their divine mission.
I love that. I love it. Can you share with us real quick, what is one fun tip or technique to really help people quantum leap as a business owner?
Absolutely. So quantum leap doesn't actually mean a gradual increase. I loved what Ben Hamel told us earlier. It's not about going from A to B or perhaps to C. It's about a massive shift and exponential growth. So think of Big Bang. It was slightly chaotic and destructive, but it sure did produce the universe that we live in. So can you take a moment, allow yourself to risk a possibility of something magnificent in your life, and abandon the fear in pursuit of something much bigger? Because quantum leap means that you're letting go of current status quo, you're letting go of where you are now, you let go of your mental patterns and concepts, and you embrace something new. And this summit has had so many amazing speakers that continue to drive this point. Let's just see the possibility beyond our perception of self-limitations. So I'm so excited to be part of this.
And we're so happy that you're here with us as well. Jerry McDonald, same question. What inspires you about the business and the work that you do?
Well, the first thing is it just makes me happy. Every time Donna, you and I meet and or we put something together and I see somebody smile and I see them have a shift in their life and they call me up and they said, "Oh my goodness, you're not going to believe what just happened." And this started 25 years ago when I was a sales trainer and my people would come in and say to me, "I hit goal this week. You're not going to believe this. I hit goal," and I'm like, "That's amazing." Well, you kind of get addicted to this feeling of helping people have these major shifts and overcome things that they didn't think they were going to be able to do, and so that's absolutely beautiful. That keeps me going, and it's been for 25 years now. One step at a time, as Ben was saying. You're just sitting there and making these steps towards your dreams or whatever your goal is or whatever your business is. So that keeps me going.
I love that too. Absolutely. You guys are just so amazing here. And Jeff Morris, I know we listened to you earlier today. So let me ask you, what inspires you about what you do?
Well, first, I'm inspired by everyone on the panel. I'm listening to Joy and the work that you do with your kids and your teens. Love to equip kids and teens, right? Because there's the next generation of leaders and problem solvers and innovators. Dagmar, I know you and Sherry Gideons are close. So she's mentioned you and talked to me about you. Jeremy, pleasure to meet you as well. Don, I love to wake up every day knowing that I'm going to say something that transforms someone's life. Right, as a coach, as a trainer, as a developer of people, we love to add value to people, equip them, encourage them, empower them, exhort them towards excellence, coach them up, and then help them live life to their highest potential. And what's really cool is we've created this behavioral methodology, Joy, as you know, that provides what we say confirmation, affirmation, or revelation. Like either one or all three of those things can be true in one sentence, depending on how and where you are in your life's journey. So love to figure out what people are and provide what we call a CAR experience for them: confirmation, affirmation, or revelation.
Wow. I like that. I like that there. So I invited Rex to join us here on our panel. And so Rex, let me have you take a turn.
Well, I'm just awesome and feeling blessed that, I get to participate in a panel of people like this. And, but, the same thing is true with training. People show up at training from all around the world and they come in and they're all eager to learn something that I might present or something you might present. But the one thing that always sticks out in my mind is I have all these people sitting there who have all these talents and personal genius and ability and experiences that I would never otherwise meet if it weren't for the opportunity of being here in front of the room. And so for us, we're very lucky to be together on a platform, but and people are watching us, but it's really about them and what they take away from our being here. But each and every single one of you who are on the panel and the people who have been part of this program for the last 3 days have contributed and given value and have gone beyond what many might do in order to add to people's lives. So you who are here, Jeff and Jeremy and Dagmar and Joy and Donna, represent just a beautiful cross section of people empowering other people and helping uplift and edify and inspire people who might otherwise, not know where to turn. The one, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of talking around the topic because I want to ask a question, but one of the things that I learned was if it's not about me, but it's about them, the person who comes to you, each of you, because with Jeff, when you first opened your mouth, you talked about other people. You didn't go, well, here I am. You talked about, the other people on the platform. How did you get to that point, each of you, where instead of going, aren't I cool? It's how do I give these people what they want and need and desire so that they can live the life that they deserve to live? And whoever wants to speak first.
Okay.
I guess I could start with that. I think the first thing is they say as a coach, you're a good coach when you learn how to listen more than you speak. And so I think the first thing you have to do is become a whole person yourself, or at least be working on it, and it be a process that you're working on in yourself. So you don't need to have hear your own voice, so to speak. You want to be able to just listen to the other person so you connect with them and you're able to give them the help that they need and inspire them. And then honestly, what the cool part is that you get to learn something too. And I think that's probably the best part, because what I found is my students and the people I work with, I'm just as much their student. And so I get to learn a lot of things in different perspectives and different ways to look at things. And so I think the answer to that question is you have to work on yourself too, so that you can be a better listener and be able to actually understand what they're going through and get their perspective.
Wonderful. I love that. Yes, please. And thank you. And who's next?
Dagmar, we're just going to call on you.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for that question. I believe that inherently every single human being is engineered for success. When we look at our fingertips and even our iris, we are so unique. And yet we spend time trying to emulate somebody else, and sometimes get lost. We lose our voice, our dreams. When we go back to understanding that I have within me all that it takes to create the life of my dreams, that immediately creates a desire to help everyone else realize that they are perfect the way they are. And that whatever struggles they're going through, whatever weaknesses they perceive within themselves, they are just temporary. I think divinely we have been prepared for joy, peace, and happiness. And the faster we realize that it's not the life of struggle or hardship that we should go for, we become so full of joy that it is inevitable that we wish the same joy and peace for everyone else.
Wow, love it. Thank you.
Beautifully said there. Jeff.
Thank you, Donna. Jeremy, I'm going to agree with you, Jeremy. The more work you do on yourself, the more honest you are about who you are and what you are not, the easier it will be for you to include other people. Right. So the more secure you are as a person, the easier it is to actively listen to someone without having to prove who you are, because you already know who you are. It's about really getting to know that other person and inviting them in and telling their story. So I love what you said, Jeremy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And we love what you said.
Yeah, we did.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I really resonate with Dagmar in that there is that innate greatness in each of us. And I, along my journey, have had people that have seen that in me, sometimes when I haven't seen it. And I know how that feels, and I know how empowering that is. And I absolutely love helping other people, whether they're big or little, find their greatness and re-see it, because sometimes we get lost along the way and we believe the lies that either we made up in our head or that we've heard from others. And so to share that and to help them reignite that burning and that greatness within them is so fantastic. And what better thing can we do in the world?
Beautiful. Very beautiful.
It's really always about personal transformation. It does come from the inside out. And if you've been listening here throughout the day, the last half of today has been a lot about personal transformation, some of the spiritual stories, some of the healing moments we've been through, the honesty, the integrity. But what I really love about each and every one of you is that you all have a heart of service. Kind of what Rex was talking about earlier, and that we connect with each other through the power of our own stories so we can be of service for each other. So what I'd like to know from our panel, I want to go a little bit deeper here. And Dagmar, we'll just start with you. What was a defining moment in your life where you knew that you were called through personal transformation or maybe personal healing work to use your gifts, talents, and abilities for other people?
Thank you, Donna. As you can tell by my accent, I'm not exactly from the United States, although I live in Texas and love it. So, quick shout out to all Texans on this call. I came from communist Poland, and what I realized upon coming to America, which I saw as a land of opportunity, is that communism was haunting me even after I left it. And that's because the way we grew up, the values, concepts that have been imprinted in me, just like in every one of us, concepts like poverty is a virtue or struggle is exalted. Those concepts haunted me even in the new land. And even though I reached enormous level of success in the global consulting arena, I started sabotaging my own achievement. It's because I was uncomfortable with that level of success. And I had to pause and reflect on what it was that I was doing to create this hardship and struggle. And you think about it, even in America, we glorify hardship. We say, I'm working hard for my money. And it's somehow supposed to give you this medal of honor. So in the act of desperation, I did ask universe to provide me with this deep understanding of why was I creating this self-sabotage. And through this flash of intuition and my energetic healing abilities, I instantaneously understood the power of the emotional attachments to past events, and then the limiting beliefs that we create around those events for protection and validation that today dictate how much you allow yourself to achieve. And once I started working on unwiring all these beliefs within me, I realized that we all struggle at certain point in our lives with this idea, I'm not good enough, or I shouldn't be making that much money. I should give all my money away, and plethora of other ways that we unconsciously keep ourselves small. So as I launched into breaking through these self-imposed barriers and this self-imposed prison, I really had the desire to create inspiration and a motivation for other people that feel the greatness within their fingertips, but just don't necessarily know how to break through those self-imposed walls.
You know, our emotions are so incredibly powerful, and how it feeds into the subconscious. I'm not sure that most people really realize how powerful that they are, or even if they have awareness of what's going on underneath the surface there. So thank you for that. Jeremy, what was one of those defining moments for you?
Oh, wow. I had a huge, what I would call dark night of the soul back in 2006. Vice president of a mortgage company, had this big, what I thought was great job. And we know what happened with the mortgage industry. So moving back in with my mother at 32 was not a fun experience. One of the defining moment was for me as I had to look at myself, all the anger, all the things that I was doing to myself, the addictions, the amount of things that I was using to avoid the pain in me. And I learned a few years ago, pain to me is pay attention inward now. And so I started looking at that and started saying, all right, so I'm going out and drinking and partying a lot, but I'm not paying attention to what's going on in here. And like Dagmar was saying, there's all these unconscious or subconscious things that are going on inside you so deep in your subconscious that you're not even aware of them a lot of times. But how you can look at them is when you're trying to avoid it and it's keeping you from things that bring joy into your life or happiness in your life or make you feel fulfilled in your life, then you can stop and go, wait a second, where is this coming from? And so I'm a big believer in some things that Catherine Ponder and Charles Fillmore taught. There, it's called denying the old energy, saying, no, that's no longer the program that I will serve anymore. This is what I know, is that I deserve the best of everything, and I want to divinely give it and make it easy. And what that does is then you actually take time to look at yourself and say, why, when you ask those questions and you say, oh, I do this because I'm avoiding it because I had this pain when I was, and we have pain that is generational, things that we've built in our own mind, and we have pain that is also things that have been told to us throughout our life that we took on ourselves as our own programming. And so we can clear those. It's some work, but it's definitely something we could work for. And that started for me a lot of it in 2006.
Yes, yes. So it's a lot, what I'm hearing is it's a lot of inner transformation work when you have the awareness to make some of those changes there. Jeff, share with us your moment.
So mine was in 1990, Donna. I was a young Marine and I was carjacked and I was shot and left for dead. And I did 18 months of physical rehab, not ever knowing if I could use this hand again. And during that time, the most difficult struggle was not the physical rehab. That was very difficult. It was a mental rehab that was needed to get back from the trauma that you experienced of being carjacked, having a gun put to your head, and all the things that transpired in that night, right? Changed the destiny of my life. And really sharing now is how I overcame things like fear and worry and doubt and anxiety. And we call them dream stealers today, right? Self-sabotaging behaviors, false beliefs, limiting beliefs, damaging emotions. How do we help people work through those things so that they can live their highest life? And we talked a little bit earlier, Rex, about this eagle's journey, right? I had to fly to the highest peak, right? And be vulnerable and really ask myself, who am I? So when I say to show the way, you have to know the way. So I can show people the way because I've been there, right? We've had to beat the beak out. We've had to claw our talons out, had to pluck our feathers out. But if you can get through that and then you can keep working, eventually you can get to another place and you can learn to fly again. You'll be strong again and fly like an eagle.
Yes, I love that there, flying like an eagle, because there's nothing better than soaring as high as you can with the biggest view, with everything there. Joy.
So for me, what kind of was my pivoting moment is almost twofold, in that at first I had hit such lows through just life's journey, and I knew that I had to pull it together. I had to find a way to heal so that I could help my own children with healing. And even when I found some things that really worked for me, it was not an easy journey. I was still doing this because it's healing can be simple. And I found faster ways along the way, but you have to be ready, and you have to not just do lip service, but you have to really be ready to heal and let go of, because I was comfortable with that scenario. And so that was my first part of it. And then the second part truly was along the way and learning the great things from the people I interacted with. And this is not planned, but I was able to connect up with Donna, and some of the transformation that I did through through her course is the reason I'm here today, and the reason that I'm able to help more people and know that I can add value in far better and bigger ways than I ever have. And my end goal is to help raise a generation and to raise vibrations with everyone I meet. So it is twofold for me.
You know, we're going to be wrapping up pretty quickly, I guess, because we're almost out of time, if I'm not mistaken. But what I would like each of you to do, if you would, maybe take, a minute at most, maybe. And I'm sorry that I'm cheating you by reducing the amount of time, but a tip or a takeaway for getting unstuck, because you've all talked about getting unstuck. Jeremy talked about denying the downside, a beautiful, method. So what method or approach or technique or something do you apply when the poop hits the fan so that you can change your state, change your feelings, and move forward? Because there's plenty of people who are watching who go, yeah, but that all sounds good, but I don't know what to do.
I mean, I can start. So how one of the things I do is, when you're stuck, your mind can go into, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know of anybody that doesn't go through this at times. So one of the things I do is I start working on creative projects or things that I know will bring me joy, or I'm of service. I start going out and helping friends or whatever it is I need to do or going out to nature. I do something that is impactful that brings joy to my life. And so, and just, even just last week, I was going through, it was an afternoon. I was just in a mood. And so I got off a Zoom meeting with a client of mine, and I wrote on an envelope an outline for a course that I'm going to do. And then later on, I went out to the park and walked around and started thinking about that. And then later on in the night, I fleshed out the outline. But I felt great when I was done because I accomplished something. And the other thing is I just go out in nature. I go walk around and then I start looking at the animals and thinking they don't worry about the kind of things that I'm worried about. And they're just here. The ducks are just here in the lake and just swimming around, and they're enjoying themselves. The birds aren't worried about the things that I'm worried about. And take it back to being simple. And the animals and nature can really tell us about taking things back to being simple. And then you go and you take some action. And once you take some action, you'll feel fulfilled, and then you'll start having more of a plan. But during that, you might be battling your thoughts, and that's okay. And that's where you do that denial, and you have to get yourself disciplined. It's a muscle, and it's a lifelong process. It's not something that everybody has a special sauce. They just practice it every single day, every moment of the day. And that's natural law, to be honest with you. Natural law prepares you and gives you things, and you grow through those stressful times, and then you grow from that and gain wisdom and go from there.
Wow, cool.
I completely agree with Jeremy. If I can follow up with that, my favorite saying is some is better than none. So spring into action, because clarity comes from action, especially when you make an inspired action. And what that means is that sometimes when we are stuck, it's because we're running on doubts and fears, and it paralyzes us. It's a normal function of the brain, the limbic system, the horrible amygdala that hijacks our thinking. So why not make fear your friend? Because fear means we're doing something new. We're doing something exciting, something outside of our typical behavior. So what if fear is a resource that indicates that we are on a precipice of something magnificent? And then we just have to remember we're never fully ready. Oh my goodness, how many of you are perfectionists? Isn't that horrible? We try the life to be perfect, but just like Jeremy said, let's look at nature. Nature is not perfect. It just shows us that the only stability we can have, the only constant is change. So as the name of this summit implies, you have to leap forward. Before you're ready, before you know how you're going to get to the destination, what matters is that you jump. Because think about it, when you do take a jump and you're in the middle of it, are you wondering if your posture is great, if you lined up your body perfectly, or are you focused on where you're supposed to land? So create a vision, know where you're going, know what you want to accomplish, and let the rest to be unfolded while you're jumping. Because again, everything you will ever need is already within you. Per quantum physics, if you created a dream, it's an act of observation. What that means is that you already collapsed this into reality. You just have to catch up with your dream. And you can't do that waiting for that perfect moment. The moment is now. So let's jump together. It is the Quantum Leap Summit, isn't it?
Joy, you go. I'll go last.
Okay, sounds good to me. One of the things I love to do is I love to move. And building off of the quantum leap, movement is something that I think helps redirect our brains and get us unstuck. The other thing I love to do is when I'm in a funk, I like to find and reach out to people that I think are amazing. I like to reach out and send a text because that's so easy now. And just to, not for anything else other than, man, I'm thinking about you. I really like this about you. Because I think as humans, we don't, especially grown-ups, I don't think we hear what, or even really believe what other people see in us. And so I love to reach out to others and just fill up their bucket.
And as we wrap up, I know we have about 30 seconds, so I'll keep it really brief. I have 3 key words: gatekeep, reframe, and focus. You are the gatekeeper of your mindset, right? When you see you are going there, you want to reframe the conversation you're having with yourself, and then start to focus on where it is that you want to go, because you get what you focus on. I think those are 3 words I'd like to use.
Wow, beautiful. You know what I would add is, for the people watching, is each of you shared some valuable things to get unstuck and that work for you. So if somebody tries one and it doesn't work, try one of the other ones. Try one of the other. Keep going until you really feel the change.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Donna?
I love it. I love it. We have just a couple of more minutes here. So I want to do a quick rapid fire round. Now, yesterday, I'm just going to borrow this question from Mo Rock, because he asked this question yesterday and he said, what would you say to somebody who didn't want to do the inner work? And which is what we've been talking about here, because there's always inner work to do. What would you say to somebody who doesn't want to do it? It's not for me, but what would you say to them, or what would you do to get them to either open up or move them forward if they didn't want to take the time? Now, I've been pondering this since yesterday. I'm going to come up with an answer, but I'm going to ask all the rest of you, because you are also experts and thought leaders in your own right. So, Jeff, let's start with you.
Well, there's a book called Stop Trying to Motivate People, because it doesn't work, right? That's the name of the book. So if you don't have it, go get it, right? So the real key, if we're going to transform lives, is to understand a person's inspiration. Like, where did we connect with them in conversation to create inspiration with them, right? And partner with them for success, because we can't motivate them, because everybody's motivated for something. It's about finding out what they're motivated for, pushing that forward toward an inspiring vision, partnering with them for success. And then you'll find yourself really quickly knowing how to get to what I call below the waterline level and really transform people and inspire people.
Cool. And what was the name of that book again?
Stop Trying to Motivate People. It Doesn't Work. I think that's the title of it. Somewhere around there, but you'll find it on Amazon if you put those words in.
Nice, nice, nice. Dagmar, how would you answer that?
I would say that self-awareness is your biggest power, because majority of times we let our subconscious mind control what we do and how we show up in life. And until you take a moment to reflect on what you believe about your potential, about your capabilities, then these unconscious beliefs will run your life. So yes, it is unpleasant to dig into recesses of our mind. I mean, who knows what else we're going to find there? I sure found a lot, as you heard from my journey. But it was worth it, because today I can stand in the authenticity of who I am. I can simply be me, and I do not have to bring the baggage from my childhood and from my experiences into my future. It is a very light travel with just a little handbag, and that gives me really a door of possibility to what I want to create next. So if you're willing to do a little bit of inner work, then trust me, there is no limit to what you can accomplish, because self-awareness is your power.
Nice, nice, nice. Joy, what would you say?
I like to recognize and say, I hear what you're saying. And I felt the same way. With my own teenagers, I'm like, how long do you want to feel that way? I can be a little more honest with them than I can some others, but I do like to just ask them where they want to go and if they want to change. and how is it working, and offer some options to help them move forward. Because I think recognizing where they are, how it feels, and do they want to feel different, and what could happen if that was a possibility. Always giving them that choice.
Awesome. That is some sage advice there as well. Jeremy.
I'm going to piggyback off of something Jeff said. You can't motivate people. And as I'm going to go tap into my background in education here, adults especially, you cannot motivate them unless they know how it's going to impact their life. So if they're saying that they don't want to do that inner work, it's probably because a couple of things. They don't understand who they are or what they want to do. So I would throw a couple questions out there to them. I would first ask them, well, what is it that would make you happy and feel fulfilled? And then I'd ask them the follow-up question, what would your life be like if you actually live a fulfilled life? And let them sit there and think about that, because you have to go through answer those questions to understand yourself and do that inner work in order to have that fulfilled life. So it's up to you. And just leave it there, because then they're going to drive their own motivation and find their own purpose and their own answers to those questions. Right. And then let them go with that.
You know, I think there's something that is common too with a lot of what everybody was saying is it's like you offer, you're of service, you're there for them, but at the same time, you have acceptance of where the person is at and the journey that they are on. And if they're open to it, great. Then we know we get to do in our inner work. And if they're not, they are free to be who they are meant to be, because each person's journey is exactly for them.
There's a reason why the statement, when the student is ready, the teacher appears, or the lesson appears, because if they're not ready, they're not ready. You know, and lastly, everybody wakes up from sleep, but at different times. So who are we to say what the right time to wake up is?
Yep.
Man, I was not prepared for this conversation. You guys had me travel into different dimensions and frequencies, but it was nonetheless very insightful. And I want to thank Jeremy, Dagmar, Joy, and of course, Jeff Morris and Dream Smart, one of the sponsors of this Quantum Leap Summit. So if you have been impacted, we want to thank Jeff Morris and the folks at Dream Smart, a fantastic organization. We're going to take a 1-minute break, and Donna, Rex, and myself will be back to talk about this next segment, which is going to be one of the most inspirational segments of the 3 days. We're going to have Mark Rodriguez join us here in a few moments, a man that had a full lung transplant, and he's going to talk about what that journey was and is like. So we'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
You're muted.
I'm going to ask Julianne Meyer to come join us again. And Julianne, I see you're the only person that got the memo today about the white blazers. Rex doesn't open my emails or read my text messages. It's okay. I'm used to it. And, you know, we're going to have a powerful panel in about 10 minutes that Mark Rodriguez, who's about to join us here momentarily, will also be a part of. But before the panel, we actually want to give him the solo floor, because his story is one of the most incredible stories that you have heard in your entire life. And so Julianne, Donna, and Rex, I'm going to bring Mark Rodriguez up to share his story before he joins us and continues the conversation on a panel. But Mark, welcome to the 2024 Quantum Leap Forum. You've shared your story on our platform before, and many people in this community know who you are and what you've gone through and the incredible person the leader that you are. But for those that may be tuning in for the first time, We're going to give you the floor to share your incredible journey, and Julianne, Rex, and Donna will lead the way the next 10 minutes or so as we go into the panel. Mark Rodriguez, sir, floor is yours.
Well, thank you guys for having me on here. I appreciate the opportunity to share my story and inspire somebody who may be needing some help to begin to help themselves. Like Mo said, I've had 2 double lung transplants. And in 2020, I returned back to my craft as a stonemason, the only stonemason in the history of the world to do stonemasonry after 2 double lung transplants. But the thing about surviving is that it's not just good enough to survive. Because if you're just talking about surviving, then it just eventually becomes a sob story, and everybody has one. Let's be honest, and nobody cares. So the only time your story matters is when you thrive after you survive. And really the only way to do that is just to eliminate all the things that aren't working for you, right? Like, we have to really focus on eliminating the self-sabotage that we're all guilty of operating in at times of our lives. We have to silence the negatives. And we have to begin to starve our fears and doubts. Many times in life, we feed our fears and doubts. And then when they become monsters, we become the why me guy. And that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. And or we say we believe in ourselves, and then we turn around and operate in self-sabotage. Well, those two things don't go together either. And I've said this before, it's kind of like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich. Those two things will never go together. And it's gross, right? But so is beating ourselves up with our own thoughts and our own words. And, if you're talking about the quantum leap, if you're thinking about making this quantum leap, you're going to have to lighten your load. And that means letting go of all the things that aren't helping you move forward. All the things from the past that have been occupying a certain portion of your energy for a long time. And one of the biggest mistakes that we make is we think we have unlimited energy and time, and we don't. And we invest our energy into so many things that aren't helping us move forward. And then when we're out of energy and we're in the middle of a fight, we also become the poor me guy, right? And so if you're going to make this quantum leap, you're going to have to be very cognizant of your energy placement in this time of major shift. And so many of us in life are pulling around this U-Haul full of stuff that we don't need. And the U-Haul doesn't even have wheels. And we're pulling it around everywhere. And then we're always wondering why we're so tired. Well, it's in this moment, in this time, it's time to let all those things go. It's time to clear out your garage. Don't have a garage sale. Just start chucking things into the dumpster, because obviously if you needed them, you would have been using them. And we're not. And a lot of this stuff that holds us back from our greatness are things that are not necessary for our growth, for our elevation. Or if it's not this kind of thing, it's our habits and our behaviors that hold us back from reaching our greatness, because we operate in the tools of the weak too long, which is very simple ones, making excuses, blaming others, wallowing in self-pity, or complaining. We use these 4 things, and then we wonder why we're so weak. And so we really have to reframe the way we're operating And if we're in a negative space, figure out how to get out of that space, because it's the negative thoughts and words and behaviors that keep us in that space. And I have come back from 2 double lung transplants. In my second surgery, I died on the table. And so I've had to learn a lot of things out of survival. But one thing that I've learned is that everything is energy. And in saying that, it reminds me of something that my dad always used to say. And he used to say, son, don't sweat the small stuff. And if it's not small, you'll know it. Don't worry. Right? And we put so much energy into these small things that it adds up. It adds up. And then when we're leaving our power and our energy everywhere where it doesn't belong, and we don't have it for an important battle, we start asking why. And we have to get past that and hold ourselves accountable that we've been doing these things and that we have been our own worst enemy. And we're the one that's holding ourselves back from our greatness. And we all have a place of greatness. But I have no idea why, as humans, we have to make that journey much more of a challenge, because we become our own worst enemy. We have to stop beating ourselves up, loving ourselves a little bit more, but being accountable for the place that we're at in the moment, and then be willing to put in the work going forward to get to the place that we're supposed to be. And I do what I do because I know it's possible. And I get tired of seeing so many people not reaching their highest, most powerful version of themselves, because they're the ones holding themselves back. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I've got a
why
really
I'm very
quick
passionate
question.
about what I do.
I'm sorry, I've got a question for you. After you've had double lung transplants, and you're talking about surviving to thriving, and a lot of people, I'm sure you've noticed this, they think they're thriving because they're surviving. So how do you make for people who aren't aware, how can they tell the difference between just making it through the day and surviving and getting stuck in that story versus really actually thriving in their lives?
Well, you can survive, but it doesn't mean you're okay. It just means you're really tough. But eventually that toughness is going to wear thinner. And when I'm talking about surviving, I'm talking about moving past being that person where you're saying, this is where life interrupted hit me. This is where this thing happened. This is where my life changed. We want to know, okay, that's going to happen for everybody. Let's be honest. Nobody's going to get through life unscathed. And certainly nobody makes it out of life alive, right? So let's just understand that right there. Life is going to knock you down hard. But what happens after that? Like, did you just fall into the victim mentality? Or because if you stay there too long, you're not even a victim anymore. You're the volunteer. Or did you move into the victor space? Did you let your pain take something from you, or did you turn your pain into something of value for you? That's the difference.
Mark, you are one of the most inspirational people that I know, and it's my honor to have you here. And we're going to welcome up Lorna, who's going to join this conversation as well. And it's a pleasure to have such incredible leaders here. Lorna Sherland, Ava Manuel speaks so highly of you. and the
Thank
work
you.
that you do. And so it's my pleasure to have you join us here on the Quantum Leap Forum. And you and Mark will be on this panel for the next few minutes discussing what does it take to make 2024 the best, most productive life, both in life and in business. And Mark and Lorna, we've been focusing on resilience and dealing with difficulties and setbacks and challenges. And Mark, as someone that has experienced the things that you've experienced, few people are as qualified to discuss what it means to live through resilience as you are. And every entrepreneur has their own journey. And with that, I want to thank Julianne, Rex, and Donna for leading the way. And with that, the floor is yours, Julianne.
Thank you so much, Mo. Lorna, welcome. I'm so glad that you're here today. And as Mo said, Ava says absolutely wonderful things about you. So I'm excited to hear what you have to share with us today. And I just want to start out with a really fun question. When it comes to wealth or even money, how can people quantum leap their 2024? I mean, it kind of gets like this weird energy behind it, like there's something bad about wealth. And I'd like for you to speak into that so maybe people can make that quantum leap.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, to Mo and Ava for inviting me on this panel. I am super honored to be here. And Eric Sykes, really great. I've been following you for a while. Really great to be here on the same panel with you as well. Mark, oh my God, you had me over here taking notes and like scribbling myself away. It's just unbelievable how you have come through a double lung transplant. I acknowledge you. That means God has something really powerful for you to do in this world. That's how I see that. And so, Julie, to answer your question, how does one quantum leap wealth? So first, you got to determine what wealth is for you, right? In the last 3 days, we've been listening to a number of people on the panels talking about different things, right? I don't remember, I missed yesterday, so I got to go back and watch the replay. So I don't know who has talked about money yet. Mark just mentioned everything is energy. I believe that it starts there because we are all energetic beings. Money is simply the tangible thing of value. In order to get money, you gotta offer value. So how do you quantum leap? You gotta give more value. I myself, that is my intention for 2024, is to reach more people, to give more value. What you guys are doing here on this 4-day summit is giving tremendous value, if people are really listening, tremendous value to leapfrog their wealth, whether it's in their health. I remember day before yesterday, there was a speaker talking about health. Let me tell you something. And Mark, I'm sure you can attest to this. If you don't have your health, the money doesn't matter. Can you see that? It really doesn't. I was literally coaching a client yesterday on this. If there is no health, it doesn't matter, because if you make a lot of money, i.e. Steve Jobs, you're going to be using all the money to fix your health. So why not make health the priority so that you can, if you want to have money as the value proposition, to come out and give you the things that you want in life, the travel, doing things great for people, giving gifts, whatever that is, then that's okay too, right? But first thing is your health. I believe it's your health, which is one of the reasons why I do my summits on a monthly basis. On Accelerate Her, we talk about health, wealth, money, and mindset, because I believe that they all go together, right? You can't have one without the other. So to quantum leap 2024, you first got to determine what is the priority, what is the definition of health, of wealth to you, and then take steps to move forward. Find the right coach, find the accountability person. You've all heard this the entire time I've been here today. Accountability has been the through line. So that would be the answer I would give for that.
Wow. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
There are so many people, and one wonderful answer, and Mark, beautiful. Everybody is so awesome. But the question that I have is a lot of people, you know, in business, whether they've been there for a while or they're starting up or whatever, go, you know, I'm not making the sales. I'm not getting my message out. I'm doing everything I know how to do, but you know, I'm reaching 3 people, not 3,000 people, and I don't know what to do. And everyone's going, well, you need an email list, or you need this, or you need that, or you need to market better. You need, and there's a class for everything, and social media, and everybody's telling you what to do. And people go, you know, if I do this, I do this, I do this, I do this. Where does the insanity stop? Where the person goes, okay, what do I first need to do in order to get everything else to fall into place, like that domino that sets everything to going?
I love that question so much, and I have so many answers for it, but I'm going to go this way. First, Rex, I believe that people need to have a vision of what they want to create. Once you have the vision of what you want to create, then, and believe me, I'm speaking from experience, yes, you get to do all the social media, the email list and all that. But I finally figured out that when you get strategic partners, people who have gone ahead of you, who know the way, who know the path, and create those relationships that are going to that's what's going to quantum leap you into the stratosphere of whatever you want to create. But you first got to have the vision of what you want, right? And the vision can't be some willy-nilly, I want to buy a big house, I want to buy a big car. It has to be bigger than you. It has to be tied to a mission. A lot of the people on the panel I've been listening to, they have some major missions that are attached. I think another Rodriguez I forgot his first name, was on this morning. And I heard their mission of how they want to impact the world. It has to be that big, because it has to be something that wakes you up every morning, passionate about getting up to do the thing, right? So vision is the first thing I would say that is required. It's an absolute, because it's the thing that's going to move you every day.
I love your answer. I really do, and I would love to have you go on forever. And I would add that it makes perfect sense, because if they're going, what do I do? What do I do? Nothing's working. Nothing's working. They need something to organize their actions, and that would be vision. And wow, beautiful answer.
Thank you.
What I'd like to know, because Lorna, you're right on point with everything that you're talking about, with wealth, with health, and then it's always tied in together with relationships. But earlier we listened to Mark, and Mark, you had a thriving business, and then you had a double lung transplant, and then your health went, and then you died. So how has that impacted you? And with what Lorna has been saying, with the bigger mission, the bigger vision, obviously you're still here. You have a message. There's a purpose. So can you add some personal insight to what she's been sharing?
Well, I'll just start out by saying it's very difficult to live after you've died, because it's hard to describe, but for a long while, I was lost. I was questioning why I even made it. Like, when you're living a life and you don't know what your purpose is, it's a scary place to be. And that's coming from a stonemason who's had 2 double lung transplants. Obviously, I don't scare very easily, but that time in my life was a time when things got very dark. And so when you have some type of adversity, the most important thing to remember is that you can't run from it. If you've got some kind of demon you're battling, you can't run from that demon. If you got some rough situations going on in your life, you can't put them off. You can't run from that stuff, because whatever's chasing you is only getting in better shape. We're the ones that are getting tired because we're trying to run away, but then every once in a while we have to look over our shoulder, and that's what makes. And so these kind of things, you probably will waste some energy running from them or putting them off, but eventually you're going to have to stick your 10 toes in the ground and fight like a warrior. And we are all warriors innately. It just takes different things to bring it out of us. Everybody has their why, but I believe that everybody should have their who. Like, who are you fighting for? Who is that important for you when things get really bad, when you're ready to quit everything, or whether you're fighting for your life and you're on your deathbed? Who's the one person that you could not look in the face and say, it's too hard, I'm going to quit? And I believe that that's what got me through all of my medical challenges, was just thinking of my daughter. Like, how could I tell her that she's not worth fighting for? Wow. At least if I died, I died as a warrior and showed her that she was worth me fighting for. If it cost me my life, then so be it. But sometimes in life, we're about to hit the gold mine, but we quit digging because right at that moment, we get this, something turns us weak and we stop and we quit, and we got to get past that. We all have to get past that because it's keeping us from our greatness, the greatness that God has for all of us. And God doesn't make things that aren't great, that aren't of value. And I say this all the time, that God does not make losers and quitters, but society does. Our behaviors and our bad habits do. But God only makes winners and warriors. And so we have to realize that there's some greatness for us out there. But a lot of the things that we do to ourselves are what's holding us back. When we're beating ourselves up, we're practicing self-sabotage, or we're afraid, or we're doubtful. I mean, like when it comes to fear and doubt with me, like I know that there's something that's mentioned in the Bible 365 times. Fear not. You can go every day to your Bible and it tells you don't have to be scared, and find a different passage every single day. And as far as doubt goes, well, Philippians 4:13 clearly tells us all, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So why should I doubt myself? Why would, like, thousands of people will doubt me in my life? Why would I ever want to become one of them? And we have to get past these things that we're doing to ourselves, because life's hard enough. There's enough craziness out there. There's enough obstacles out there. Why are we adding to it? And we don't have to. We have to learn how to love ourselves a little bit more and take care of ourselves a little bit more in that regard. Because how can we say we love somebody if we don't even know how to love ourselves? It's just like, how can we say we respect somebody if we don't know how to respect ourselves? And so this year, it's about, if you want to make that quantum leap, you got to look introspectively and kind of take yourself apart. And whatever's not working, whatever's not good, just throw it away. And then keep what's good and keep what's working, and then put yourself back together, and then just start adding the things of value, and go back to the places where we've left our power and we've left our energy, whether it was willingly or unwillingly. Go back in your mind, take yourself back to these places where we left our power and reclaim that power. And that's how you're going to be able to go forward, by leaving all the things from your past that don't serve you, moving forward, letting go of all that dead weight, and then going back and reclaiming your power. And you want to make a quantum leap, change the way you think and change the way you talk. If it's from a negative space, and you're going to move out that negative space and move intentionally. If you want to make this quantum leap, you got to do everything with intention.
That is so well said. Thank you so much, Mark. Something I love that you said about the running, because as the old saying goes, wherever you go, there you are. So you might as well just face it right away. But I do want to acknowledge too the fact that you shared with us about how dying and coming back was not easy. a lot of people have to have this huge experience or this huge thing in order to make this quantum leap, and in order to actually face their demons, in order to actually move forward and change things. And yes, that happened with you. But what I hear you saying is that if you can just look at yourself and drop the things that aren't working and move forward with things that are, you don't have to die on the table. You don't have to go through all those experiences. You can just move forward, which I love. And I'm curious, Lorna, with you is, I don't care who you are. There's always been a time when wealth has been elusive, or, it's been a scary situation where it's like, how am I going to pay my employees, or how am I going to pay my rent, or how am I whatever the case may be. How would you suggest somebody maybe face it, but also focus on abundance versus lack?
It's all a mindset thing, right? And I love that question, Julie. It's mindset, and it's really knowing who you are. And I go back to value because, one of the things I had to get over to myself is understanding that I am not. Yes, you get to have money in the bank, but I'm not. My identity is not in the money in the bank. So once you get clear on that, you're going to be able to take the steps to do what you need to do to get your bills paid or whatever that is, right? So it all starts with mindset. You got to understand what money is to you. I know I'm talking about definitions a lot, and I think that it's really important to have those distinctions because, growing up from Jamaica, I came here with $50 in my pocket, right? $50. The country wouldn't allow you to leave with any more money. And my mom was strict. So she wasn't going to break the rules and let me, swindle money in my suitcase or something to come, right? So I came here with $50, stay with my mom's friend. That relationship couldn't work. I had to find somewhere to go live. Instinctively, I did a lot of things I've been here for 40 years. Instinctively, I've done a lot of things in my life to move ahead. It's a matter of, again, the vision. What do you want? You got to really have that really groundedness within yourself to know, hey, if I want this thing, I get to muster up. I get to do the hard thing. Sometimes it takes a hard thing that you got to do to get to the next level. If you have that vision for yourself, right? You got to do it. It's just having that tenacity, that resilience. As you asked me that question, the first thing that came to me back in about 15 years ago, this guy came to me and he said, oh, if you give me $8,000, I could make you, $100,000 in 3 months, right? And in my mind, I'm like, oh, jackpot, right? Here's the reason why I'm bringing this up. You got to have discernment. Discernment, too, is also the thing that's going to lead you, right? If you have a mindset that you want to get to somewhere, you got to have discernment to take you to the right people to get you the results that you want, right? So I give this guy this $8,000. Only this past weekend, I get a text from the person who brought me into the relationship with that guy to tell me that the guy went to jail. This is 3 years later. We don't have the $100,000 and the $8,000 is gone. So you got to really get clear on what money is, what your vision is, who you let into your space, and really get a mindset of resilience to stay the course, because sometimes you're going to fall down, right? But you got to get back up. You got to get back up, because if the vision is big enough, you got to get back up. As you were asking Mark, that one person, who is that one person that if you don't get back up, it's going to be affected, right? So mindset is everything.
Rex, you're muted.
Of course I was. I want to say something that it's not political. It may sound like it at first, but they have demonstrated time and time again that the people who are successful in this country currently, over the last 30, 40, 50, even 100 or more years, mostly have been immigrants and not the people who've been born here. Because people who are born here get the message, everything sucks and we're falling apart and things are going to hell and, well, it's not fair. The immigrants come because they go, this is a land of opportunity. I have the possibility. I may have to work hard, but I'm going to do it. And they go from zip to being millionaires and billionaires while the other people don't. So, mindset and that the attitude that you talk about, I'd like you to talk about more, because the one qualifier that you really put in there that's really beautiful is the discernment, because not everybody who offers you something is offering you something good for you.
Absolutely.
But the attitude of the person who's willing to do whatever honestly and positively and legally they need to do in order to get ahead.
Yeah, that is. Thank you for acknowledging that, because us West Indians, especially Jamaicans, we're noted to have 10 jobs, right? We still have 10 jobs because the ones that are being successful, we have more than one businesses, right? So it's something that I think it's just innate in us, because growing up, I saw my mom, she worked for the government, right? And she still had businesses on the side. She used to come to America, and she used to work in America for the summer and come back home and bring back products and open up her little store and sell products. So my mom taught me how to not just depend on a job, to I'm not going to use the word survive, because I have a thing with that word. So just watching her and how she moved when I was younger, that I believe is one of my foundations that has helped me to every time I look for something. I came to this country, I started working, I told you, with $50. And then I started working for a woman to take care of her. And that was $50 a week. Right. And then I went into corporate America, and I left corporate America as a controller in an advertising agency to get into real estate. When I started in real estate, I was the rookie of the year in real estate. I did 25 deals my first year in real estate, where the national average, even until today, 4 is the national average of an agent would do 4 transactions per year. So for me, I do the hard things. It's like innate in me, but you got to build that muscle. It's not something that you just it's not by osmosis. You got to practice. I heard speakers talk about that the entire 3 days. Practice is the thing that's going to get you there. You can't stop. You cannot stop. If that vision is that important to you, if you are that important to you, you don't get to stop until your last breath. So for me, it's like there's nothing else. You do what you have to do, and you get it done, and then you reap the rewards, and you enjoy as you go along as well. Don't forget that part, guys. Don't forget that part. Bring the joy in. I know sometimes I forget to bring the joy, and it's not pretty. So I'm going to invite you guys to bring the joy in as you build. Bring the joy in, even if you're failing. Bring the joy in. Thank you.
What a beautiful message. And we're going to give the floor 1 minute to both Mark and Lorna to share their final messages with our audience in closing. And then we're going to wrap up day 3 of the Quantum Leap Forum 2024. Mark, let's start with you. Final words for our audience.
Well, I just want to say, if you operate in the tools of the weak, the only thing that you will accomplish is weakening yourself. We should always be a constant work in progress, turning our weaknesses into our strengths. If not, we might as well kick the hamster off the wheel and say, I'm taking over, and just resign ourselves to the fact that we're going nowhere fast. Mm-hmm. Anytime you want to go somewhere in life, it's going to take a lot of hard work. It's going to take a lot of redefining yourself and retooling yourself. And if you're willing to do that, then you have the opportunity to make these quantum leaps. And if you don't, well, then get used to being in the club of mediocrity, because it takes hard work to get to the top, but there's plenty of room there. So I wish everybody a great year. Thank you for having me on. As always, this is always of such great value to so many. And thank you guys, all of you who have a responsibility and who put this on for all of us. Thank you.
And Mark, we're going to bring you back very soon because there's a lot more we need to talk about with you, including this incredible book that you have in the works that you're working with Patty Sadler on. So we're going to have you back in just a few short weeks. Lorna, floor is yours, please. Final words to share with our audience.
Thank you. Thank you, Mo. I'm going to piggyback on Mark. The Bible says without a vision, the people perish. And that doesn't mean you're going to die. It just means that if you don't have that path, that lighthouse to guide you, then you're going to go off course a lot. So what I would say to the audience is you've heard a lot of speakers. You have Mo, you have Rex, you have Donna, you have Julie, you have all these great, amazing people. And I would say find somebody to hold you accountable because you're not going to do it on your own. Period. End of story. I don't care who you are. There is no way you're going to get the quantum leap that you're looking for on your own. So find a mentor, find an accountability coach, and get the help you need to get you to where you want to go.
Absolutely, Lorna. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with a team. And so I want to thank you, Mark, Lorna, for the incredible closing thoughts. And Julianne, Rex, and Donna Campbell. Let's start with you, Donna, because you've had a smirk on your face all day and your energy is just glowing so much. So I'm curious what's going on in there. Because when I see you smiling, I know you got some entertaining ideas to share in closing with our audience here.
I have just had an amazing day listening to everybody and all of their wisdom and their expertise, because every single person that has been on here has been so on point. And it just feels incredibly validating for myself and maybe even for a lot of other people out there that, really together, as you were saying, we can go far, that we put out this collaborative effort and we can really be that change we seek. And often I say, be the love you want to be out in the world. And if we're going to do this, we're doing it. So I've just been thrilled all day long.
Thank you, Donna. And Julianne, again, thank you for doing such a great job in support in front of the camera, behind the scenes. And your conversation with Ben was so powerful. And Rex, when you entered that conversation, you added your own element to it as well, and you just spiced things up. When Rex enters a conversation, it just adds a whole new element. And you just never know when that'll happen. So we love you and appreciate you, Rex. But Julianne, if you have any closing words.
Thank you, Mo. I really appreciate everything you said. Something that comes to my mind is this idea of hard work and joy. I mean, we've heard about accountability, we've heard about vision, we've heard about who you surround yourself with, hard work, all of these things. But I think the important thing was just mentioned, doing it with joy. Hard work doesn't mean grind. You can still have fun and enjoy it, because how do you expect to enjoy the destination if you don't enjoy the journey there? And that's really all we have is this particular moment. So I just love this idea of inviting people into our lives that can help elevate the entire world, not just ourselves, but in order to create that impact that is going to be global versus just local. So I've been so grateful for everybody that spoke today. I've been taking notes behind screen, and it just keeps building the momentum of this summit. So I'm excited to be a part of it.
The journey is the reward. And yes, I do have a couple quotation books somewhere around here that I read periodically in case anyone's wondering. Rex, closing words, floor is yours.
Well, 2 points I want to make, but the first point is how many speakers have we had so far?
So far, we have had over 80 speakers, and we're going to have well over 100 speakers when the summit is officially finished.
Has any single one of those speakers said, I was born rich, I had a silver spoon, the world just gave me everything, and gosh, aren't you? Every single person that's come here has, just like everybody who's watching this, they've all come from hardship or problems or from other countries or something, and whatever they've done, they've made themselves into who they are today, which is good news for everybody who's watching. Because if we could do it, they could do it. Anyone of the 80 or the 100 or the thousands of people who changed their lives in the world, then you can too. And when we were talking earlier with Jeremy and the others, if the one thing isn't working, then try something else. But add the joy and the delight and the wonderful to it, because you can do exactly what you want. And the last thing is, it's all about joy and celebration. You know, there's a lot of thought leaders who are deceiving people and telling them you got to 10x it, you got to take massive action, you got to do all this stuff. That's what society has been telling us all along. It's not that there's no effort, but if you love what you're doing and you're having a good time, then you never work a day. Everything is the right action that comes as a natural outgrowth of you pursuing your mission and your vision, and you have fun making it happen. So be careful who you listen to, because some people are telling you the very thing that we've been taught for this childhood, and other people will say, look, there's another way to do it. It can be fun and it's possible. So become a can-do person and do it for yourself and have fun all the way doing it.
Yeah, I think the message of discernment was very powerful, and that was brought up just a few minutes ago. And it's so important for all aspects of life and in business. And when we're talking about quantum leaping, the most important decisions that you will make are the people that you choose to have in your personal life, first of all. Secondly, the people you have in your professional life. And if you're mixing those two together, then may God be with you even double, right? And so it's very important. The most important choices that you will make are the people you associate yourselves with and affiliate with. And so I want to thank the three of you for being on the list of people that I love to associate with, because you make this summit, the three of you make this summit possible. And I want to thank Ava and everyone else behind the scenes. And just remember, folks, don't take yourselves for granted. You know, there's always, you know, a lot of times what I see in life is people think, well, there's nothing I have that someone else could take advantage of, right? And so they no longer have the discernment. And that's when you fall into ditches in life. And so we're all God's children. We all have a tremendous amount of value. We're not the value that we have is not determined by the number in your bank account. The value that you have is not determined by what you look like in the mirror. You all have an intrinsic value that is impossible to even measure. And so remember that. Remember that when you choose to affiliate and associate with different people in your personal life and in your professional life. Because like I said, those are the most important choices that you will make. And you deserve the best. And you know, a quote that I write about in my book is I actually stole it from Rex, but I didn't give him credit because the whole industry is stolen from Rex and not giving him credit. So why should I start? And that is to not expect miracles. What is it, Rex? What is that thing you say that I stole from you?
I'm not sure which you stole, but if I say if you're talking about if you. One, you should plan for a miracle, but if you expect something to be a problem, it'll be a problem. If you expect it to be a blessing, it'll be a blessing. So you might as well
something like that. Something like that. So I want to thank you, Rex, for providing such great content for people to repurpose. And I want to thank you, Julie and Donna, and everyone watching at home. We'll be back tomorrow with another powerful day to continue with our mission of redefining the way that you see newspapers in your lives. Thank you very much. We'll be back tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.